By the end of that July night, Sarah Bennett understood something she probably should have learned years earlier. Some people knew how to make you feel seen without ever really seeing you. Ryan Walker was standing by the fire as if the whole lakeshore had been built around him. One sneaker was planted on top of a cooler. His shoulders were loose. His grin came easy. He had everyone arranged around him without asking for it, their folding chairs and beer bottles and bare knees angled toward him while the bonfire threw copper light across their faces. The lake sat behind them, dark and heavy under the summer sky. Every so often, a breeze came off the water and dragged smoke sideways through the circle. Sparks lifted from the logs and vanished before they reached the stars. Someone had left an old radio on the hood of a pickup. The antenna leaned at a sad angle, but it still managed to cough out country music, thin and fuzzy. It might have been Garth Brooks. It might have been Alan Jackson. Out there, with the canyon and the trees swallowing half the sound, nobody cared enough to decide. It was hot. It was late. It felt like the sort of night that belonged to them because they were young enough to think time could be claimed that way. Ryan was telling a story about Coach Friggs, a botched free throw, and some ridiculous replay of himself staggering across the court like a wounded animal. Jennifer was laughing so hard she had both arms wrapped around her middle. Even the boys had stopped pretending they were above it. They were watching him, waiting. That was where Ryan was best. Not at the punchline, exactly. Before it. He lived in the breath before people laughed. He knew how to pause just long enough for everyone to lean in. He knew when to widen his eyes, when to drop his voice, when to let the silence do half the work. He made it look casual, like charm was just something that happened to him, the way some people got freckles or good hair. Sarah knew better. He worked for it. Maybe not with effort anyone else noticed, but she noticed. She had always noticed. From the other side of the fire, she watched him. The flames made his brown eyes look warmer than they were. Softer, too. The light moved inside them and turned them almost golden, and for a second she remembered all the times she had thought those eyes meant something. She had liked them for years. Not in a simple way. Not in the way Stephanie Willis liked them, with her little touches and tilted smiles and obvious claims. Sarah had liked them because when Ryan looked at her, he seemed to look longer. As if a room could shrink down until there was no one else in it. As if the noise around them dropped away because he had chosen, for one private second, to pay attention to her. That was the thing about his eyes. They could make a girl feel selected. Ryan landed the end of the story with a grin, all teeth and confidence, and the whole group broke open. Someone shoved him by the shoulder. Someone else tossed him a beer. He caught it without looking, one hand snapping up like he had known it was coming. Of course he did. Effortless, Sarah thought. There was that word again. Ryan looked around the circle, collecting reactions as casually as if he were checking the weather. His gaze moved over the boys, over Jennifer, over Stephanie, and then found Sarah. There it was. That familiar pull low in her stomach. Not dramatic. Not pathetic. Nothing she would ever admit out loud. Just the old reaction, worn smooth from years of use. He tipped his chin toward her. Sarah, he called through the crackle of the fire, you remember that, right? When Jen cried because she thought Coach was gonna bench me? Her smile came before she decided to give it. Habit. She cried because you blamed her for distracting you, Sarah said. Then you tried to make it about Grandma Nan liking her better, and somehow that explained why you got heat stroke mowing lawns all week. The laugh that moved through the group was smaller than his, but it was real. Ryan pointed at her like she had just sealed a case in court. See? She remembers. She was there. Also, Nan absolutely likes me better. He gave her that look while he said it, amused and sharp around the edges, like the banter belonged to them and he was going to make her pay for the joke later. That was the trouble with Ryan. Sarah was always there. Birthdays. Games. Weekends at the lake. Classes. Road trips she only ended up on because Jennifer was his cousin and her best friend. She knew how he took his eggs. She knew what songs made him turn the radio up. She knew the exact way he rubbed the back of his neck before a big game, pretending scholarship scouts didn't have him wound so tight he could barely sit still. When she and her grandmother baked, Sarah brought him cookies. She knew Rocky Road was his favorite. She knew him. At least, she had built a whole quiet belief around that idea. Ryan drifted away from the circle and came toward her, stepping around coolers, chair legs, and the abandoned flip-flops scattered in the dirt. He stopped beside her. Too close for politeness. Close enough that the smoke in his sweatshirt reached her before his shoulder did. Close enough that one small lean would put them touching. "You're quiet tonight," he said, his voice lower now. He glanced at the way she had her arms folded tight across her chest. "Cold?" Before she could answer, he bumped his shoulder lightly against hers. "No," she said. "I'm listening." "To me?" His mouth curved. "You're hard to ignore." He liked that. She could see it settle into him. The satisfaction. The little victory. Ryan did not enjoy being ignored. Not by strangers. Not by Stephanie. Not by the boys. Definitely not by Sarah. She had noticed it before, though she had never given it a name. If she didn't answer him right away, his voice got louder. If she looked away during a joke, he found some way to pull her back into it. In a group, his eyes searched for her response before anyone else's. She had always thought it meant she mattered. Maybe it did. Maybe it only meant he needed her watching. Across the fire, Stephanie Willis laughed too brightly at something Jennifer said and leaned back just enough for her fingers to land on Ryan's arm. The message wasn't subtle. Sarah made a soft sound under her breath and tightened her arms. Ryan didn't move away. He didn't exactly lean into the touch either. He simply let it happen, the way he let most things happen when they made him look wanted. That was a kind of power, too. Then he saw Sarah shiver. In one smooth motion, he pulled off his hoodie. Before she could tell him not to, he was dropping it over her head, tugging it down like he had every right. "Thanks," she muttered. She tried not to inhale too deeply. The hoodie smelled like pine smoke, lake air, and him, and for reasons she hated, it made her eyes sting. Ryan turned toward Stephanie for half a second. "You need something, Steph? Or are we just being extra cute tonight?" Stephanie blushed, pleased and embarrassed all at once. Then Ryan looked back at Sarah as if he had never really turned away. "See?" The glance seemed to say. "Still here. Still yours." Sarah's fingers curled in the sleeves of his hoodie. Something shifted inside her then. It wasn't a clean snap. It wasn't jealousy, not exactly. Jealousy would have been easier. Jealousy would have meant she wanted something Stephanie had touched. This was different. This was noticing. She watched Ryan move through people. With the guys, he went cocky. With Stephanie, teasing. With Jennifer, loud and ridiculous. With Sarah, he softened. But the bones of it were the same. The smile. The timing. The careful little pause before he gave someone exactly enough warmth to make them lean closer. Sarah had believed the softness he gave her was separate from all that. Realer. Quieter. Deeper. Tonight she saw how easily he adjusted the mirror. Not the same reflection for everyone. But close enough. Ryan's fingers brushed her elbow, light and deliberate. "Hey. Seriously. You okay?" She looked at him. There was the focus again, warm and almost private. The look that told her she was different from Stephanie, different from every girl who had ever trailed after him hoping to be noticed. The look that said she understood him better than anyone else did, and that he knew it. For the first time, Sarah didn't fall into it. She saw it. Ryan Walker did not look at people as much as he looked for what came back. Laughter. Approval. Attention. Loyalty. With her, he got something safer than applause. He got history. He got someone who had been standing near him for so long she had started to feel like proof. She had confused charm with kindness. Worse, she had mistaken it for depth. And charm, she was beginning to understand, could be nothing more than nonsense wrapped beautifully. "You disappeared on me," Ryan said, nudging her again. His tone was light, but not as light as before. He didn't like the distance. He didn't like losing the current. "I'm tired," Sarah said, looking past him toward the lake. His jaw tightened for a second. "From what?" That almost made her laugh. "From you," she thought. "From pretending with you." But Sarah was not cruel. Not even when she had reason. She turned her face away from him on purpose, toward the fire, toward Jennifer, toward the trees beyond the circle. "The wedding Saturday," she said. "I've talked about it for weeks. I've been working late every night, and this was my only night off. I probably should be stayed home." She felt the change in him. "We can leave soon," he said, too quickly. Then he straightened, muttered something about not forgetting, and stepped back toward the others. His voice rose before he reached the circle. Bigger. Brighter. Ryan again. If she wasn't going to watch, someone else would. Stephanie took the opening at once, leaning in until her arm rested over his knee. Of course she did. Sarah stayed where she was, wrapped in his hoodie and suddenly colder inside it. She let the music smear together with the lake wind. The fire popped and sent sparks up into the dark, each one bright for a second before the night swallowed it. Ryan laughed, full and confident, and the group tipped toward him the way flowers tilt toward sun. She knew the next story, too. The one about the spillway. How he was the only one brave enough to throw a backflip off the edge, and how Nate froze at the top even though he played water polo. She had heard it enough times to know where he would pause, where the boys would groan, where Jennifer would accuse him of making half of it up. Ryan glanced at Sarah. She kept her eyes on the fire. He kept talking. A few seconds later, he looked again. Longer this time. "Sarah," he called suddenly, cutting himself off mid-sentence. Several heads turned. He didn't have to do that. He could have let her sit there. He could have walked over quietly. But he said her name like he was tossing a hook. "You falling asleep over there?" It sounded playful. Almost. Beneath it, something pressed. A test. Sarah raised her eyes slowly. "No." One word. Flat. No smile wrapped around it. For half a breath, the circle went still in that particular way groups do when everyone senses a shift and nobody wants to be the person who says so. Ryan's jaw moved once. Then he came back toward her with a drink in his hand. She lifted a palm before he could offer it. "You've been weird all night," he said under his breath. Only for her now. There it was. The crack, small and ordinary, opening in the middle of something that had looked harmless a minute ago. He didn't like being overlooked. She didn't like being called back like a dog. "I'm just not in the mood to clap every time I'm supposed to," Sarah said. Her voice stayed even. "And I've heard that story all week. Nate could lose his scholarship. You think you might understand why it isn't funny to everyone." Stephanie blinked. Sarah almost never spoke to anyone like that. Jennifer suddenly found the fire fascinating. Nate looked down at his shoes. Ryan's mouth opened a little. Surprise crossed his face so quickly most people might have missed it. Then the grin came back. "Oh," he said, letting out a short laugh. "Didn't he realize you were so worried about Nate? Or that I needed an applause sign?" "You don't," Sarah said. "That's the point." The grin stayed put. His eyes didn't follow. For one brief second, he looked unsure. Not embarrassed. Not angry. Lost. Like she had stepped off a path he had assumed they were both still walking, and when he turned to reach for her, she was no longer where he expected. Behind them, the fire cracked hard. Someone shifted in a chair. Jennifer tried to laugh at something, too late and too loud. Ryan looked at Sarah again. This time he didn't skim over her, didn't play to anyone watching. Something awkward and unguarded came through his face before he could smooth it away. "You're too smart for your own good," he said quietly. It should have sounded like another line. It didn't. It was too uneven. Too badly delivered. Too close to the truth. Sarah frowned. "What is that supposed to mean?" He lifted one shoulder, then let it drop. The movement was small and strangely uncertain. "It means," he looked away for a second, then back. "Maybe I'm being an idiot." He could have made it charming. He could have grinned and turned it into one more thing people forgave him for. He didn't. He stood there with his hands buried in his pockets, shifting his weight like he had suddenly become aware of his own body and didn't know where to put it. "You don't have to act like you don't care when you're clearly upset," he added. Softly. Not quite an accusation. Not quite anything he knew how to say plainly. Sarah's chest tightened, not because it was romantic, but because it was the first honest thing he had given her all night. Ryan did not know how to speak without dressing it up. He did not know how to admit that her pulling away had knocked something inside him off balance. So he made it sound like a problem with her. "I'm not the one acting," she said. He went still. The radio changed songs behind them. A breeze moved in from the lake, cooler now, carrying smoke back around their ankles. "I don't act," Ryan said automatically. But there was no strength under it. Because beneath the jokes, beneath the easy grin, beneath the instinct to turn every second into performance, he understood exactly what she meant. He pretended attention was enough. He pretended everyone else's admiration weighed the same. Most of all, he pretended Sarah's opinion of him did not matter more than all the others put together. Across the fire, Stephanie said something bright and pointless, trying to tug the night back into shape. Trying to pull his attention away from Sarah because she didn't want him standing that close for that long. Ryan didn't look at her. He was still watching Sarah like he was trying to figure out when she had become someone he couldn't automatically win. Someone he couldn't read by habit. Someone whose rules he no longer knew. He hated that. She could see it. "Forget it," he muttered. Then he turned back to the circle, voice rising as he went, personality sliding into place like a jacket. Within seconds he was louder again, broader again, bright enough for everyone to relax. The night resumed. Mostly. But the timing had changed. When Ryan laughed, the sound came out a little too sharp. When he told the next story, his pauses were half a beat off. The group still followed him, because they always did, but Sarah heard the strain now. She watched him without longing. That surprised her. She had thought what she felt for Ryan was longing, but it had always been tangled with something older and more complicated. Hurt was there, maybe, but not the kind she had expected. He had not broken her heart. Not exactly. Ryan would never mean to hurt her. She believed that. What she saw was clearer than hurt. A seam. A place where something vulnerable had nearly surfaced before he buried it under noise. Ryan Walker did not know how to care carefully. He knew how to care in spectacle. In jokes. In rescue gestures. In a hoodie pulled over her head before she could refuse. In a glance tossed across a fire that looked like intimacy if you wanted it badly enough. He knew how to make people feel warm. He did not know what to do after that. One more time, his eyes found her. Checking. Making sure she was still there. She was. But not in the way she had been when she was 8. Not in the way she had been through birthdays and games and family trips and Rocky Road cookies. Not in the way he expected. For years, Sarah had looked into Ryan's eyes and believed there was something steady waiting there. Tonight, she understood she had mostly been seeing her own reflection. The knowledge did not hurt all at once. It cooled her first. The wanting eased back. The magic thinned. The hoodie around her shoulders became only fabric, smoke, and borrowed warmth. Ryan turned back to his audience, and they leaned toward him again. Sarah looked out across the lake. She no longer felt chosen. She felt awake. And later, much later, she would understand that this was where everything started. Sarah Bennett had known Ryan Walker long before she knew what it meant to like him. Before the lake bonfires and cheap beer. Before the football games and teen spirit. Before boys mattered in ways that made your chest feel weird and your voice sound different when you said their name. Back when summers meant plastic kiddie pools and red, white, and blue popsicles that stained everything they touched, when sand could ruin your hair, and you didn't care. Ryan had been the tall boy who ran faster than everyone else and always came back when someone tripped. Not because he cared if they were hurt, but because of how it made him look to others who watched. Jennifer used to joke that Sarah and Ryan were issued together at birth, just a year apart, and met 8 years later. Friends by proximity. If one was at Jennifer's house, the other was somewhere close behind. She was 9 when Ryan taught her how to skip rocks that first trip to Jennifer's family cabin. She thrown her straight down into the water with a grimace. He laughed. No, like this, he said, stepping forward so she could watch him better. Bend low, arm flat, then flick it. Her rock skipped twice. She looked at him like he performed magic. In that moment, maybe he had. Ryan had always liked that look she gave him, and leaned to do whatever he could to see it. By middle school, he'd grown more into himself. Longer limbs made him good at sports. Louder laugh made him popular. Teachers would scold him for outbursts, but never stayed mad at him long when he smiled sweetly. He could talk his way out of almost anything, and he did often. Sarah watched it happen like a spectator sport. She wasn't clingy or creepy, she just noticed things. She noticed he got quiet when he was nervous before a basketball game. Noticed it was not his favorite sport. She noticed he hated onions but pretended not to when he was trying to impress someone. She noticed he smiled differently at girls he wanted something from. He didn't smile at her like that. He smiled at her as if she were safe, and that had meant something. Once again, she thought it did. High school shifted everything. He was a grade older, and that was the year his dad left. So, freshman year, Ryan discovered how easily attention came to him and what he gained from it. By sophomore year, he expected it. Sarah never competed for it now that she was a freshman. She was too steady for that. Knew him too well. Girls tried to be near him like Sarah was, tried to be wanted like her. Girls wished to be Ryan's Sarah. How ironic she would come to think. She took home EC because she loved to cook, her grandmother had recently moved in, and she wanted to do something together. Because kneading dough and eating frosting felt calming in a world that suddenly felt unpredictable. Colleges now coming to scout games. Military recruiters setting up booths at lunch. Teachers offering to write letters of recommendation. Summer jobs, volunteer work, the list was never ending. But Sarah, she knew what she wanted to do. Because her grandmother had taught her that feeding people was a way of loving them without asking for anything in return. That's what made you a good person, and Sarah was a good person. The first time she brought Ryan something she baked, it hadn't even been planned. He mentioned offhand that his mom had forgotten his birthday cake last year, when the divorce was final. Said it like a joke. Like it didn't matter, but she knew it did. So, Sarah showed up the next day with a small container of carrot cake cupcakes wrapped in foil in a warped Tupperware, knowing he would never return a nice one. Happy on birthday, she said lightly, handing it to him in the hallway. He blinked at her. For me? Well, I'm not eating all of them. He grinned, wide, bright, and took one immediately. Sarah Bennett, he said dramatically, you're a national treasure. I mean, what more could a man want? She laughed. But what she felt was quieter than that, like this was hope, it was going to be like this forever. And she looked forward to it, them together as best friends forever. After that, it became a rhythm. Chocolate chip cookies during finals week. Banana bread when he twisted his ankle a week before a big game. Snickerdoodles before the big game. She'd walk all the way to his classroom, knock on the door, hand things off casually like it was nothing after home EC. Whatever she had made was now made for him, and Ryan always looked pleased. Not just pleased, but smug as well when the other guys in class begged to have some, but he never shared. He never share Sarah. Never. But this was how things were supposed to be. By junior year, it was practically tradition. He started saving her a seat at basketball games once he quit to focus on football. They always lounge on each other. It had started off as innocent when they were younger. The other refused to move, so you had to bully your way in under their legs. Now it was immediate. He'd come to sit, and she would lift her legs and shift them over him, or vice versa. It was intentional, but after so many years, it held no heat in it, until it did. Until he sat under her, lifted her legs, turned them towards him on purpose, just so she would have to put her thighs over him. Neither of them said a thing about it, how the air felt heavy, and they could suddenly hear each other's breathing. So things continued. She started knowing which Gatorade he preferred now that he suddenly had a preference. He'd call her house phone after practice sometimes, and she'd rush to it, knowing it had to be him this late after practice. Stretching the cord down the hallway to sit at the end of the carpet so her dad wouldn't overhear. You still up? He'd ask. Obviously, she'd reply. They'd talk about nothing. Movies they wanted to see. Who was dating who? What song was overplayed on the radio? He told her things he didn't tell other people. She listened. Ryan liked being listened to, and Sarah liked knowing. The truth was, he enjoyed her in a way that felt uncomplicated. She didn't flirt aggressively. She didn't demand his attention, just had it. She didn't chase if anything, he did. She just showed up. And Ryan had grown used to her showing up. She was the only one in his life who did. His mom now had to go back to work, so he was alone at night. His dad was gone, living with his new girlfriend. But Sarah, she stayed late when she knew she could get in trouble for it. Came over to make him dinner, under the pretense that she was practicing for class. They'd watch Jeopardy, and then she would leave her dad picking her up after work, or he would take her home. He liked that she knew his favorite things. Liked that she always brought the chips he preferred to parties. Liked that she never asked for anything in return. It felt easy. It felt safe. It felt like something that would always be there. And that was the problem. Because Ryan Walker had never once considered what would happen if she stopped like everyone else. The bonfire thinned out around midnight. Coolers were shut. Chairs folded. The radio finally clicked off. Ryan tossed his keys in the air once before catching them. "Jen, you riding with us?" he called. "Obviously," Jennifer said, heading toward the back seat like she always did. And Sarah stopped at the back of the car. It was instinct for Jennifer to grab the back seat. For Sarah to take shotgun. It had been decided the day Ryan got his license. Technically. The summer of her freshman year, they'd all complained about who got to control the music. Who had to sit in back? Who had to climb over seats? Ryan had helped Sarah win that bet. Stacked the rules in her favor. Declared that whoever made the best mixed CD got permanent passenger rights. Sarah had shown up with labeled CDs, handwritten track lists, and transitions timed perfectly. Jenny brought a Barry Manilow CD she swiped from her mom at the last minute. Sarah D won. He said it was only fair, but he also wanted her there. Up front. Within reach of the radio. Within reach of him. Jennifer opened the back door automatically. Sarah cleared her throat. "I'll sit in back." Jennifer froze. Ryan did too. They looked at each other over the hood of the car, confusion flickering between them. Sarah always sat in the passenger seat. It wasn't a question. It was hers. "You sure?" Ryan asked. It was casual, but not entirely. "Yeah," she said. "I want to stretch out." Jennifer hesitated, then shrugged, walking around the car and slid into the front seat. Ryan's eyes lingered on Sarah a second longer than necessary before he got in. The engine started, and "You Can't Hurry Love" by the Supremes came on, and Sarah wanted to scream. She got it. Enough signs, she just wanted to be done waiting on a boy. The headlights cut across the dirt road, and Sarah slid across the back seat, stretching out, pressing her temple to the cool glass of the window. The car smelled like smoke and lake water, and the hoodie smelled like Ryan's cologne. She closed her eyes, listening to the song change to 99 Left Balance, and felt as if her own CDs were mocking her. The night rolled past in dark blurs as they wound up the mountain. Up front, Jennifer started talking immediately about Tyler's house party, filling space the way she always did. Ryan answered, but distracted, because every few seconds, his eyes flicked up to the rearview mirror. She could feel it. Even with her eyes closed. "Sarah," he said once. You okay?" "I'm fine, stop asking." "You sound like a parrot." She attempted a joke. She wasn't crying about this revelation. She wasn't dramatic. She was thinking, and that was worse, because she was stuck. Stuck on something her grandmother had said that afternoon, and it ate at her all night. They'd been in the kitchen, flour dusting the counter, the air warm with vanilla and butter for the cookies she was making for the wedding, but also the extra batch for Ryan. Her grandmother had leaned against the sink, watching Sarah measure sugar. "Will Ryan be coming to the event?" she said thoughtfully. "We have time for you to match your boyfriend." Sarah had laughed too quickly. No. Still just friends." Her grandmother had gone quiet this time. She would have teased her, as she had many years before, but now she could see real sadness in Sarah's eyes. She walked over slowly, cupped Sarah's chin, and made her look up. "Do not fall for a boy who will not fall harder for you." Sarah had swallowed. "If he hasn't asked you out by now," her grandmother added gently, "he never will. Men like to pretend they don't know what they want, but they always do." And in that moment, she hadn't been able to lie to herself anymore. Because Ryan had never asked. Not officially. Not clearly. Not in a way that left no room for interpretation. Never even tried. He flirted. He looked at her like she was special, but he had never chosen her out loud. I thought you two were just hiding it. Her grandmother muttered to herself before turning back to her task. And they were hiding it, just from themselves. Up front, Jennifer laughed at something. Ryan didn't he? He looked in the mirror again. Sarah was staring out the window now, watching telephone lines roll by. She looked, far away. It unsettled him. She had always filled space. With commentary. With song suggestions. With quiet observations and stories of the night. Now she was silent. He adjusted the mirror slightly, just to see her better. She looked like she couldn't get out of her own head, and he hated that he didn't know what she was thinking. Sarah, he said again, softer this time. She didn't answer immediately. The road hummed beneath them. Yeah, she said finally. Want to get something to eat? The gas station's open. He offered. I am okay, she said, and he nodded, but he didn't believe it. Because okay wasn't what that looked like. That looked gone. The house lights of Jennifer's neighborhood came into view, and Ryan slowed the car. Jennifer reached for the door handle. Sarah sat up slowly in the back seat. Ryan. He glanced in the mirror. Yeah? Can you take me home? Jennifer paused mid-motion. What? You said sleep over, she groaned. I know, Sarah replied gently. I just want to go home, I am really tired. Ryan studied her reflection. There was no anger. No tears. No, anything, just resolute, and it scared him more than if she yelled. Yeah, he said quickly. Of course. Jennifer climbed out. The door shut as she called her a square and ran through the sprinklers to the front door. Now, silence filled the car. Ryan drove the extra few minutes without turning on the music. Sarah stayed in the back seat. Neither of them commented on it. When they pulled into her driveway, the porch light was on. She sat up slowly. He shifted in his seat. You aren't supposed to sit back there, he said quietly. It wasn't about the seat. She knew that. I know. She reached for the door handle. Sarah. She paused. He looked at her through the rearview mirror, then turned fully in his seat. For once, there was no audience. You're not mad at me, right? The question was small. Almost boyish. She studied him, and he looked confused. Then her grandmother's voice echoed again. If he hasn't asked you out by now, he never will. She could not even lie to herself anymore. No, she said softly. I'm not mad. She just wasn't going to wait. She opened the door and slowly took off his hoodie. Cool night air rushed in. Good night, Ryan. She said as she handed it to him through his open window. He stared at it, confused. She always wore it home, washed it so it smelled like her, then brought it back to him at school. All day, he would get to smell her. His hand closed around it, night, Sarah, and set it on his lap. She stepped away. He didn't pull away immediately. He watched her walk up the path. Watched her unlock the door. Watched the porch light swallow her whole. Only then did he exhale. Because for the first time in years, he wasn't sure she would always be there, and that can make a young man reckless. For those who don't know, in a small town, misunderstandings don't burst. They fester. And sometimes, they begin in the backseat of a car, with a girl staring out a window, realizing she deserved to be chosen for once. George Miller wasn't loud. That was the first thing anyone noticed about him. In a town where boys learned early how to take up space, to laugh big, talk bigger, and treat hallways like a show, George moved the opposite way Ryan did. He wasn't shy. He just didn't perform. And that alone made him different from Ryan Walker in a way Sarah could feel in her bones. School had a rhythm to it in September. Boots thumping in muddy hallways from the summer, trying to hang on. Lockers slammed like the students hated being back here. The smell of cafeteria pizza and fall settled over the school like a cloud. Sarah moved through it like she always had, steady, quiet, competent. Only now she was trying something new. The first change was small enough that no one noticed right away. In home EC, she still made treats for the football snack shack. Brownies. Muffins. Cinnamon rolls when the teacher let them get away with sneaking out of class after the rise to bake them. She still packed the extras or less pretty ones in Tupperware. Only she stopped taking them to Ryan's class. She stopped doing the hallway knock, the foil-wrapped handoff, the casual little smile that said I remembered you again. Instead, she took them to lunch. She set them in the middle of the table like community property. Jennifer, hunched over her algebra homework like it was a personal enemy, didn't even look up when Sarah placed the container down. I hate math and math hates me, Jennifer muttered, pencil tapping angrily. Math doesn't hate you, Sarah said, sliding into her seat. You just panic and stop reading. Jennifer made a sound of offense. That is absolutely not. Sarah leaned over and pointed to the worksheet. Right here. You skipped a step. Jennifer squinted. Oh. Yeah, Sarah said, softly. Oh. Across from them, Ryan dropped into the seat he always took without asking. It was practically his. Like the table came with him attached. His eyes went to the container. Then to Sarah. Then back to the container. He reached for it like instinct. Stopped. His gaze narrowed slightly, as if he realized something without having words for it. You bring those? He asked. Sarah popped open her milk and kept her voice light. For us? Jennifer asked, already reaching, grateful, and shameless, to avoid the hot lunch of the day. Sarah nodded. For whoever wants them. Ryan's fingers hovered over the lid again. The pause was brief, but Sarah saw it. His hand had always moved first. He had never once had to wonder if something was meant for him. He took one anyway, because Ryan didn't know how to hesitate for long. But he looked at her while he did it, like he was waiting for something. A smile. A private comment. A small signal that the old rules still applied. Sarah didn't give him one. She looked down at Jennifer's homework instead. Ryan chewed like it had lost sweetness. Your cinnamon rolls are getting better, he said, like he was complimenting her. Softer texture. Or claiming her, letting others close enough to know that he had eaten this many times before. Thanks, she said, and meant it. Then, after a beat, it's not hard when you actually measure things. Jennifer snorted. Dork. Ryan's eyes stayed on Sarah. You want to come to the corner store? He asked. I'm getting a tea. It was casual, but it wasn't tea. It was an invitation dressed like a habit. Their habit. Sarah didn't look up. I'm okay. Ryan blinked. It was almost funny, the way boys like him didn't understand refusal unless it was a fight. You sure? He asked. I'm sure. Jennifer, bless her obliviousness, was still fighting with algebra. Sarah, she said, groaning, tell me what this one even means. Sarah leaned in again, patient. Okay. So you isolate the variable. Ryan sat back. The chair leg scraped the cafeteria floor. It wasn't aggressive, but it wasn't nothing, either. Alright, he said, like he didn't care. Steph, he called. Stephanie Willis, sitting at the end of an adjacent table like she'd been waiting for her name to be called, perked up instantly. I'll go, she said. And that S when Sarah felt it. That small, childish instinct, the one she hated admitting existed. Not jealousy. Not exactly, more like replacement. Just the old sting of watching Ryan turn and find another audience the second she didn't respond. Cool, Ryan said, already standing. Let us go. He didn't look at Sarah as he left. That was deliberate. He wanted her to feel it because Ryan didn't like being ignored, and Sarah didn't like being summoned. And this wasn't how either of them expected his senior year to begin. The corner store sat 3 blocks from school, the kind of place that sold slushies, gum, cheap perfume, and iced tea that tasted like sugar and chemicals. Sarah had gone with Ryan 100 times. He always grabbed her favorite first, half, before she could reach for it, acting like it was a joke. Then handing it to her like it wasn't tea. Like taking care of her was accidental. Like he hadn't noticed her favorites because he'd been paying attention all these years. Now she watched him through the cafeteria window as he crossed the parking lot with Stephanie. Watched him push open the door for her, never opening it for her. And felt the strangest thing. Relief. Not because he was with Stephanie, but because she wasn't following. She wasn't orbiting anymore. George Miller slid into the seat across from her as if the opening had appeared right on time. It probably had. Sarah was never alone. Not really. Not with Ryan. Not with Jennifer. Not in a town where everyone knew everyone and loneliness was treated like a contagious disease. But today, for the first time in a long time, there was space around her, and George noticed it. The bell above the corner store door jingled as Ryan pushed it open, holding it just long enough for Stephanie to slip inside ahead of him. "Make it quick," he said, already scanning the drink coolers. Stephanie rolled her eyes playfully. "Relax. I'm not moving in." The store smelled like cleaning spray and warm plastic. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead. A couple freshmen were arguing near the candy aisle. Ryan headed straight for the cooler. He reached in automatically, fingers wrapping around the familiar condensation slick can before he even looked at the label. Half and half. Her favorite. He stared at it. For a second, he could see it, her sitting cross-legged in his passenger seat, popping the top, talking about nothing while a CD played too loud. He almost grabbed two. His hand shifted. Paused. Stephanie came up beside him, leaning into his space. "You're not seriously getting that for her," she said lightly. She said she didn't want it. He didn't respond. He was still holding it. "You know," she went on, smirking, "with all that baking she does, I'm surprised she hasn't put on more weight." Ryan's head snapped toward her. Stephanie shrugged, pretending innocence. "I'm just saying. All those cookies? They were always dry by the time they got to the snack shack anyway, so what is the point if she is just going to get fat?" The words landed as dismissive and mean, no hint of a joke. Ryan's jaw tightened. Not because he thought Sarah was gaining weight. Not because he thought the cookies were dry, but because he knew exactly how much work went into them. He knew how early she got up. He knew she measured everything twice. He knew she carried them in careful containers so they wouldn't crumble or get dry. Stephanie laughed like she said something clever that his didn't hear. Ryan kept the half and half tea without thinking. "For me?" Stephanie brightened. "A Coke for whoever," he said shortly. They walked to the counter. He could feel something in his chest was unfamiliar. He hadn't liked the way Stephanie said it. He hadn't liked that she felt comfortable saying it to him. He hadn't liked that he hesitated, and he realized that the feeling was guilt. Outside, he walked faster than necessary. "Ryan," Stephanie huffed, trying to keep up. "Slow down. We've got like 10 minutes left," he said. "I'm not missing lunch." But that wasn't why he was rushing. He didn't want to think about why he grabbed Sarah's drink. Didn't want to think about why Stephanie's comment had bothered him more than the idea of Sarah laughing without him or others eating from her plate of treats that should only be his. The short car ride back was infuriating. Sarah's CD came on, and this time I'm gonna be 500 miles came on, and his knuckles strained on the wheel, because without Sarah singing along theatrically, it wasn't the same. Jennifer groaned again, flipping her worksheet. "I swear, if Mrs. Taylor gives one more quiz, I'm dropping out and becoming a roadkill taxidermist." "You're not dropping out," Sarah said. "You're just dramatic, but I bet they make more than you think. That is a dying skill." "I am not dramatic," Jennifer declared, while being dramatic. "And you?" George's mouth twitched. "You could always marry rich." Jennifer looked up. "That's my plan." Sarah laughed softly. George looked at Sarah when she laughed, smiling at the sound. "You got work after school?" he asked. Sarah nodded. "Yeah." Jennifer pointed her pencil at her like she was making a case in court. "Sarah is literally keeping half of Maplewood alive with ham and cheese rolls." Sarah rolled her eyes. "It's more than that." George leaned forward slightly. "What are you doing after graduation?" "I mean, I think we will all be sad when you leave the deli." The question landed heavier than it should be. Jennifer didn't notice. Sarah did. She wiped a crumb off her thumb. "Working." George blinked. "Like until college?" Sarah shook her head. "No college," she said calmly. George stared at her like she announced she was moving to Mars. Jennifer, finally understanding the conversation, lifted her head. "Wait, what?" "Sarah, you're not going to college?" Sarah's stomach ached. Not because she was ashamed, because she was tired of people reacting as if choosing something different was a moral failure. I know what I want to do already, Sarah said evenly. George's brows pulled together. Which is? I want to open a bakery, she said. The words came easier now that she said them out loud before, even if only to herself. The owners of the deli have made comments about wanting to sell, and I can run that by myself. Already do, my grandmother said she would help me for a while, until I can hire someone. My dad even said he will co-sign a loan if I really want to. It's all we talk about at dinner now. I picked up 2 other weddings next summer. Jennifer's mouth opened. Closed. That's actually kind of amazing, she said, as if she just realized Sarah was planning a whole life. Sarah's lips twitched. Thank you for finally noticing. George studied her for a long moment. Then he asked, quietly, and people act like that's wrong? Sarah let out a soft breath. Like I'm wasting something or too young to know. My dad says I have to finish high school, and I can't wait for next year. I only have 4 core classes and 2 open periods. My guidance counselor is helping me figure out a schedule so I can start taking over the deli. Betty is 70 and wants to retire sooner, and I can't want to be in the real world. George nodded once, like it confirmed something he already knew. I get that, he said. Sarah glanced at him. You do? He hesitated, then said it anyway. I'm enlisting. Jennifer made a sound. Like after graduation? George nodded. Right after. Sarah forced her face into something supportive. She did. She tried, but something cold slid under her ribs. Because she had lost a grandparent to the war. Not in some dramatic movie way. In the slow way. The way she had never gotten to know him, only living in her grandmother's stories. Sarah was not the right person to ask for enthusiasm. She started, then stopped. George's eyes softened as he looked back into hers, and for once, she didn't see herself. She saw his real amusement while struggling to be supportive, just like people were to her. But he didn't push. That was his gift. That's okay, he said gently, like he understood more than she said. You don't have to. The cafeteria doors swung open again, and Ryan walked back in with Stephanie. Sarah saw it immediately. Ryan held 2 drinks, and his expression sharpened when he saw George beside her. He turned and walked straight toward Sarah. He stopped at the table, eyeing George like he was a problem he didn't want to solve. Then Ryan hopped up and sat on the edge of the table beside Sarah like he belonged there. Like he had always belonged there. He slid the drink toward her. Her favorite. Sarah looked at it. Then up at him. Ryan's jaw worked like he wanted to say something and didn't know how to do it without turning it into a joke. Here, he said, too casual. They didn't have the other one. It was a lie. Sarah knew it. Ryan knew she knew it. George watched the exchange like he was witnessing a quiet fight in a foreign language. Sarah didn't take the drink immediately. Ryan reached into the Tupperware and grabbed one of the treats. He took a bite of a misshapen cookie. Chewed. They're not dry, he said flatly. Stephanie stood behind him, irritated. Sarah's eyes flicked between them. She hadn't heard what was said in the store, but she could feel it, and Ryan couldn't quite meet her eyes. Then, like he couldn't help himself, he muttered, I don't like sharing my food with other people. Sarah's narrowed on him. Then don't, she said simply. Ryan swallowed, looking thrown off. It's mine, he started. Sarah lifted her chin slightly. It's not just for you, Ryan. The words weren't cruel, but they were final. She pushed the container toward Jennifer, who was pretending she couldn't feel tension even though she absolutely could. I need more opinions, or I'll never grow, Sarah added lightly. Ryan stared at her like she said something he couldn't comprehend. He never thought of her growth as something that could move away from him. Like sunlight could stop landing in his yard. George cleared his throat. Thanks, he said politely, reaching for one. Sarah nodded. Ryan's fingers tightened around the edge of the table. There was a beat of silence. Then George, casual but intentional, asked, so what would you change first on the deli? Ryan blinked. Change? The deli had been there since they were kids. Same faded sign. Same red booths. Same cracked tile near the counter. Sarah leaned her elbows on the table, suddenly animated. Sarah turned toward him, and something shifted in her face. It beamed. Oh, everything, she said, almost laughing at herself. Not the recipes. Those are solid. But the look? It needs warmth. George nodded like he knew this was important. Like what? She didn't hesitate. Cream on the outside, she said. Not that dingy yellow it is now. A soft cream. And French blue and white awnings. Jennifer perked up. French blue? Yeah, Sarah said, eyes shining. And striped. Over the front windows. Something that makes people feel like they're stepping into something purposeful, and it will really brighten up that corner of town. Ryan watched her. He had seen her excited before. After games. At bonfires. Laughing in his passenger seat, but this was different. This wasn't he about him. This wasn't he about attention. This was her. Fully. You've thought about this, George said, impressed. Sarah smiled. My grandma and I already picked the colors. Ryan felt something drop in his stomach. She picked colors. With her grandmother, and he hadn't known. George leaned in slightly. What about inside? White stone tile, she said immediately. Real tile. And glass display cases that actually shows the pastries instead of hiding them. And handwritten menu boards. Not the plastic ones. Jennifer stared at her. Since when have you been planning a renovation, Martha? Since forever, Sarah said, laughing softly. No one ever asked. Ryan swallowed. He realized something in that moment that made him feel like he had been slapped on the back of the head. He had never asked her that question that dig was at him. Not once. Not what she change. Not what she build. Not what she wanted beyond showing up for him. She had talked about it often enough, but he always deliberately changed the topic. You said something about an internship? George prompted. Her eyes lit up again. Yeah, she said, almost bouncing in her seat. This winter. There's a French bakery in the city, about an hour away. I got an internship there. Jennifer gasped. Sarah. I start in January, Sarah continued, words tumbling now. They do actual French techniques. Laminated dough. Real croissants. Proper proofing. None of the shortcut stuff. Ryan stared at her. He had no idea what laminated dough meant. He had no idea she had applied anywhere. He had no idea she was leaving town to do something real. I'm so excited, she admitted, breathless. Like, actually excited. I get to learn from someone who trained in Paris. George's expression softened. That's huge. It's just for the winter, and I do not get paid, she said quickly, as if minimizing it. But still. It's something I have always wanted. Ryan had not seen her this excited since the summer. Not since before. Before she started pulling away. Her hands were moving when she talked now. Her cheeks flushed. Her whole body leaned forward like the future was something she could actually reach. And George. George cared enough to ask. That was the part that burned. He cared enough to see her. To ask follow-up questions. To listen. Ryan felt displaced in a way he couldn't explain. He had always thought he was the center of her world. Not because she said it, because she acted like it. That's cool, Ryan said finally. It came out flatter than he meant it to. Sarah looked at him. There was no accusation in her eyes. No more expectation. Just a clean distance. Thanks, she said politely. Politely. George smiled at her again. You're going to be really good at this, he said. She held his gaze for a second longer than necessary. Yeah, she said quietly. I think I am. Ryan's fingers curled tighter against the table edge. The bell rang. Chairs scraped back. The noise of the cafeteria swelled again. Sarah snapped the lid onto the Tupperware and slid it into her bag. Ryan stood, but for once he didn't feel ahead of her. He felt behind. And he hated that George had been the one to make her glow like that. Hated that he hadn't even known what questions to ask. As they walked toward class, Ryan lagged half a step behind. Listening to her and George talk about Paris. About pastry. About things that had nothing to do with football. Nothing to do with him. And for the first time, a thought surfaced that he couldn't push down. If she keeps growing like this, I won't fit. The realization sat heavily in his chest. Because losing her to another guy was one thing. But losing her to her own future? That terrified him in a way jealousy never could. And for the first time since she stopped answering his calls, Ryan Walker felt small. After school, Ryan drove Sarah to work like he always did. The deli smelled like pickles, fryer oil, and floor cleaner on a not white dingy floor. Sarah grabbed her apron from her cubby, tying it around her waist. Ryan leaned against the counter like he had nowhere else to be. "Hey," she said, hesitant. "I have to tell you something." She beamed unexpectedly after the quiet car ride with her reading her English homework. Ryan's eyes lit up, reflects of hope. Like finally, something that felt like them again. "What?" Sarah smiled slightly. "I saved up enough to buy a car." Ryan blinked. "You did what?" She nodded, excitement trying to rise even though something in her felt cautious. "This weekend. My dad's taking me to pick one out." Ryan's mouth opened. Closed. He looked like he wanted to be happy for her and didn't he know how to hold the feeling. "Oh," he said. "I mean," Sarah added quickly, "you're off the hook. You don't have to drive me anymore." Ryan forced a grin. "Yeah," he said. "Great. Awesome." But his eyes were strange. She hadn't seen him make that look before. "I just, will be making that long drive, and you were always late to practice because of me." Her eyes flicked to the clock. Betty Davis' eyes crackled through the radio static, tinny and distorted through the deli's old speakers. He stared at her for a breath too long, not knowing what to say. Because if she had a car, she didn't need him. Not for rides to school. Not for work. Not for the lake. Not for parties. And Ryan had never been good at losing something he didn't realize wasn't his. "Speaking of, I gotta go," he grunted before turning to leave. "See you after," he called over his shoulder. She nodded slowly as she watched him walk out. Practice was brutal. Coach Friggs didn't wait 5 minutes before laying into him. "Walker." He barked across the gym. "You think talent excuses you being late?" Ryan clenched his jaw. "I wasn't late." He was. "You were off with your little girlfriend," Coach shot back. "And if you're distracted, you're useless to me." The word stung. Ryan didn't argue. He ran drills harder. Threw harder. Drove into his team like he wanted to knock something loose from inside his chest. Every missed shot felt personal. Every whistle felt like a blow to his ego. By the time the scrimmage started, he was on fire. He moved faster than everyone else. Anger made him play better today. By the end of practice, even Coach's tone had shifted. "That's what I expect," he muttered, almost approving. Ryan barely heard him. All that energy, all that rage, and it didn't fix the one thing he couldn't outrun. She didn't need him anymore. He pulled up outside the deli 20 minutes later. Engine idling, her favorite mix in, he made sure of it. He checked the clock on the dash. She should be out any second. There was a ritual to this. She would come out with a small paper bag. Fries. Sometimes, onion rings if she was feeling reckless. A drink for her. A drink for him. They split the fries between them on the drive. He steal the crispy ones first. She pretend to protest. It had always felt like something small but solid. Reliable. The door chimed. She stepped out. Empty-handed. Ryan frowned. She got into the passenger seat, her seat, and closed the door. No bag. No drink. No fries. "Hey," he said. "Hey." He pulled away from the curb as Pump Up the Jam played right on cue. He waited for her to sing or fill the silence, but she didn't. "How was work?" he tried. "Busy." Her tone was clipped, and he didn't expect that. "Anything interesting happen?" he tried again. "Not really." He gripped the steering wheel tighter. The song played out of place between them to the point that she turned it down and he tried again. "You sell out of those muffins?" "Mm-hmm. That's good." Another pause. He felt like he was knocking on a door that used to be open. Out of nowhere, she said, "Did you tell Stephanie you thought I was gaining weight?" His foot nearly slammed the brake. The car jerked slightly. "What?" he snapped, heart racing. She kept her eyes forward, not wishing to look at him, and he could feel that. "Steph came into the deli today," she said evenly. "She ordered our new low-calorie wrap." Ryan stared at the road. "And?" "She said I should probably try it." His stomach dropped. "She said I went up a pant size," Sarah continued. "She said you agreed." Ryan's head whipped toward her. "I what?" "She said you noticed." His mind scrambled. The corner store. The joke. He hadn't agreed. He hadn't corrected her either. "I didn't say that," he said quickly. She gave a small shrug. She seemed pretty confident. "I didn't say that," he repeated, louder now. "Okay." The calmness in her voice felt worse than anger. He struggled for words. "I don't look at you like that," he said finally. "So I don't notice." "You look the same to me." The second it left his mouth, he knew it was wrong. Her face changed. Just a small flinch. A tightening at the corner of her mouth. Like something had pressed too hard. "The same," she repeated quietly. He swallowed. "I mean, I don't." He died a little inside. Because he did notice her. All the time. The way her jeans fit. The way her hips curved when she leaned across the seat. The way her waist fit perfectly under his hand. There was nothing wrong with her. Not in the least. If anything, he noticed her too much, but he didn't know how to say that without it sounding like something else. Sarah looked out the window. "Okay," she said again. That word again. "Okay." He hated it. He hated that she wasn't yelling. Hated that she wasn't demanding to know what was really said. Hated that she was just absorbing it, and probably not believing him. He drove the rest of the way in silence. When he pulled into her driveway, she unbuckled immediately. "I'll see you tomorrow," she said. "Sarah." But she was already out of the car. He watched her walk up the steps. Watched her open the door. Watched it close. He sat there longer than he meant to, because he had defended her in his own way. He had grabbed her favorite tea. He had been angry at Stephanie for saying those things. And somehow, he had still managed to hurt her more. Ryan leaned back against the headrest. Ran his hands over his face. He didn't know how to fix this. He didn't know how to care without sounding careless. And he didn't know why everything felt like it was slipping out of his hands when he hadn't realized he was holding anything at all. That night, Ryan went to his dad's. He hated split custody. Hated the shift between homes, like his life was a backpack passed between adults who didn't know what to do with him. His dad's place smelled like stale beer and something sour. There was always no food. Or if there was, it was the wrong kind. The kind that didn't feel like someone cared if you ate. Ryan opened the cupboard and found one box of Lucky Charms. Stale. He poured a bowl anyway. His dad was at the table, already red-faced, already halfway gone. "You late again?" his dad slurred. Ryan didn't answer. He sat, ate a bite, and tried not to taste the metal under the sweetness. His dad leaned back, squinting at him like he was searching for something. "Coach called," his dad said. Ryan's spoon paused. "Yeah?" Skepticism edged in. Because his dad didn't answer when the coaches called. "Coach says you've been getting to practice late," his dad said. "Because of your girlfriend, Sarah." Ryan stared. Heat rose under his skin. "Sarah's not my girlfriend." His dad lifted a brow. "That what you tell her?" Ryan's grip tightened on the spoon. "It doesn't matter," Ryan said sharply. "She's buying her own car anyway. Told me today. So it's not a problem anymore." His dad watched him for signs of care. For anything to tease out. "Sorry you two broke up," his dad said, voice suddenly almost soft. "I thought you really liked her." Ryan's stomach twisted. He shoved the bowl away, appetite gone. "We never dated," he muttered, standing up so fast the chair legs screeched. He walked down the hall to his room, shutting the door too hard. Then he stood there. In the dark. Breathing. Because the truth was, it wasn't he just his dad who assumed. Everyone assumed. Everyone saw it. Everyone knew it. Except Ryan. Or maybe he'd known. And refused to name it. Because naming it would mean choosing. And choosing would mean future. And Ryan didn't like thinking about the future. He liked easy. He liked things that stayed the same. He liked Sarah right where she'd always been, close, loyal, safe. But now she wanted a car. A bakery. A life that moved forward. And Ryan? Ryan wanted out. Out of this town. Out of his dad's house. Out of the ache he carried around like it was normal. He wanted easy, and Sarah was not that. Not anymore. The thought scared him. So he did what he always did when something scared him. He tried to pretend it didn't matter. Except this time alone in his room, staring at the ceiling, listening to his dad's footsteps stumble in the kitchen, he couldn't make the lie stick. Because he knew what she wanted. And he knew what he wanted. And they didn't align. So maybe it was better. Maybe it was smarter. To not ruin a good thing just because he loved her. Ryan swallowed hard, staring into the dark like it might answer him back. Easy, he told himself, keep it easy. But somewhere deep in his chest, something tight and quiet answered anyway. If she keeps pulling away, you're going to lose her completely. And he didn't know what to do with that. Monday, the first thing Ryan noticed was that the car was not impressive. It wasn't flashy like his. It wasn't shiny like his. It wasn't loud like his. It was beige. Of course, it was beige. Sarah stood beside it in the student parking lot like she'd just been handed the keys to something precious. Jennifer circled it slowly. Oh my God, she breathed. It's so responsible. Sarah laughed. It runs really well and handles in the snow. That's not a personality trait. It is if you're the one paying for it. The late afternoon sun caught in her brown hair, turning it warm and golden. She looked proud, not flashy proud, but earned proud. She had paid for nearly the whole thing in cash besides the tax, which had been more than she expected. Ryan slowed his walk without meaning to. His friend Nate walked beside him, mid-story about practice, but Ryan wasn't listening anymore. They'd just come off morning drills, jerseys half-tucked, cleats slung over shoulders. Sweat cooling in the cool morning air. Ryan's eyes locked on the car. Then on her. Practical. That was the word that hit him. It wasn't the kind of car you showed off. It was the kind you planned around. Nate stopped first. Well, I'll be damned, he said, grinning. Bennett got wheels. Sarah looked up at the sound of their voices. For a split second, her smile was instinctive like it always had been. Then it shifted into a look she gave to everyone else. Hey, she said. Ryan stepped closer, hands shoved into his pockets like he wasn't feeling anything at all. You bought this? He asked. Yep. Jennifer leaned against the hood dramatically. She saved like an 80-year-old man during the Great Depression. I'm just bummed it only has a tape deck, she admitted, glancing inside. I wanted a CD player. It came with one to install because the owner was going to, but it's going to cost me like a month of gas money to pay to get it installed. I can't waste that right now. She said it lightly, but Ryan heard something in it. Calculation. Budget. Forward motion again. Nate's eyes lit up instantly. I can put it in. Sarah blinked. What? Yeah, Nate said, already walking around to the driver's side like it was a challenge. I just installed one in my truck for auto shop. It's not hard. You just rewire the harness and swap the head unit. Sarah looked at him like he'd just handed her the moon, because to Sarah, music was life. Seriously? She asked, holding her breath. Seriously. But you have to make me the chocolate gooey thing. Nate grinned at her in a way that made Ryan's jaw hurt. He stepped forward quickly. I can help, he said. Too fast. Too sharp. Sarah turned toward him, and here was the moment. This was where she would usually beam. Thank him. Accept. Let him take over like he always did. Instead, she smiled politely. It's okay, she said. You're busy. Ryan blinked. I'm not that busy. You have practice. And games. And everything else if you want to get scouted. The words were gentle. But they landed like a door closing. I don't want to take up more of your time. Ryan went still. Jennifer, standing between them, looked from one to the other like she'd just realized she'd missed 4 chapters of a book. It's literally wiring, Nate added cheerfully, oblivious to the emotional landmine he was stepping on. We can do it Wednesday. After school? Sarah didn't hesitate. Yeah. That'd be great, and I can make that. It's my dad's favorite. Ryan stared at her. She hadn't even looked at him before answering. And that was also new. Cool, Nate said. I'll bring my tools. I can come by after practice. He gave Ryan a clap on the shoulder like they were all on the same team. Ryan didn't feel like they were. He felt displaced. Like someone had stepped into a spot he hadn't realized he needed to guard. Thank you, she hugged him. Can't wait. When they walked toward the upper building, Jennifer slowed her pace deliberately until Ryan and Nate moved ahead. Then she hooked her arm through Sarah's. Okay, Jennifer said quietly. What did I miss? Nothing. Jennifer gave her a look. Did something happen between you and Ryan? Sarah didn't even have to think about the answer. She stopped walking and turned to her. Nothing has ever happened between us. The words weren't bitter. They were factual, and that was worse. Jennifer's mouth parted. Oh. Sarah inhaled slowly. She felt strangely calm, like saying it out loud had made it more real. Nothing had ever happened. Jennifer searched her face. Are you mad? No, Sarah said, and she meant it. She wasn't mad. She was done waiting for something that had never started. They resumed walking, but something had shifted. Jennifer could feel it. Ryan could feel it. Sarah had finally named it, and naming something makes it real. Wednesday afternoon came cold and sharp. Ryan told himself he was just taking the long way home. That the highway was backed up. That he needed gas. That it wasn't intentional, but when he turned down Sarah's street, his chest was already tight. He slowed before he meant to. Her car was in the driveway. Nate's truck was parked behind it. Ryan's hands tightened around the steering wheel. He rolled to the stop sign at the corner. Sarah sat in the driver's seat, door open, legs angled out onto the driveway. Nate leaned halfway inside, explaining something about wires, one hand braced against the roof of the car. Her laugh floated across the crisp air. Not loud, but easy. There was a plate of food, half-eaten, on the roof. On Nate's side. A glass bottle of Coke sweating beside it, like they'd been there a while. Ryan's chest tightened again, the feeling all too familiar. Jealousy was not a feeling he practiced when it came to her or really anyone. He was used to being the one girls angled toward. He was not used to seeing Sarah laugh with someone else while leaning over a car's console, like she used to with him. He took his foot off the brake slightly, then pressed it back down when she got out, and noticed she was in her tight jeans. So, he watched a moment longer because driving up would mean acknowledging something. Claiming something. And he had nothing to claim. Nate's hand brushed Sarah's wrist as he passed her a screwdriver. Ryan's stomach flipped. He hated that it mattered. He hated that he felt replaced. Sarah leaned back in her seat, grinning as Nate twisted something under the dash. Try it, Nate said. She turned the key. Music crackled to life. CD quality. Clear. Her face lit up as she'd just been given the best gift a person could offer a girl who had everything. Ryan had never seen her look that pleased about something he ever given her. That thought stung more than it should have. He sat there for one more second. Then two. Then someone behind him honked. Ryan blinked, shifted into gear, and drove past slowly. Sarah glanced up at the sound. Their eyes met for half a heartbeat. Something unreadable passed between them, then she looked back at Nate, and Ryan drove on. That night, around 9, Ryan picked up the phone. He hadn't meant to. He told himself he wouldn't. But the image wouldn't leave him. The way she leaned toward Nate without hesitation in her tight jeans. He dialed her number from memory. Listened to it ring. Once. Twice. 3 times. He pictured her in her room. curled up on her bed, studying. The fourth ring went to the answering machine, and Ryan wanted to curse. He hung up without leaving a message. He stared at the phone like it had betrayed him. She always answered. Even if she was tired. Even if she was annoyed. She answered. He dialed again. This time it went straight to answering machine. Ryan exhaled sharply, and set the receiver down harder than necessary. Across town, Sarah stared at her ringing phone. She had seen his name on the caller ID, the best invention ever made, her mother had said when they got it. Now she agreed. She had watched it light up the kitchen wall. Her grandmother glanced at her from the sink. You going to get that? Sarah swallowed. No. She kept drying dishes. Let it ring. Let it stop. It wasn't about punishing him. It was about protecting herself. She couldn't keep being the girl who answered every call. Who showed up every time he felt restless. She had made a choice, and choices require follow-through. So she ended the next call. Ryan lay awake that night. Staring at the ceiling. Listening to his house creak. His mind replayed what he saw over and over. The way she hadn't wanted his help. The way Nate had stepped in like it was easy, like she was available. Ryan pressed his forearm over his eyes. He hated this feeling. This unsteady, sharp thing in his chest. It would have been easier if she yelled at him. Easier if she cried, but she hadn't. She had simply moved forward without him, and that scared him more than he wanted to admit. Because if she kept pulling away, he might actually have to decide what she was to him. And deciding meant risking something. Losing something. Or choosing something that wasn't easy. He had seen how that worked out. No one in his family stayed married, no one in his family loved like Sarah did. He didn't know how, and this was more proof to himself of his flawed character. Ryan rolled onto his side. Closed his eyes. Tried to tell himself it didn't matter. But the truth hovered there in the dark. He wasn't good enough for Sarah Bennett. The week had been brutal. Sarah hadn't answered his call again on Wednesday night. She hadn't waited for him after practice on Thursday to have him help with the treats for the Boosters Club she donated from home EC. She hadn't saved him a seat on Friday at the assembly, not even that automatic little tilt of her head that said over here without her having to say it. She had started laughing at things George said when he could come sit beside her. And Nate has saved her a seat at the assembly, which Ryan told himself didn't matter. He told himself she was proving a point. He told himself she'd circle back. Girls always had. But by Saturday night at the lake after their loss, something in his chest felt raw, scraped out and left open to the air. The bonfire was already going when he pulled up with Steph, fire snapping, sparks flying, the same old crowd orbiting the same old coolers. Someone had a radio on the hood of a truck, reception fuzzy, the song drifting in and out like it always did. Ryan didn't even remember opening the first beer. He only remembered how fast it went warm in his hand. Jennifer found him sitting on the tailgate of his truck, elbows on his knees, staring at the fire like it had insulted him personally. You look constipated, she said, climbing up beside him. Shut up, he muttered. Jennifer didn't really ask permission when she decided something was her business, and tonight Ryan had made it her business by being visibly miserable. She watched him for a minute, then followed his gaze. Sarah was down by the water. George was with her. Not touching. Not doing anything that would technically count as wrong. But close enough. Close enough that Ryan's throat felt tight. You're going to burn a hole in her, Jennifer said dryly. Ryan didn't laugh. Are you going to tell me what's going on? She asked. Nothing's going on. Jennifer's brows lifted. Okay, she said. Then why are you looking at Sarah like George is proposing to her? His teeth ground, that's not what this is. Then what is it? He didn't answer right away. Because saying it out loud would make it real. But he was tired. Tired of the ache he felt when he couldn't touch her. Tired of pretending he didn't care when she chose someone else. I think I'm jealous, he muttered. Jennifer blinked. You think? He shot her a look. I don't know what she's doing, he said. She just stopped. Stopped what? Jennifer asked, though she already knew. Being there, Ryan snapped. Jennifer let it sit between them for a beat. She got a car, that's all, she said carefully. She was fine before, Ryan said, too sharp. Jennifer's eyes narrowed. You mean she was fine waiting? The words landed like a punch. Ryan stood up too fast, dizzy for half a second, not from the alcohol, not really, but from hearing it said like that. Like it had been obvious to everyone except him. I never asked her to wait, he said. No, Jennifer replied, voice quiet but cutting. You just liked that she did. Ryan's hand tightened around his beer, wishing to hurl it at a tree or anything really. Across the fire, someone laughed. Someone hooped. The party kept moving, like it didn't care if Ryan Walker was falling apart at the seams. Stephanie drifted over like she could smell the moment. She slid her hand up Ryan's arm as if she'd been waiting for this opening for years, which, if he was honest, she probably had. You okay? She asked, sweet enough to sound concerned, sharp enough to sound territorial. Ryan glanced down at her. He had liked her since 8th grade. That was the story everyone told like it was cute. They'd been making out behind the bleachers for months, heavy, breathless, familiar. It was easy. It was expected. It never demanded anything more than a good time and a little attention. He never pushed it further. He never made it official. He told himself it was because he didn't want to be tied down when they were all about to leave for college. But lately, especially lately, he started realizing the truth. He hadn't pushed it because some part of him had been waiting. Not for the right time. For Sarah. And now Sarah was laughing quietly by the water with George. Ryan looked away, back toward the lake when Steph slipped away for a moment to get him another beer. If she is moving on, he muttered, more to himself than anyone, why shouldn't he? Jennifer's head snapped toward him. Ryan. He ignored her warning and took another drink. Maybe she doesn't care, he said bitterly. Maybe she never did. Jennifer stared at him like he'd grown another head. You don't believe that? Ryan didn't answer, he just looked at Jennifer like she was a traitor, and for a second picture how it was, how it used to be. And smothered the anger he got from it. Because Sarah wasn't beside him anymore, she was down by the water as far away from him as she could possibly be. What if I make it official with Steph tonight, he said, trying to sound casual. Like it was nothing. Like it didn't matter. Jennifer went very still. Don't. Why? Because you don't want her, Jennifer almost said. Because you want Sarah. Because you're going to hurt the one person that's always been real in your life. Instead, Jennifer said the simplest truth. Sarah isn't like the other girls, she warned. You don't get to mess with her because you're pissed. Ryan's mouth twisted. You think I don't know that? I don't think you're thinking at all, Jennifer snapped. I think you're drunk and mad and... Stephanie came back handing the beer to him, leaning closer, smiling like Cat. You want to come dance, she offered, though there was no dancing, not really. Just bodies pressed close and music and the illusion of being wanted. Ryan's pride flared. His chest hurt, and he could have puked. He was tired of feeling like the one thing he couldn't win was the one thing he never admitted he wanted. Fine, he declared, turning to Stephanie like he could escape the feeling by making a decision loud enough. Yeah. Let us do it. Stephanie's face lit up instantly. Jennifer's stomach dropped, and Ryan told himself he felt relieved. Stephanie took his hand and tugged. Kiss me, she said, already pulling him toward the fire where someone had turned the radio up too loud. Stephanie pressed close, Ryan let her. It was like watching a train wreck. Her hands slid up his shoulders. His hands landed automatically at her waist. Around them, a couple of the guys hooped when they kissed. About time. Nate yelled, raising his beer. Going steady now? Someone asked. Stephanie laughed, leaning her head against Ryan's chest. You heard them, she said. Guess we are. Ryan's stomach twisted. Going steady. It sounded like a decision. It sounded like something permanent. Jennifer shoved through the circle and grabbed his arm. Ryan, she hissed. Slow down. He pulled free. I am slowed down. You're drunk. So? So, you don't get to decide this in an instant because your ego's bruised because Sarah doesn't want you, she whispered harshly so only he heard. That landed hard. I don't care about Sarah, he snarled. Around them, the noise shifted as Stephanie watched him for a reaction. One of the guys, Tyler, already loud and red-faced, smirked and nodded toward the water. George's shoulders shifted as he said something to Sarah, low enough that no one could hear. Sarah smiled. George looked at her like she was the only thing he was hearing in the chaos of the party. Then he hugged her, walked up the hill toward the cars and left. Sarah stayed. Alone by the water. Ryan saw it. "If you're so over Bennett," Nate called out, "go prove it." Ryan stilled. "What?" "Go kiss her," Nate laughed. "Right now." "She's down there alone." George just bailed. A couple of guys laughed. Tyler added, "Yeah. Let us see if she's actually moved on." The words hit like gasoline. Ryan's jaw tightened so hard he felt the pressure in his teeth. Jennifer's hand clamped on his wrist again. "Don't you dare." Stephanie stiffened beside him. "You're not going down there," she said sharply. When he looked to consider it, her hand slipped into his pocket to take his keys. But Tyler wasn't done. "What's the matter?" he taunted. "Scared she'll say no?" The crowd leaned in. The fire popped. Ryan's pride flared so fast it made him dizzy, and he told himself he'd feel relieved. He told himself this would be easy. He told himself if Sarah didn't care, then none of it mattered. But his gaze kept dragging back to the water. Sarah was alone, toes dipping in leisurely, and even in the dark, he knew she was smiling. Tyler barked out a laugh, "Come on, do it." Nate chimed in, "Bet you 1 T." The word hung in the air. Bet. Ryan had grown up winning bets. He didn't lose. He didn't hesitate. He didn't back down. Jennifer stepped in front of him. "Ryan, this isn't funny. She's not part of your pride spiral. You already lost once tonight, do fuck this up more." He was 6 beers in. His ears were ringing. His chest felt hollow and loud all at once. He glanced at Stephanie, whom he had just, well, he didn't know, but something between them changed. She folded her arms. "Go ahead," she said coolly. "If you think that's what you need to get over it." It wasn't permission. It was a test. And suddenly this wasn't about Sarah. It wasn't even about Stephanie. It was about not looking weak. Not looking unsure. Not looking like the one thing in his life he couldn't control was slipping away. Nate leaned in close to Tyler. $10 says he 1 T. Ryan didn't even look at him. He looked at the lake. At Sarah now standing there in the quiet. Peaceful. Separate from the noise. Separate from him. And something in him entirely snapped. "Fine," he muttered. Jennifer's face went pale. "Ryan." But he was already moving. Away from the fire and reality. Toward the water. Toward Sarah. Not because it was right, or he thought it through. Because he was drunk, and jealous, and someone had provoked him. Because he didn't know the difference anymore between wanting her and needing to win. And that's how chaos begins. The lake at night didn't look like water, either. When the moon hid behind the clouds she thought that it looked like nothing. Dark. Endless. Reflective like Ryan's eyes. Sarah stood at the edge, hugging herself against the breeze, staring out across the surface like she was trying to find something in it. She had not been smiling. Ryan stopped a few feet behind her. He didn't say her name right away. He didn't know how, and he hated himself for that. "You're hiding," he said finally, voice warm and amused like he could pretend this wasn't desperate. Sarah didn't turn immediately. "I'm not hiding." "Then why aren't you mourning our loss?" She turned then, rolling her eyes. "I've done it before," she said in a light tone, not trying to dig the wound in harder. He stepped closer anyway. The firelight didn't reach them here. Just moonlight and shadows, and for the first time all night, Ryan didn't feel like the center of anything. He felt like a boy standing too close to the edge of something that could drown him. "You mad at me?" he asked suddenly. He needed to know. "For what?" "For I don't know." He swallowed. "Existing," he slurred. Sarah let out a quiet laugh, noticing how drunk he was. "That must be exhausting for you," she teased, and for a moment she was Sarah again. He smiled, but it faltered. "You've been different," he said. I've been busy. That's not the same thing. Her expression shifted slightly, aware of the edge they were on. Ryan, she said, softer now, what do you want? The question startled him. Because the answer was too big. Because he didn't know how to say it without ruining everything. He didn't want to talk. He wanted to feel solid again. He wanted to be sure she was still his, even if she'd never been his to begin with. The wind pushed a strand of hair into her mouth. He reached out, automatically pulled it free, and tucked it behind her ear. The touch was small and familiar. Intimate without asking permission. Sarah held her breath, when he looked at her the way he sometimes did, focused, steady, like the rest of the world had faded out. You know you're my favorite person here, right? He said quietly. Sarah's heart stumbled. Ryan, any other time, if he weren't drunk, she would have loved this conversation. I mean it, he said, and his voice wasn't teasing now. It was almost urgent. You're different. Different. The word had followed her for the last few months, and she hadn't figured out if it was good or bad this distance she was making between them. She had been down here about to break, about to go back to how it was before, because what did it really matter, and they both had been suffering for it needlessly. She had lived this way most of her life, what was a little longer? Ryan had interrupted that. You ever think, Ryan continued, stepping closer when she didn't say anything, that maybe we've been pretending we're just friends? Sarah stared at him. Her body went still, but her eyes didn't. They searched his face, trying to decide if she was being handed the thing she'd wanted for years, or if she was about to be hurt. Her voice came out careful. I don't pretend, she said. That line snapped something in him, because neither did he. Not about her. Not really, and it wasn't a line. Ryan leaned in slowly, giving her time to pull away. She didn't. Her breath hitched, a sound so small it wrecked him, and then his mouth touched hers. Warm and unbelievably soft at first. Sarah answered it by leaning into him. Her hand slid up his chest, fingers curling into his shirt. Ryan's hand went to her waist, pulled her closer, felt the shape of her like he had many times before, but never like this. The kiss deepened when she came flush to him. Sarah's lips parted, and he followed. Hunger sliding in, not just physical, but emotional. He was trying to drink down every moment he'd wasted. Her fingers tightened when he pressed into her, her body curving to his, and then he slid his tongue into her mouth. She sighed, curling into it. His thumb moved along her hip, grounding himself. The lake lapped quietly behind them. Sarah made a soft sound against his mouth when his other arm came around her back to keep her close. She sounded surprised, and Ryan felt it in his chest, as if he knew this was the moment. He kissed her harder. Not politely. Not cautiously. Ryan's hand slid into her hair. He threaded his fingers through it and held her gently. And then not so gently at all, because the moment kept expanding, getting bigger than his ability to control it. And the worst part, the best part, was that it didn't feel like a win. It felt like the truth, and in those 44 seconds, they were both getting everything they ever wanted. When he pulled back, their foreheads hovered close. Sarah's eyes were bright, and she grinned at him, her face saying it all. I can't believe we just kissed. His chest sank when he could hear whooping from the fire, his eyes were now wide and terrified. Ryan's chest rose and fell too fast. He felt dizzy. Not from the alcohol. From what he'd just done, how he had done it. From how much it meant, and he wanted to take it back. Not the kiss, but the how-s. Ryan? Sarah whispered, concerned. The sound of his name in her voice was too intimate. Too real. He should be said it then. He should be told her he'd been jealous because he loved her. He should be told her he hadn't been able to make anything official with Stephanie because he'd been waiting, stupidly, selfishly, for Sarah to be his without him having to risk asking. But the moment demanded a choice. And Ryan Walker did not know how to choose things that weren't easy. More panic washed over him when he heard Jen screaming at him, "Don't you fuck this up." He looked back toward the fire. Stephanie was there. Watching. Waiting. He had already said yes to her. He had already made a loud, stupid decision in front of people. And now he kissed Sarah like it was the only thing he ever wanted, because it was, and he wanted to do it again, but right this time. Then he felt it, the familiar prickling sensation that explained why he never pushed things with her. He never understood what it was, why he felt a sense of terror whenever someone got close. Because everyone always left him, and love was real to him, he felt it was a choice, one he didn't know how to make. Two lives collided inside his ribs. He couldn't breathe around it as he took a step away. "Don't make this weird tomorrow," he blurted. Sarah blinked. "Weird? You know." His voice cracked. "Don't overthink it." "Overthink." The word landed harshly. Sarah's face shifted to shock. "Ryan," she said slowly, carefully, "why did you do that?" He couldn't answer. Because the answer was the thing he was running from. He stepped back too fast. "I should," he started. Then, louder, like volume could save him, "Steph." Sarah went still. Stephanie came marching down from the fire, eyes narrowed. "What?" she snapped. "We're leaving," Ryan said abruptly. Stephanie stared at him. "Now?" "Yes. Now." "You're not driving," she said, chin lifting. Ryan's stomach sank. "Why not?" "Because you're drunk, you asshole," Jennifer's voice echoed from the other side of the fire. Stephanie pulled his keys from her pocket and jangled them. "Because I took these." Ryan froze. He hated her for it. He hated himself more. "Give them back." "No." Sarah watched, stunned. Ryan's throat tightened, he couldn't handle being there. Couldn't he handle Sarah's eyes on him? Couldn't he handle the feeling that he'd just found something he needed and was about to stomp on it? "Fine," he said sharply. "Drive." Stephanie's mouth curled, triumphant and furious all at once. She flicked her gaze to Sarah with a smug curling grin, then turned and stalked back up toward the fire. Ryan didn't look at Sarah again. He couldn't. Because if he did, he'd stay, and staying would mean one day losing her in a way he couldn't. Young love never lasts. So, he followed chaos instead. And every step away from her he knew was wrong, but he didn't know it would haunt him the rest of his life. Stephanie drove. Ryan sat in the passenger seat, head pounding, hands fisted in his lap. The car smelled like perfume, stale beer, and smoke. "You don't get to do that," she snapped. Ryan looked out the window, feeling his chest tighten with the pain as the memory of Sarah curling into him overwhelmed him. "Do what?" "Kiss her." Stephanie's voice rose. "In front of me?" "Like I'm stupid, you shouldn't have taken the bait." "What are you going to do next time they taunt you into it, sleep with her?" she scoffed. Ryan swallowed. That was below the belt. He would never, he thought. "I wasn't." "You were," she cut in. "You were showing off." He almost laughed at the irony. Showing off. As if that kiss had been anything other than him losing control. They pulled into his driveway. Stephanie didn't turn the engine off right away. She looked at him. "You said you wanted this," she reminded him, voice softer now, coaxing. "You said so." Ryan felt sick. He needed something simple. Something loud enough to drown out the lake. Something he could do without thinking. Because thinking led to Sarah. And Sarah led to the kind of feeling that could destroy him. "Yeah," he said, and he doubled down. That night, Ryan Walker made it official with Stephanie Willis. And he slept with her. It was not romantic. It was not tender. It was urgency and ego and the desperate need to prove he hadn't just shattered himself by kissing someone he actually loved. After, Stephanie left like she'd won. Ryan lay awake staring at the ceiling, heart still racing, stomach hollow. He could still taste Sarah, feel Sarah. That was the problem, he could always feel Sarah, now he just had context. Ryan hadn't looked back. Stephanie had had his keys like they were already a couple. Then firelight swallowed him, and he was gone, and Sarah stood at the edge of the lake, unmoving. The wind shifted. For a full 30 seconds, she didn't move. Her lips still tingled. Her body still burned where his hand had held her. Her mind tried to rearrange what had just happened into something that made sense. He kissed me. He meant it. No, he didn't mean it. He chose her. He panicked. He ran. The noise from the fire drifted toward her. Laughter. A car door slamming, her body jumped from the sound, then she saw his taillights. It was too late now, everything was wrong and broken. Then music, louder now. Hungry eyes crackled from the radio. And the irony was so sharp it almost made her laugh. Almost. She didn't realize she was crying until the tears were already cold on her cheeks. Sarah. Jennifer's voice was urgent and upset. Sarah didn't turn. Jennifer jogged down the slope, breath uneven, anger still vibrating through her. Sarah, hey, she said, reaching her. Sarah's eyes were wide but unfocused. Like someone had knocked the air out of her, and she hadn't figured out how to inhale again. Jennifer started, then stopped. Because explaining it wouldn't help. Because no sentence could fix what had just happened. Sarah's voice came out distant. He kissed me. Jennifer swallowed. I know. Sarah blinked slowly. And then he left with Steph. I know. The song grew louder. One look at you and I can't disguise. Of all the stupid songs. Jennifer gently took her by the shoulders. Come on, she said softly. Let us get you out of here. Sarah let herself be turned. She walked. Not because she wanted to. Because her body followed direction. As they crested the hill toward the fire, the entire group went quiet. It wasn't planned or dramatic, but they saw her face. Red-eyed. Shocked. Not hysterical. Not screaming. Just utterly broken. The song kept playing, and someone reached for the radio and turned it down. Too late. The damage was already done. Tyler, who had been the loudest earlier, looked like he swallowed something sharp, when glared at him like she could rip his junk off. Nate stood up so fast, his chair tipped backward. Sarah, he said, stepping forward. She barely registered him. I'm sorry. I didn't think Nate started, voice breaking. I didn't think Ryan would do something that cruel. Cruel. The word landed somewhere far away. Sarah stared straight ahead. The world felt muffled. Like she was underwater. Nate ran a hand through his hair, furious now. This is on me, he said. We were just joking. I didn't think actually. Jennifer shot him a look that shut him up instantly. It wasn't on Nate, he was actually a really nice guy, and he genuinely didn't believe Ryan could have done that, but people surprise us all the time. It wasn't on the crowd, or Tyler, or Steph. It was on Ryan. And everyone knew it. Sarah swayed slightly. Jennifer tightened her grip. We're leaving, she said to no one in particular. No one made a single comment. Because they had all seen it, the end of a friendship everyone had known was inevitably going to end with love and instead ended with Sarah heartbroken. And they had all watched Ryan Walker walk away unscathed. Jennifer led Sarah to her car. Nate followed a few steps behind, helpless. Sarah, I'm really sorry, he said quietly. She nodded once, but she didn't hear him. Not really. The drive was silent. Jennifer didn't try to fill the quiet. She didn't defend Ryan. She didn't soften it or excuse him. She just drove and plotted what she was going to do to her dick of a cousin. When they pulled into Sarah's driveway, the porch light was still on. Sarah's mother opened the door before they got there. They weren't supposed to be home tonight. She took one look at her daughter and understood something had happened. She didn't ask questions. She didn't demand answers. She just wrapped Sarah in her arms and held her. Jennifer stayed. She sat on the edge of Sarah's bed while Sarah cried into her pillow, small sounds that felt older than high school. I should be stopped him, Jennifer whispered. Sarah shook her head. It was real, she said through tears. It didn't feel like it was pressured. Jennifer's chest ached. That was the worst part, because she believed that it had been real. Which meant Ryan hadn't just been stupid and heartless. And then he'd chosen wrong because he had been scared. Sarah cried herself to sleep sometime after 2 a.m. Jennifer lay awake on the floor beside her bed, staring at the ceiling. Anger simmered low and steady. At 5:30, she gave up pretending she could sleep. At 7 a.m., she was knocking on Ryan's front door. Hard. His mom answered, confused. Jennifer? Is he awake? A pause. No. Good. She didn't wait to be invited in and went to his room. Just as she was about to wrench open his bedroom door, he opened it first. He looked rough. Not devastated. Just hungover, still in last night's shirt and boxers. She could see his pants in a pile by the bed, and her heart dropped when she saw a square packet open on the nightstand. "What are you doing here?" he muttered. Jennifer didn't hesitate. She punched him, square in the nose. The crack echoed down the hallway. Ryan stumbled back, swearing, blood immediately spilling between his fingers. "What the hell, Jen? You don't get to do that to her," she snapped, chest heaving. "Do what?" he shot back, dazed. "Don't," she warned. He blinked at her, genuinely confused, or pretending to be. "I don't even remember half of last night." Jennifer stared at him in disbelief. "You kissed her," she said. "You kissed Sarah. And then you left with Stephanie." Her hand was pointing to the evidence on the nightstand. Ryan's face flickered. "That didn't happen." "Yes. It did." He shook his head. "I was drunk." "That doesn't erase it." He pressed a discarded sock to his nose, blood soaking through. "I didn't mean." "You don't get to hide behind that," she cut in. "You don't get to pretend you don't remember because it's convenient." Ryan's jaw tightened. He looked worse than Sarah in comparison, not from heartbreak, but from the aftermath of self-inflicted chaos. "You really hurt her," Jennifer said, voice shaking now. "You humiliated her in front of everyone." Ryan looked away. He didn't ask how she was. He didn't say her name. And that's when Jennifer understood something awful. He knew. He remembered, and he was choosing not to face it. "You're with Stephanie now," she said flatly. Ryan swallowed. "Yeah." The word felt empty in the hallway. Jennifer's expression hardened. "She'll never forgive you," she said. Ryan didn't answer. "And neither will I," she turned and walked out. "A dick, just like your dad," she scoffed. Ryan stood there bleeding, alone in the early morning light. He touched his nose. Winced. And for the first time since the lake, he allowed himself to really remember the whole kiss. Not the challenge. Not the crowd. Just the way Sarah had kissed him back like it mattered. That was the part that hurt, and that was the part he didn't know how to fix. Jennifer called Sarah later that day. Sarah answered on the second ring, voice careful like she'd been holding her breath since she left the lake. "Hey," Jennifer said, tone already off. Sarah's stomach dropped. "What?" Jennifer exhaled. "I need to tell you something, and you're going to hate it." Sarah's hand tightened around the receiver. "Okay." Jennifer's voice went quiet. "He with Stephanie." Sarah went still. Like her body had heard the words and decided not to react yet. "Official," Jennifer added, because she knew she had to say it. "Like you know." Sarah's throat closed, but she managed, "Okay." Jennifer rushed on, guilt pouring out. "And Sarah, listen, about the kiss." Sarah's fingers went numb. Jennifer swallowed hard. "He was drinking too much," she said. "He was mad. He was spiraling. He was pissed off all week because you've been pulling away, and Steph's been egging him on, and he." "So, it was nothing," Sarah said softly. Jennifer flinched even though Sarah couldn't see it. "Yeah," Jennifer whispered. "He was running his mouth and trying to prove something and was really drunk." Maybe don't read into it, Jen thought she was helping, talking Sarah into the reality that it really didn't matter, in the hopes of helping her move past it easily. Sarah stared at the wall, her voice came out small, it didn't feel like nothing. Jennifer's silence was answer enough. Sarah swallowed. "What did he say?" Jennifer hesitated. Then, quietly. "He said he's with Stephanie now, that's all." Sarah's chest tightened so hard it hurt. The kiss replayed behind her eyes, not the panic after, not the shouting, not Stephanie with his keys. The part where it had felt real. The part where Ryan had held her like he wanted her for years. The part where she had believed, for one suspended moment, that her grandmother had been wrong. Sarah's voice cracked. "Okay," she whispered again. Jennifer's throat tightened. "Sarah. It's fine." But it wasn't. When she hung up, she sat very still on her bed. Then she folded forward and cried into her hands, quiet, controlled at first, like she could keep it contained if she tried hard enough. But grief doesn't stay contained. It spilled. Because Ryan didn't just choose Stephanie. He chose no future with her at all. Sarah cried herself to sleep that night, too. The phone rang late. So late it felt wrong. The sound cut through the house like a knife. Sarah jerked awake, heart pounding, because she knew already who it would be. Her mother's footsteps padded down the hallway. Sarah lay frozen, listening. The kitchen light clicked on. Her mother's voice was calm, already knowing. Bennett residence, she said, low and steady. Sarah's breath caught. A pause. Her mother's tone dropped to a warning. No, she said simply. She doesn't wish to speak to you. Click. Sarah stared into the dark. Her mother didn't come into her room, hoped she didn't hear the ring. Sarah turned her face into her pillow. And cried again, not just from heartbreak, but from humiliation. Because now it wasn't a secret. Now it was real. Ryan Walker had kissed her like it meant everything. Then he'd run. Then he'd chosen someone else. Then he'd called her late, like he could take it back, like he could soothe the damage without facing it. And her mother had protected her. Because someone had to. Sarah's grandmother's voice echoed in the dark, gentle and merciless. Do not fall for a boy who will not fall harder for you. If he hasn't asked you out by now, he never will. Sarah squeezed her eyes shut. This wasn't just a kiss. It was proof. And Ryan had made the wrong choice in the most self-destructive way possible. High school hallways have a particular kind of cruelty. They're too bright and loud. Much too public for private heartbreak. Everyone knew. From the way people were looking at her. It started small. A pause in conversation when she approached her locker. A glance from Jennifer that felt almost apologetic. A group of girls whispering near the drinking fountain and then going abruptly silent when she passed. Someone dropped a metal binder, and the clang echoed too loudly. Someone sprayed too much body mist, warm vanilla, and synthetic flowers. The morning announcements crackled overhead, the principal reminding everyone about the Friday football game like nothing catastrophic had happened at the lake 2 nights ago. She ignored it. Until she couldn't. Stephanie Willis was leaning against Ryan's locker. Her hand was in his back pocket. And Ryan was letting it stay there. He was smiling down at her in that familiar, easy way, the way that made people believe he meant whatever he said in that moment. Stephanie leaned up and kissed his cheek. He didn't pull away, didn't hesitate. He looked comfortable, practiced, and happy. Like this had been happening longer than one reckless Saturday night. Sarah stopped walking, just for a second she really hadn't meant to. Just long enough to let the picture settle into something solid and undeniable. This is real, this is what he chose. Took her first kiss, then Stephanie's everything else. Ryan saw her, and for the briefest flicker, he looked caught. Then he smiled, like nothing was wrong. Sarah, he called, casual as ever. Hey. She forced her legs forward because not walking would have meant something. Hey, she said evenly. Her voice surprised her when it didn't shake. Stephanie's smile sharpened to territorial. You coming to the game Friday? Stephanie asked sweetly, like they were old friends. Probably, Sarah replied. She would not give her anything else. Ryan shifted slightly, like he needed to control the angle of the conversation. Can I talk to you for a sec? He asked. Stephanie's hand tightened in his pocket. Sarah nodded because she couldn't help it and watched as Steph's fingers lingered in his pocket when he stepped away. They stopped near the vending machines. Too public for secrets. Too private to fully escape. A Diet Coke rolled loudly through the spiral when someone hit the button too hard. Ryan rubbed the back of his neck, his towel. About the other night, he started. Her stomach tightened. She had already cried about this. Already prepared for whatever bull he was about to spout. Okay. He exhaled. I shouldn't have done that. The words were soft, like he believed he was being nice. I've liked Stephanie since 8th grade, he continued quickly. You know that. It just kind of happened. Kind of happened. As if the kiss had just tripped and fallen onto her mouth. Sarah held still, holding her breath so as not to cry. And I don't want things to be weird between us. Weird. Again. Are you dating her? She asked, already knowing, but wanting him to say it. Look her in the eye and say it. He hesitated. Then nodded. Yeah. Because she already knew. The kiss hadn't meant what she thought it did because to him it had just been another moment. Not a choice. You're a good friend, Sarah, he added. I don't want to mess that up. Good friend. The phrase hit hard. I don't want to mess that up. Too late, her brain supplied. Ryan reached for her shoulder. You're okay, right? She looked at him then. Really looked at his earnest expression. In the way he genuinely believed he had handled this kindly. At how he didn't understand that kindness without accountability was cruelty, and something inside her hardened. No, she said calmly. Ryan blinked. No? I'm not okay, she continued, voice steady. And I'm not going to forget it. His expression shifted. Why? You know why, she said. He swallowed. I was drunk. Fine, but I know you remember, she replied. The hallway noise swelled around them. A locker slammed. Someone laughed too loudly. Sarah. You kissed me like that, she said quietly. And then you left to go be with Steph. He flinched. That's not. And then you made it official with her, she said, so he knew she knew what they had done. Ryan glanced around, people were watching now. It was stupid, he muttered, shifting to block their view of her. Yes, she agreed. His jaw tightened so hard his teeth ached. You're blowing this up. She laughed softly. No. I'm just not a liar. He stared at her, and for a second, something like guilt flickered. Then pride smothered it. Damn it, Sarah, I don't remember half of it, he said. Her face changed into a grimace. Whatever you need to tell yourself, she replied. Sarah, he hesitated, and she saw an apology sitting between them. Sorry, she supplied when he couldn't. Okay, Ryan, pretend all you need. She stepped back. But I will never forget it, she said quietly. And you know why? He did. She turned and walked away, holding her chest, proud to have said all she practiced. She wanted no regrets for this moment. Jennifer was waiting halfway down the hall. She didn't ask what happened. She saw enough in Sarah's face. As they looped arms, Jennifer lifted her hand and flipped him off without breaking stride. A few people snorted. By the end of passing period, everyone knew that Ryan Walker kissed Sarah Bennett. Then went steady with Stephanie Willis, and that news traveled fast. Ryan kept his cool. He had to. Every set of eyes in the hallway lingered on him for half a second longer than usual. Waiting and watching. Looking for regret, sadness, something, but he gave them nothing. He laughed at a joke in English like he wasn't dying inside. He answered a question in history like he wasn't drifting back into the moment. He kept his arm around Stephanie in the cafeteria like it had always been there. But he noticed Sarah immediately. She wasn't crying. She was quiet and distracted, pushing her food around with vacant eyes. That hurt to see. At lunch, Nate slid into the seat across from her. Hey, he said carefully. She nodded but didn't look up. I'm sorry, he added. For what? For egging him on. I really didn't think he would do this to you. Ryan heard the tail end of it as he approached the table. Jen saw him first. Sit somewhere else, she said flatly. He almost told her no, that this was his table. But Sarah stood up slowly, holding her books to her chest. I have to go to the library anyway, she said. She didn't look at him, and he felt something slip again. Steph sat with a huff, and Jen got up, sneering at them before finding another table. That made Ryan lose his appetite. Geez, everyone is making this into such a big deal. I was just a little kiss, we have kissed a million times, she scoffed, and Nate looked between them, then stood up as well. Poor Sarah, Nate muttered more to himself, his guilt stifling. Right? Steph said brightly to Ryan as he sat down beside her. Right, a million times at least, he agreed, but the truth was that one little kiss had felt like more than all those millions combined. The library smelled like warm light and carpet cleaner. A Nirvana poster from last year's fundraiser hung crooked near the checkout desk. George was at the back table, which had the best lighting. Your face was safe from the harsh glare, but it was enough to warm you, and the whole table was illuminated. He looked up when she was about to pass. "Hey, wanna sit?" he asked. "Yeah, thanks." "I heard," he said quietly, and she stiffened as she sank into the chair across from him. Her stomach dropped. "It didn't surprise me." She blinked. "What?" He hesitated, then said it anyway. "He looked at you like one of those cookies you bring him." Sometimes he looked happier to see the treat. She stared at him. The accuracy stung. "That's harsh." "I thought so," he said sincerely. For a moment, she said nothing. Then she surprised herself. "My dad told me something last night." George waited. He said Ryan was like his dad. He frowned slightly. Everyone knew Ryan's family drama after the divorce. Cold and reactive. Superficial. Like a new paint job on a rotted door. George didn't laugh. "He told me to move on," she continued. "Not let some boy who was supposed to be my friend break my heart. A real friend doesn't do that." George nodded slowly. "Your dad sounds smart." "He is. He's kind. He sees people well." She looked down at her hands. "I think that's why I waited so long." "For Ryan?" She nodded. "I wanted to be there for him. Because no one ever was." "Not really." Her throat tightened. "I thought if I just stayed steady long enough he'd realize." George was quiet. "I also," she admitted, "wanted to be someone he needed." "There," she said it out loud. "The truth." George leaned back, thinking. "It sounds like you wanted to be the family he didn't have." Her eyes lifted. "Yes." She nodded. "That's a heavy job," George said gently. "I know. And you don't owe anyone that." For the first time that day, she felt something ease. Not gone, but understood, like now she knew herself better. "Thank you for listening," she said, meaning it. "No problem, I might pass my Psi eval with flying colors," he laughed, and Sarah smiled. The week stretched. By Tuesday, the exhaustion had settled behind Sarah's eyes like something permanent from the moment she was crying at work and home, draining her. In home EC, the classroom smelled like sugar and butter. The metal mixing bowls clanged. Someone's radio near the teacher's desk played softly in the background. Wilson Phillips, maybe. Or something equally hopeful. Sarah measured flour automatically. 1 cup. 2. Level with the back of the knife. She had done this 100 times. Her hands remembered even when her mind didn't. Across the room, girls laughed about Friday night's game. Someone mentioned Ryan's name. She didn't look up. She slid the muffin tin into the oven. Set it on the middle rack. Closed the door, and then, she forgot to turn the timer. She moved back to her station and wiped flour from her hands onto her apron. Outside the wide classroom windows, the sky was a dull, late fall gray. The football field bleachers were empty. Wind pushed dead leaves across the track in uneven spirals. She found herself staring at it. Not thinking, just staring. Her reflection was faint in the glass. The kiss replayed without permission. The way his hand had tightened at her waist as his tongue had slid across her, melted into her. The way he had looked scared afterward, and she knew he had felt it. The way he said, "Don't make this weird." Weird. Her throat tightened. Behind her, someone's timer dinged. Another girl rushed to the ovens. Laughter. A shriek about overbaking. Sarah didn't move. A bitter edge sliding into the air. "Bennett?" Mrs. Baines called from across the room. "Are those yours?" Sarah blinked and turned toward her oven. The smoke was already curling thin and gray from the edges of the oven door. Her stomach dropped. "Oh." She rushed forward too late, yanking the door open. Heat blasted her face. The tops were blackened. The paper liners were singed at the edges, and one had completely split open. The room filled with the acrid scent of burnt sugar. No, not sugar, she realized, salt. She had switched them. Someone gagged. "Oh my God," a girl near the sink coughed, waving her hand in front of her face. Sarah stood there for half a second, oven mitts limp in her hands. Mrs. Baines hurried over. You have to watch the timer, Sarah, she said, not cruel, just disappointed. You're usually so careful. Usually. Sarah swallowed. Sorry. She scraped the ruined muffins into the trash. The smell clung to her hair. To her sweater. To the inside of her nose. And as she stood at the sink rinsing the pan, she realized something quietly devastating. She hadn't been thinking about baking. She had been thinking about him and ruined something easy. And that was truly pathetic of her. 2 periods later, Ryan was in gym. Someone was arguing about whether the Bulls would win again this year. Ryan leaned against the bleachers, half listening. A girl from home EC, red ponytail, loud voice, flopped down nearby and wrinkled her nose dramatically. Does anyone else smell that? She complained. What? Someone asked. Oh, that's my hair. Sarah almost set off the fire alarm and burnt the muffins. A couple of girls laughed. Ryan's body went still before his brain caught up. Sarah, he asked, too quickly. Yeah, the girl said. Totally spaced. Just stared out the window while they burned. I swear, my hair still smells like charcoal. Sarah was always careful. He tried not to picture her standing in that kitchen, blinking back tears as the smoke billowed. He tried not to imagine her staring out the window at nothing. He tried not to imagine that he was the thing she was staring through. It didn't work. At practice, Nate was already watching him. Ryan felt it on the back of his neck before the first whistle. The air was colder that afternoon, sharp enough to sting when he inhaled. The field was half mud from last night's rain. Cleats tore up the grass in uneven chunks. Coach barked orders like always. Nothing about the world looked different, but it was. The first drill was basic contact. Ryan barely saw Nate move. The hit came low and fast, shoulder straight into his ribs. Not illegal, just harder than necessary. Ryan stumbled back, breath punching out of him in a sharp, humiliating sound. Easy, he snapped, shaking it off. Nate didn't answer, as they reset. Second rep, Nate didn't hesitate this time, he drove through him, full force. Ryan hit the ground hard enough to taste dirt. Helmet smacking against grass, and the impact rattled up his spine. Jesus, someone muttered nearby. Ryan shoved himself up. What the hell was that? Nate adjusted his gloves like nothing happened. Be faster. Third rep. Ryan braced, but it didn't matter. Nate slammed into him again, chest to chest this time, legs driving until Ryan folded. The air left his lungs. He stayed down a second longer than he meant to. Coach blew the whistle. Move. Ryan rolled to his knees and stood. By the fourth hit, his ribs were on fire. By the fifth, his shoulder felt numb. By the sixth, he was pissed. Again. Coach shouted. Nate lined up across from him, and there was no grin now. No joking, just intent to maim. Ryan charged first, Nate met him halfway. The collision cracked loud enough to draw a few looks from the sideline. Nate didn't just tackle him, he drove him down and pinned him there for a half second longer to make his point. Ryan shoved at his chest. Get off. Nate leaned closer. Close enough that only Ryan could hear. I promised Sarah that I'd get you back. Ryan froze. The word slipped under his heart and gave a sharp tug downward. She wouldn't he snapped automatically, scrambling to his feet. She doesn't have to, Nate shot back. Some of us don't like to hurt the girl we like for kicks, Nate admitted, and that thought scrambled Ryan's mind. They reset, but he couldn't think of anything else besides, Nate really likes Sarah? Suddenly all the looks Nate used to give him when Sarah arrived made sense. They weren't, look at Sarah. They were, do something, or I will. Seventh rep, Ryan was slower now. Nate hit him again, harder, straight into the same bruised side. Ryan went down flat on his back this time. The sky above him spun white and gray. What the fuck is your problem? He shouted, ripping off his helmet and throwing it a few feet into the ground. The field went quiet for a beat. Nate stood over him a few inches taller, chest broader, breathing hard. Mud streaked across his jersey. Jaw tight. I told you, he said evenly. I promised Sarah, I'd get you back. She didn't ask you to. Ryan snarled. Maybe not, Nate replied. Then, quieter. But it makes me feel better. A couple of the guys shifted uncomfortably. No one laughed this time. Ryan pushed himself up more slowly now. Every inhale dragged against bruised ribs. Every exhale felt like something tearing. But what burned worse wasn't the pain, it was the truth in Nate's voice. Sarah hadn't asked. She hadn't cried to all their friends, hadn't demanded revenge. Hadn't made a scene, she just called him a liar, like he was, then walked away. And somehow that felt worse. Coach blew the whistle sharply. Enough. Move on. Nate jogged back into position. Like it was nothing. Ryan bent over, hands on his knees, sucking in air that wouldn't come easy. His body was worn down, and his pride non-existent. And the worst part? He couldn't even be mad at Nate. Because Nate wasn't defending a girlfriend. He wasn't protecting her reputation. He was reacting like a friend should to something that happened to another friend. And Ryan had no defense against that. By Wednesday night, Ryan was sore in places he didn't want to admit. The bruises were blooming now, deep purples along his ribs, a spreading ache along his shoulder blade. He lay on his bedroom floor with an ice pack balanced against his side, staring up at the glow in the dark stars he'd never taken down. He told himself Nate was overreacting. But every hit replayed in his head alongside something else, Sarah walking away in the hallway. Sarah not coming to eat with them anymore. Sarah switched seats in the only class they shared to the front row, so now he had to watch her instead of being beside her. Sarah not calling after what Nate had done, surely she knew. Downstairs, the phone rang, and his heart leapt for a moment. He had tried to call again and got nothing, couldn't he even leave a message? His mom yelled up, "It's Stephanie." He groaned and pushed himself upright. Stephanie didn't sound sweet when he picked up. She sounded irritated. "Why haven't you given me your jersey yet?" she demanded. Ryan blinked. "What?" "Everyone else has theirs," she snapped. "Tyler gave Kim his." "Nate gave his too," she stopped herself. "You're my boyfriend." Ryan looked at the number 17 jersey draped over the back of his desk chair. He hadn't given it to her. He hadn't even thought about it. Sarah always wore it. Because something in him had resisted Sarah changing everything. "It's just a jersey," he muttered. "It's not just a jersey," Stephanie shot back. "It means something." It sure did. He exhaled slowly. He couldn't do this right now. "I'll give it to you Friday." "Why not tomorrow?" "I don't know, Steph." Silence. "You're still thinking about her," she said flatly. "No, I'm not." "You are." He pressed his fingers to his bruised ribs. "Can we not do this tonight?" "When I came over after practice," she continued, voice rising, "I brought over my CDs so we could listen to something, and you weren't even paying attention." He frowned. "What do you mean?" He thought everything was fine. They had even fooled around yesterday. "You just sat there. And when I picked up that stupid mix CD she made, you freaked out." Ryan went still. "You tried to throw them away," he said quietly. "They're just CDs." "Don't," he snapped. She paused because he rarely snapped. "If you touch my stuff again, I want to take you skating this weekend," he added sharply. The threat hung between them. It sounded ugly even to him. Stephanie went silent and cold. "You care more about those CDs than you do about me." "That's not what this is." "Then what is it?" He didn't have an answer. Because the truth was worse. The CDs weren't about Stephanie. They weren't even about music. They were about a version of himself that had existed when Sarah was still. He wasn't even sure how to finish the thought. And he wasn't ready to admit he'd lost that too. They hung up without saying goodnight. Ryan went and laid back down on the floor. Ice melting. Ribs throbbing. Something else throbbing deeper. By Thursday, Jen leaned across the lunch table. "They're fighting," she whispered. Sarah blinked. "Who?" "Ryan and Stephanie." "Constantly." Sarah shouldn't have felt relief, but she did. Not because she wanted him miserable. Because it meant she hadn't imagined it, it meant that kiss had meant something. Even if he ran from it. Jen continued, lowering her voice. "He still hasn't given her his jersey," she added. She is furious. Sarah's fingers tightened slightly around her fork. Jen leaned even closer. She tried to throw away his CDs. He told her to stop, or he wouldn't take her out this weekend. Sarah's chest tightened unexpectedly, feeling bad for Steph, when she most definitely shouldn't be. He's being a jerk, Jen muttered. Sarah shook her head faintly. Yeah, she said quietly. He's scared. Jen studied her for a moment. You're not going to run back because they're fighting, right? Sarah looked down at her tray. No. And she meant it. By Friday, the silence had thickened wherever she went, her friends watching her becoming a quiet shell of a person. Sarah moved through the morning carefully. She had work after school, late shift at the deli because someone had called in sick, and she told herself was the reason she wasn't going to the game. Not because she didn't want to see Ryan. Not because she didn't trust herself to not cheer for him. Before first period in the cafeteria, Nate slid into the seat across from her like he always did now. He dropped his tray of toast and leaned back, studying her for a second. You coming tonight? He asked. She shook her head. I'm scheduled for work. Can't switch? No, someone is sick. He nodded once, processing. Then, casually, like it wasn't a big deal, wear my jersey for luck then. She blinked. What? For the scouts, he said, lowering his voice slightly. Coach says there are 2 from state coming. I am hoping to get another shot. Her eyes widened. That's huge. Yeah, he shrugged, pretending it didn't matter as he took it from his backpack to hand to her. So. Wear it. She hesitated. Nate. What? Friends do that. You know. He grinned. It was lighter than Ryan's grin. Less strategic. He nudged her foot under the table. Come on. I need all the help I can get. She looked down at her hands. But I'm not going to the game, she repeated softly. Then wear it today, Nate countered. For as long as you can, you always brought Ryan luck. She almost laughed. Are you superstitious now? Desperate, he corrected. She looked at him. He wasn't trying to make someone jealous. He just wanted support. And that felt clean. She had done that for Ryan for years. As just friends, so why would this be any different? Okay, she said finally. I'll wear it. Nate's face broke into a grin. Yeah? Yeah. Jen nearly choked on her drink. Oh my God, she breathed. Yes. Yes. Wear it. Sarah shot her a warning look. I'm not doing it for that. For what? Jen asked innocently. You know what? Jen leaned in. It will feel good though. Sarah hesitated. Then exhaled. Maybe. Jen slapped the table softly in victory. But Sarah added quickly, don't make it a big deal. Jen held up her hands. Fine. I won tea. But her eyes were already sparkling with joy and Sarah pulled the number 14 jersey over her head. So, at the start of the day Nate's jersey hung loose over Sarah's shoulders. It was slightly too big, she had to tuck the front into her waistband. The sleeves brushed past her elbows. The number curved over her back when she moved. Her hair was down today. Ryan saw it the second she walked to the trash can in the cafeteria. He didn't react. He couldn't. Stephanie was mid-sentence beside him. And I swear if Coach doesn't start using you more, she stopped. Followed his line of sight. Oh, she said lightly. Too lightly. Sarah laughed at something Jen said and adjusted the hem of the jersey unconsciously. Ryan's stomach tightened. It was Nate's number, not his, which was now on Stephanie. She leaned closer to him. She looks cute in it, she said sweetly. Ryan didn't answer. It's bigger than yours, she continued, eyes narrowing. Looks better on her actually. Still, he said nothing. Stephanie tilted her head. I mean, with all her extra weight. Stop, Ryan cut in sharply. She blinked. I'm just saying. Stop talking. Her mouth flattened. She's not getting bigger, he said evenly. If anything, you're just jealous because you have no ass. The words came out before he could filter them. The table went silent. Stephanie stared at him, color climbing her neck. You're unbelievable, she snapped. He didn't look at her. Because Jen was walking past at that exact moment with a milk in her hand, and she heard it. All of it. Her eyebrows shot up. She kept walking. But her grin was lethal. Ryan saw it and felt exposed. Across the cafeteria, Sarah was mid-sentence when Jen practically dropped into her seat. You will not believe what I just heard. Sarah stiffened. Jen. No, listen. I don't want. He told Stephanie to stop talking about you. Sarah blinked. What? And then he said you weren't getting bigger and if anything, she's jealous because she has no ass. Silence. Nate choked on his drink this time, scrambled egg trying to escape his nose. Sarah's face flushed instantly. Jen, stop. What? It's true. Sarah looked down at the tray in front of her. Heat rising into her ears. A part of her, a traitorous, stupid part, felt something warm. He noticed. He defended, but another part felt tired. He doesn't get to do that, she said quietly. Do what? Act like he cares now. Jen watched her carefully. You okay? Sarah nodded. I wore this for Nate, she said firmly. Nate grinned. Damn right. Jen squeezed her knee under the table, and across the cafeteria Ryan sat stiff and silent while Stephanie stared straight ahead, wounded and furious. He had to pretend it didn't bother him. The jersey. The laughter. The way Sarah wasn't looking at him at all, but the silence between them wasn't thin anymore. It was solid and it was growing too quickly to fix. The roller rink parking lot glowed under sodium lights. Puddles reflecting neon pink and blue from the manic banner taped crookedly to the door. Ryan had already seen Sarah's car. He recognized it immediately and pretended not to notice it. He held the door open for Stephanie, just like he was supposed to. Toto blasted from inside, bass thick enough to feel through the glass. Hold the line. Love isn't always on time. Ryan stepped inside and braced for impact. He expected to see Sarah quiet, distracted. Maybe guarded like he had seen her all week at school. He did not expect this. She was at the concession stand, leaning back against the counter, drinking a cherry iced. Her hair was up off her neck, little curls escaping at her temples from sweat. Her cheeks were flushed pink from skating. Her lips were stained red from the syrup. She looked like she'd been there a while. Jen stood beside her, mid-story, gesturing wildly at Tyler. Sarah laughed, full, unguarded, head tipped back, and Ryan's chest tightened. He hadn't seen her laugh like that in weeks. The song swelled louder. Hold the line. Love isn't always on time. Sarah froze for half a second as if she'd only just heard the song. Then she grabbed Jen's arm and pointed toward the rink. Jen's face lit up. Oh, for sure, Jen mouthed. They didn't even hesitate. They rolled, ices set quickly on the table. They hit the rink floor just as the verse kicked in. It's not in the way that you hold me. They started singing immediately. Not shy. Not half-hearted. Full volume, not caring who saw. Arms thrown around each other's shoulders as they looped the rink. Ryan stood there, Stephanie still talking about something he wasn't hearing. Sarah wasn't skating carefully. She was flying. Loose, and happy. She pointed at Jen during the chorus, exaggerated, dramatic, like they'd rehearsed it 1,000 times in their bedroom. They mouthed the words like they were a feeling. Ryan didn't like the sensation that settled in his stomach. It wasn't anger. It was displacement again. He had looked for her at the game. He scanned the stands near where she always stood with Jen. She hadn't come, even if she wore Nate's jersey he wanted her there. They won. And he felt it anyway, that new empty space was worse than when his parents split. Stephanie followed his gaze, and her body shifted subtly, blocking. She stepped closer in front of him. Let us get our skates, she said lightly. Ryan nodded, but his eyes kept drifting. As they moved toward the skate counter, the song carried. Love isn't always on time. And that lyric hit harder than it should have as he stepped toward the rink edge. Sarah was mid-loop. She came around the curve fast, and suddenly they were side by side for a split second. Separated only by the half wall. It's not in the words that you told me. It's not in the way you say you're mine. She saw him, didn't he stop singing, but her expression changed instantly. Not shattered, or pleased like she used to be. Annoyed. Like he interrupted something good. She grimaced, just slightly, and it landed harder than tears would have. Ryan instinctively dropped Stephanie's hand. Stephanie didn't notice. She was mid-sentence, waving at Tyler, who had just walked over. Sarah looked away first. Back to Jen. Back to the song. It's not in the way that you came back to me. It's not in the way that your love set me free. Sarah pointed at Jen again, laughing as they sang. Ryan felt it like a direct hit. It's not in the way that you say you're mine. He had never said it, never once, and now the music felt like it was mocking him. Ruining itself for him. He used to love this song, now it sounded like an accusation. The rink suddenly felt crowded as the group merged. Nate was there. Tyler. A few others from school. The usual orbit, but fractured. Sarah and Ryan moved in the same circle, but never close enough to touch. Never making eye contact, she was avoiding his eyes, while he was searching for hers. Stephanie tried to keep Ryan engaged. Race me, she teased. He forced a smile. Sure. But he didn't move. He was tracking Sarah's laugh. The way she leaned into Jen. The way she didn't look back, and Steph realized in that moment she wasn't what he ever looked for. Nate skated up from behind and hooked an arm over Sarah's shoulders mid-loop. She startled, then laughed. Guess what? Nate said loudly. What? She shouted back. There was a scout at the game. Her face lit up. No way. Coach said I should hear something soon. She beamed at him. I'm proud of you. Ryan heard it. Even over the music. Even over the wheels and laughter. It wasn't flirtation. It was genuine, and that somehow made it worse. The DJ switched the track. A beat. Then, you're the one that I want burst through the speakers. The entire rink screamed. Jen grabbed Sarah's hand, and they took off. Nate followed when he never would have before. This spot would have been for Ryan before. It wasn't planned or choreographed, but suddenly they were acting it out. Sarah belting Sandy's lines dramatically, pointing at Nate. Jen sliding between them for the chorus. Nate doing a ridiculous, over-the-top Travolta hip move that made everyone laugh. It was messy and uncoordinated, but in that moment, it was perfect irony. Ryan stood frozen near the edge. Watching. Stephanie followed his gaze again, her lips pursed. Sarah wasn't trying to make him jealous. That was the worst part. She wasn't performing for him. She was just happy. Ryan hadn't realized how much he expected her to shrink. To retreat, to wait like she always had. Instead, she stepped into something brighter, and he was outside of it. Nate spun Sarah under his arm clumsily. She stumbled and laughed when he caught her. Jen nearly crashed into Tyler. The whole group swelled around them, but there was a visible seam. A line no one crossed. Sarah never once looked at Ryan during the song. Not even accidentally, and it began to eat away at him. Stephanie leaned close to his ear. You're quiet. I'm watching. What? Nothing. But it wasn't nothing. It was everything. It was the realization that she was moving forward without him, just like he feared she would. That she hadn't come to the game. That she hadn't called back when he had called every night. That she hadn't asked if he had gotten a call from a scout. The world hadn't ended when he chose someone else, but it sure felt like it did. The song ended in cheers. Sarah bent over, hands on her knees, laughing. Breathless, feeling alive when all week she had been broken. Ryan felt physically ill. The rink lights flickered overhead, and the neon sign buzzed loudly, overwhelming him as his neck grew hot, and he rubbed it to calm down. The group drifted back together slowly, but the fracture was obvious with two circles. One orbiting Sarah, one orbiting Ryan, and they intersected at Tyler, who was too stupid to notice. For the first time since Saturday, Ryan understood something clearly. He hadn't just hurt her. He had removed himself from her joy, and she had filled the space anyway. Stephanie slipped her hand back into his. This time, he didn't drop it, but he didn't squeeze back either. Stephanie noticed it first, the silence, the lack of eye contact. Sarah and Ryan existed in the same room like magnets flipped the wrong way. Close but repelling. Ryan wasn't touching her the way he used to. He wasn't leaning in, and Steph knew who he was watching. "Do you want something to drink?" she asked sharply. "I'm fine." "You sure?" "Yeah." You would think she would be happy she got what she wanted. Ryan and Sarah were finally removed from one another, but that wasn't what was happening here. Steph realized, too late, that old saying, "You don't know what you got till it's gone," and she feared Ryan was going to choose Sarah now that he knew what he really wanted, and that wasn't her. Never had been, and as she thought it, she watched his eyes flick back to the rink floor. Sarah was sitting on the edge, laces loose, laughing at something Nate had just said. Jen leaned into her shoulder, and they laughed harder when Tyler fell. Stephanie followed his line of sight. Her jaw tightened. "Why did you pick me then?" she muttered, "if you were just going to ignore me for her?" Ryan didn't answer, because he didn't know. The DJ's voice crackled over the speakers. All right, special request coming up from Jen." Jen shot to her feet. "Oh my God, finally!" she gasped. Sarah groaned. "No." "Yes," Jen insisted, already tugging her up. The opening beat dropped. Instantly recognizable, believe, share. The rink erupted in cheers. Ryan felt something tighten in his chest. Of course, Jen requested it. Of course, she would. Jen dragged Sarah onto the floor like this was therapy. Like this was medicine. Like this was a Ryan exorcism. Sarah resisted for half a second. Then she let herself be pulled. The music swelled. "Do you believe in life after love?" The entire rink shouted the first line. But Sarah didn't shout. She sang calmly, letting the lyrics sink in. "I can feel something inside me say." Her eyes lifted, directly to Ryan. Not angry, or crying, just honest, and then "I really don't think you're strong enough, no." She didn't break eye contact, and Ryan felt it in his bones, felt he could puke up his nachos. There was no performance in her face, she meant it. He had mistaken her softness for weakness and her patience for permanence. And now he was watching her stand in the center of a rink under neon lights, smile, and decide she could survive him. Stephanie felt him stiffen. "What is so distracting?" she snapped. He didn't respond. Sarah turned away from him and grabbed Jen's hands. They spun and screamed the chorus as they laughed, and something else had shifted. This wasn't revenge, this was release from a cage she had built around herself. Ryan couldn't move. The music that used to be background noise now felt like commentary at every turn, mocking him. Revealing his insecurities. Exposing what Jen wanted exposed. After love, after love. Sarah didn't look at him again, because she didn't need to. The message had landed. He dropped his gaze. For the first time since Saturday, he understood the finality of the weight of what he had done. When the song ended, Sarah's smile faltered. Only slightly, but Ryan noticed. He noticed the breath that caught too long. The way her shoulders dipped just a fraction. Jen noticed, pulling Sarah toward the exit. "Air," she said gently. Sarah nodded. They didn't say goodbye, they didn't wave as they left. Ryan stood there watching the door close. Stephanie crossed her arms. "Are you going after her?" she asked, voice shrill as ever. He shook his head. No, he was paralyzed by reality. A minute later, Jennifer came back inside alone. She walked straight up to Ryan. Close enough that he could see the fury simmering just beneath her composure, and he flinched like she might punch him again, but she just leaned in. And in her best, most dramatic Cher voice, she sang quietly, "You're gonna be the lonely one." It was like she had punched him. Ryan didn't respond, didn't know how to. Because somewhere deep down, he knew she was right. Jennifer held his gaze 1 second longer, smirked, then she turned and walked out with their shoes and purses. And he knew he was losing something real again, but this time it was all his fault. Ryan told himself it didn't bother him. That was the first lie. The second was that he expected time to fix it. Expected her to start bringing things again. Expected her to call back. Expected her to show up at his locker like she'd always somehow known his schedule better than he did, but he hadn't expected the quiet to last. He hadn't expected the absence to be so brutal. It wasn't the big things that did it, at first. It was the small, stupid ones. The way his hand still reached for the phone cord in the hallway without him thinking about it. The way he still looked for her in the crowd at lunch, even when he told himself he didn't care. The way he still saved the passenger seat in his head, like a habit you don't realize you have until it's been taken away. The weekend was over. The game won, and he felt the familiar tug of tradition. He stretched the phone cord down the hallway and dialed her number. It rang. And rang. And rang. No answer, just like it had every time before. He wanted to throw it at the wall. Instead, he told himself she was busy or with Jen. He told himself she'd call back when she got over it. She wouldn't. He stood there too long, listening to the rings like they were counting something down. His mother's TV murmured in the living room. Some sitcom laugh track floated down the hall, fake and irritating. Ryan stared at the kitchen calendar as if the month might rearrange itself. Sunday. The day Sarah always baked because her grandmother liked the routine, which was when she was practicing for her internship. He imagined her hands in flour. Imagined her not thinking about him. That was the part his brain wouldn't accept. He hung up. Stood there another second anyway, like he could hear her breathing through the silence if he waited hard enough. He couldn't. The next day, he caught her outside the gym. The hallway smelled like sweat and guy's body spray, a sharp chemical bite that never quite covered the locker room funk. The basketball team had just cleared out. Boys were loud and hyped, slapping each other's backs, bouncing a ball down the hall. Sarah stood near the trophy case, books hugged tight to her chest, staring at a flyer taped to the glass. Something about the student council, and a bake sale. She looked like she hadn't slept. Not bad, just no makeup, and tired. Hey, he called, walking over to her, now that she was alone, Jen finally not right beside her. Hey, she said back, pulling a binder from her back to write down the specifics of whatever she read. Why are you still being weird, he asked, not unkindly. I'm not. You haven't called back in over a week. I'm busy. He was tired of hearing her say that. With what? She smiled faintly. My life. That irritated him more than it should have, because it wasn't an answer. He rubbed the back of his neck. You're still mad. I was never mad, she said, and he could read between the lines that she had been hurt, not mad. Sarah. There it was again. The tone. The one that assumed access. She took a breath. Ryan, I think it would be rude of me. Rude? To keep bringing you things. To keep hanging around like nothing happened. You have a girlfriend. So? The word hit her harder than he intended. She blinked. So, she repeated carefully, we kissed. Yeah. You said you didn't want things to be weird. I don't. She held his gaze. Then let us not make them weird. He frowned. I miss you. It slipped out before he could catch it, honest and unfiltered. She believed him, she really did, because she also believed that he loved her after all those years. How could he not, even in the smallest way? I'm still here, she said gently. Not like before. No. Not like before. Ryan, she said softly, I don't want to look back someday and feel stupid. You're not stupid, he sighed, not wishing to have to say it. I don't want to feel used, and you have a girlfriend to do all the things with that we used to do. The word S used to landed heavily. He almost missed everything else she said after it. His expression hardened. That's not fair. I'm not saying you meant to. So, what, this is an ultimatum? I dump her or lose you? Her eyebrows lifted. No. Then what? This isn't about you, she said calmly. It's about me. He blinked, really getting it for once. She stepped closer, not intimate, just close enough that her words didn't get lost in the hallway noise. You made your choice, she said. I'm respecting it. His chest tightened. You're being selfish. The accusation surprised her less than it should have. Maybe, she said softly. And then, because she was still kind, because she still loved him in a way that hurt, she leaned up and kissed his cheek. Soft. Familiar, and final feeling. I'll see you around, Ryan. She walked away before he could answer. Ryan stood there, staring after her like his body had forgotten how to move. Because it felt, suddenly, violently, like she'd just broken up with him. Ryan told himself it didn't bother him. The first time he saw Sarah laughing with George in the hallway, he barely reacted. Barely. George was holding a plastic container with a red lid. Sarah nudged him with her elbow and said something that made him grin. Ryan looked away because it didn't mean anything. She talked to people. She was friendly. She had always been friendly. But it started to mean something when he noticed the details. She walked with George to class now. She leaned in slightly when he spoke. She smiled differently, not flirtier, just focused like she cared to listen. Ryan hated that, because she used to look at him like that. He tried telling himself George was temporary. A phase or a distraction, but Sarah didn't do phases. Which meant if she had turned her attention toward George, it wasn't because she needed someone to hold her up. It was because she had chosen him, and Ryan couldn't stand that word anymore. Chosen. That next Tuesday afternoon, it became undeniable. He was at his locker when he saw her coming down the hall. Flour still dusted faintly across the front of her knit sweater. A small box in her hands. His stomach dipped because he didn't know what it was. She stopped in front of George. "Happy birthday," she said lightly. George blinked. "You didn't have to." "I know." He opened the box. Chocolate cake. Frosting piped neatly around the edges. Ryan knew that frosting. He licked it off his thumb more times than he could count. George laughed softly. "You remembered." "It's not a big deal," she smiled. She always remembered. Of course, she did. George hesitated just for a second, then bent and kissed her cheek. She even had the nerve to blush. Ryan felt something hot rise in his chest. It wasn't even romantic jealousy at first. It was ownership he didn't have the right to claim. It was the realization that she was giving someone else the parts of her he treated as default settings. Stephanie appeared beside him. "You okay?" she asked. "Fine," he muttered, pulling her into a long kiss that felt like nothing. Fine, he most definitely was not. Over the next few weeks, Ryan became a spectator. He watched boys linger around Sarah's locker. Watched her laugh without scanning the hallway for him. Watched her walk away first, but she didn't avoid him. That would have been easier. She was simply unavailable. It drove him insane. One afternoon, he saw George walking her to her car. They stopped at the driver's side. George said something. Sarah laughed. Then he did it. Ryan couldn't hear the words, but he saw the body language. The slight nervous shift as he waited. Sarah hesitated for only a second, then nodded. Ryan felt the moment like a door closing. George smiled, relieved, almost stunned, and squeezed her hand. Ryan looked away too late. He saw the kiss. How George held her waist where he had. Then the second to worst part was that she saw him watching, and she didn't look guilty. She looked as if she pitied him, because she hadn't wanted him to see it, to hurt him, and he just kept hurting himself. Stephanie noticed the shift long before Ryan admitted it. It was a Wednesday morning. Cold enough that their breath fogged the windshield before the defrost kicked in. Ryan's truck smelled faintly like body spray and last night's practice, sweat, dirt, and something metallic. A stack of CDs sat between the seats, some loose, some cracked at the corners from being shoved in too hard over the years. Stephanie slid into the passenger seat and slammed the door harder than necessary. He didn't comment, didn't say good morning. He just started the engine and pulled out of the driveway. He'd been up late. Not studying. Just staring at the ceiling. Replaying things he told himself didn't matter. The silence stretched long enough that Stephanie reached forward and shoved a CD in without asking. Click. Then the familiar synth. Talking Away. Ryan's chest tightened. He loved this song. He had since sophomore year, when Sarah had rolled her eyes at him for not knowing the lyrics and restarted the song 3 times so they could scream it properly with the windows down on the way to the lake. He could see that version of her too clearly. Hair in a messy ponytail. Sunburned nose. Laughing. Stephanie turned the volume up. I don't know what I'm to say. Ryan didn't sing. He didn't tap the steering wheel like he usually did. He just drove, his eyes fixed on the road, lost somewhere else with Sarah. Stephanie noticed. You're not even listening, she snapped. I am, he said automatically. The chorus hit. Take on me ee. So, Stephanie tried again. So, I figured out what I'm going as this weekend. He blinked slightly. What? For your Halloween thing, she said. I'm going to be a lifeguard. Like Baywatch. Red suit. The memory came without him having to focus on it. Sarah in her red bathing suit this last summer, her first two-piece, it was bright red, and he had teased her, calling her Pam whenever she wore it. Tease was all he could do when it was tormenting him. He smiled. Okay, Sarah. He said before he could stop it. The song kept playing. Stephanie froze. What? Ryan's stomach dropped. He hadn't meant to say it. He hadn't even realized he was thinking about her. You just called me Sarah, Stephanie said slowly. He didn't look at her. I said okay. You said okay, Sarah. I'll be gone in a day or two. The lyrics cut through the truck like a blade. Stephanie reached forward and snapped the radio off. Silence swallowed them whole. Stephanie's voice shifted, less dramatic now, more wounded. You're always thinking about her, looking for her, I can tell. He didn't answer. Because the truth was worse than arguing. He wasn't just thinking about her. He was measuring everything against her. The way she laughed, how she listened. The way she never made him feel like he had to perform when it was just them. Stephanie folded her arms. Why can't you decide what you want, she pressed. I chose you. Stephanie let out a humorless laugh. No, she said quietly. I don't really think you did. He pulled into the school lot too fast. The truck jerked slightly when he braked. Neither of them moved right away. I'm not competing with a girl who won't even look at you anymore, Stephanie said flatly. She looks at me. He stared straight ahead. She opened the door and paused. If you say so. That one hurt. Stephanie grabbed her bag. Figure it out, Ryan. I have already, and I am tired of fighting with you. I am done, he said, and she rolled her eyes. Same, she scoffed and left. She shut the door, and Ryan sat there alone for a second. The silence in the truck felt louder than the song had. He reached forward and turned the radio back on. The last of the chorus was fading out. Take on me, take me on. He shut it off again. Because suddenly, he didn't love the song anymore. And for a second, only a second, he thought he'd feel free now that Steph was out of Sarah's seat. Instead, he felt exposed. Because now there was no distraction left. No girlfriend excuse. Now it was just him, and the hole where Sarah used to be. He tried to tell himself it was fine. He tried to tell himself Sarah and George were just experimenting. That it wouldn't last. That she would miss him. That she'd get bored of George's careful listening and the way he hovered like she was the only one around. But he started noticing things he had ignored before. George opened doors and pulled out chairs. Not in a showy way. Not looking around to see if anyone noticed. Just automatic. Like it never occurred to him not to. George listened when she talked about the deli, not just nodding, but asking follow-up questions. Remembered what days she worked. Remembered when deliveries came in late. Remembered which customers tipped and which ones didn't. Ryan overheard George once asking her, "Did Mrs. Keating ever pay you back for that catering order?" And something about that tiny detail lodged under Ryan's ribs like a splinter. George showed up at school on her birthday with flowers, when all the leaves had fallen from the tree. Grocery store flowers, nothing fancy, but wrapped in brown paper like he'd thought about it. Ryan had never brought her flowers. He'd brought her leftovers from practice. Fries. Half a milkshake. His jersey when it benefited him. He'd assumed that was enough. He was wrong when, for the first time since she was 8, he didn't sing her happy birthday and wish for the same thing as last year. To marry Sean Astin. He almost smiled at the memory, but when she blew out her candle, she didn't look up at him, she looked up at George. George asked about her internship more frequently. Ryan had never asked about her internship. He'd heard about it, of course. She'd told him. He'd nodded. He'd said, "That's cool." Then he'd changed the subject to playoffs. He hadn't wanted to think about her leaving, even if she wasn't moving. He hadn't wanted to imagine a version of his life where she wasn't quietly beside him, orbiting him like gravity had made that inevitable. The regret came sharpest at night. When the house was quiet. When his father's TV murmured downstairs, and the ice in his glass clinked every time he shifted. When Ryan stretched the phone cord down the hallway out of habit, and finally realized she wasn't going to answer. He had sat on the edge of his bed too many times now, the cord stretched taut, listening to the ringing. 3 rings. 4. 5. The sound changed from hope to humiliation. He stopped calling. Not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't stand the silence after the 3rd ring. Silence meant she wasn't waiting anymore, and that felt worse than anger. On Wednesday, on a particularly cold October day before Halloween, the call came. The one he'd been waiting for. The one he'd told himself would fix things, because good news always did. He was in his room with his sneakers still on, tossing a baseball against the wall hard enough to leave a faint mark on the drywall. Thunk. 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 He imagined it was George's face. Then immediately hated himself for that. That wasn't him. He wasn't that kind of person. Except maybe he was becoming him. The phone rang. His mom yelled up the stairs. Ryan. It's Coach. Ryan nearly tripped on his own feet, getting down the hallway. He grabbed the receiver. Yeah? Coach Daniels didn't waste time. They picked you. Ryan froze. What? The Scouts. They picked you. Full ride if you keep your grades up and don't do anything stupid between now and spring. His throat went tight. For a second, he couldn't talk. It wasn't just the scholarship. It was the exit he had hoped for. The proof he wasn't going to end up like his dad. The proof he wasn't nothing. The proof that every drill, every sprint, every hit meant something. The proof that all those nights running until his lungs burned weren't just anger channeled into something physical. Ryan? Coach barked. You hear me? Yeah, Ryan said hoarsely. Yeah, I'm here. Good. I'll talk to your mom about paperwork tomorrow. Don't screw it up. Coach hung up like it was nothing. Ryan stood there holding the receiver, staring at the wall. His chest felt huge. Too full. His mom came into the hallway, eyes glassy. That's amazing, honey, she whispered, touching his arm like she wasn't sure he was real. He nodded. He couldn't explain that the first person he wanted to tell wasn't in the house. His first instinct wasn't Stephanie. Wasn't Nate. If he wasn't picked again, that would sting. Wasn't even Jennifer. It was Sarah. Because Sarah was the person he told things to. Sarah was the person who knew what it cost him to be good. Sarah was the person who would have smiled like he'd hung the moon and then asked if he'd eaten dinner. He dialed her number before he could think. Ring. Ring. No answer. His stomach sank. Of course, it was Wednesday. Sarah worked Wednesdays. He should have remembered. No, he did remember. That was the problem, he remembered too much. He hung up. You excited? His father's voice came unexpectedly from the kitchen, but the coach had called him ahead of time so they could all be there for this moment. Ryan stepped in, not liking that his dad, of all people, knew first. Yeah. Full ride. His father nodded once, approving. Good. That's your way out. The words hit wrong. Out. Like this place was a trap. Like everyone in it was a liability. Ryan hesitated. I'm gonna go tell Sarah. His father looked up slowly. Didn't you break up? No, we never dated. But I want to tell her about this, and Ryan's mouth felt dry. That I made a mistake. His father stared. You don't stay with your high school sweetheart. Ryan's jaw tightened. That's not what this is. College breaks that, his father continued. You'll forget her in a month. I won tea. You think you won tea? Ryan swallowed. I messed up. I'm fixing it. His father sat and leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowing. Girls like that only want one thing. What does that mean? They want to stay here. Small town. Babies. Regret their lives at 35 and blame you for it. Ryan felt heat crawl up his spine at the look of indignation his father gave his mother, who slipped out of the room. That's ridiculous. It's realistic, his father shot back. You don't give up your future over love that one last. Love doesn't get you drafted. She's not asking me to give anything up. She will. She's trying to start a business, Ryan said. With her family. His father laughed under his breath and stood up. Restaurants fail. It's not just a restaurant. It's small-town nonsense. Ryan stepped closer. You're just jealous. His father's eyes hardened. Jealous of what? Her dad's business is doing well. The implication was there, and yours failed. The slap came without warning. Ryan's head snapped sideways. The sound of it lingered in the kitchen longer than it should have. His cheek burned instantly. They stared at each other. You think you're some big man who's got it figured out, his father taunted quietly. Ryan didn't blink. You don't know anything about the real world, his father continued. I took that job because I knocked up your mom. You think I had choices? Ryan's chest heaved. You had choices, he said. His father's jaw flexed. I'm saving you from ruining your life, he muttered, grabbing his keys. The door shut loudly, and he hated that he now understood his father too clearly. Was this called perspective or stubbornness? Ryan stood there alone. Hand on his face. Breathing. For the first time in his life, he didn't know if he was angry at his father or terrified he might become him. He stared at the wall, and almost didn't go until he pictured telling her, how she would be so proud of him, and they would make up over it, so he grabbed his keys. The deli was a warm rectangle of light in the night. Windows fogged. The handwritten special sign still in the window. He parked across the street. Touched his cheek. The mark was faint but visible. He told himself she wouldn't notice, but secretly he hoped she would. He told himself it didn't matter, it did. Then he looked, George's car was there. Ryan watched through the glass. Sarah was behind the counter. Hair up, apron tied. George leaned on the counter, and she was laughing. Ryan felt that sick sting again. She looks happy without me. George picked up the broom, twirled it like a joke. She smiled, and it looked easy. Ryan waited in his truck, much longer than he needed to. Watched George lean closer. Watched the way their shoulders almost touched. Then George finally left with a bag of food. He waved through the glass, and Sarah waved back. Ryan's throat tightened as panic began to grow in his chest. It felt tight and hot even if it was freezing outside, but he got out anyway. She was alone and about to close. This was his only chance while she couldn't get away yet. The bell jingled, and Sarah looked up. Fleetwood Mac. Dreams. Now here you go again, you say you want your freedom was playing. He almost cursed at how the universe was messing with him. Her eyes flicked to his face immediately. What happened? He shrugged. Nothing. Her gaze lingered, but she didn't press like she would have before. I got the call. What call? The scouts. They picked me full ride. A pause. Then her face softened. That's amazing. I thought you'd want to know. I do. She meant it. That almost broke him. He stepped closer. I was going to, he stopped. Swallowed. I was going to tell you something. The radio behind the counter shifted. Oh, thunder only happens when it's rainin'. He let out a breath, wishing to throw away every radio ever made. I messed up. She didn't interrupt. I was scared, he continued. I thought if I kept things easy, it wouldn't hurt. Her eyes didn't waver. I don't want it easy, he said quietly. He almost said it. The words hovered in his throat. I love you. They burned there. He couldn't push them out. Instead, I don't want to lose you. There. Not enough. But close. Right. Right? She went very still. Ryan, I'm proud of you, she said gently. But I'm not going back to how it was before. He grabbed the broom. He needed something in his hand, something to do, or she was going to make him leave. He could see it in her eyes. I'll help close. Please don't, she sighed. Why? Because I'll have to do it again. He swallowed. You don't care, she said quietly. I do care. About sweeping? He didn't answer. He felt sick, because she wasn't talking about sweeping. She was talking about him never really being there for her. He cared about being needed, and she could see it. That was the humiliating part. There was no mystery between them, no pretending. Sarah saw him for who he was, and he didn't like who he was anymore. His throat tightened. This was a mistake, he muttered. Players only love you when they're playing. Sarah's eyes flickered. Ryan? He dropped the broom like it offended him. You know what, he said, voice rising. Forget it. He pushed past her and walked out. Say, women, they will come and they will go. The bell jingled again. Too cheerful. Too normal for what he was feeling. You'll know. You will know. The song died the second the door closed between them. He stood by his truck, breathing hard, hands shaking, not from anger, not fully. From grief. From the realization that even when he tried to step back into her world, she wouldn't let him wreck it with half effort anymore. He looked at her car. Parked in the lot. Her practical independence sat there like a silent mockery. His chest twisted, and something in him did what it always did when he felt cornered. It became cruel. He went to the passenger side of his truck. Opened the door. Grabbed the stack of CDs she'd made him over the years, mixed CDs in jewel cases, some labeled neatly, some with star or heart doodles. The ones she'd made for long drives. For finals. For after games. For nights when his house felt too quiet and would go on a drive. He didn't even look at the titles. He just dumped them. One by one. Into her car. Like he was throwing pieces of her back at her. Like he was proving he didn't need them. Like he was proving he wasn't the one begging. The cases clattered onto her seat. Plastic clicking as a few slid to the floorboards. He slammed her door. Hard. Then he got in his truck and drove away fast enough to kick up rocks. His hands were trembling on the wheel. And the worst part? He didn't feel better. He felt emptier. He didn't feel powerful. He felt completely hollow. He knew later, Sarah would walk out and see the mess. She would sit there, hands shaking, and cry. Ryan didn't see that, but he could imagine it, and imagining it was worse. By Thursday, the guilt had started to rot, the kind that replays her voice over and over. You don't care. Sarah didn't call him about the CDs. Didn't confront him. Didn't even look at him differently at school. Which made it worse, and he never thought it could get worse. Because it meant she wasn't fighting at all. She was finished, and Ryan Walker had never been good at being finished. The Halloween trip had always been loud. But this one would be louder now that they had 3 under their belt. Because it wasn't just a camping trip at the cabin. It was Halloween weekend, the one everyone circled on their calendars every year since he and Jen took over the tradition from their cousin who graduated their freshman year. The one where the cabin by the lake turned into something halfway between a bonfire and a horror movie. By mid-afternoon, Jen had strung orange Christmas lights across the porch railing. A fake plastic skeleton dangled from the dock ladder. There were carved pumpkins lining the steps, half of them already collapsing because they had been carved last week. Too many coolers. Too many folding chairs. Too many chances for mistakes. You invited Sarah, right? Ryan asked Jen casually when it was an hour until the party, and Sarah still wasn't here to help set up like she usually did. Jen stared at him. You're so predictable. She said, not hiding the bite in her tone. We're still friends, he defended, but that didn't sound right either. Sure, Jennifer snorted. She's coming, she said finally. But you're not going to like it. His stomach tightened. Why? She's bringing George, and she watched him for a reaction. Ryan swallowed, the picture of calm. That's fine. By the time the sun dropped behind the trees, the lake had turned silver, and the air smelled like fire, cheap beer, and pumpkin-scented candles Jen got at the dollar store. Sarah almost hadn't come. Jennifer had begged over the phone when she called, asking her to bring more candy. It will be fine, she promised. Don't let him ruin our tradition. That was optimistic. George drove, keeping one hand on the wheel and the other resting loosely near Sarah's knee. She was wearing her costume already. Rainbow bright. It had been something she and Jen planned since the summer, and it took forever to find every piece. Bright striped leggings, a blue skirt, suspenders, and a yellow star pinned to her chest. Her hair was pulled high into a messy side ponytail with a red ribbon. She added glitter to her cheeks, which was already on George's cheek from the kiss he gave her when he picked her up. "We don't have to stay long," George told her as they pulled onto the dirt road leading to the cabin. "I know." She was glad he came when she asked at the last minute. She never had to explain to George what she was going through with Ryan. Everyone knew this was like a messy breakup, and he didn't mind putting himself in the middle. But he hadn't had time to get a costume. Ryan was already outside when they arrived. Leaning against the porch railing. Beer in hand. Dressed in a khaki button-down shirt with a fake name tag that read, Camp Crystal Lake Counselor. Jennifer stood beside him in matching khaki shorts, tube socks pulled up high, and a plastic machete tucked into her belt. And then there was Nate. Nate, who dressed like Doc Brown from Back to the Future. White lab coat, wild gray wig, goggles around his neck, holding a plastic flux capacitor that lit up when he pressed a button. He was currently leaning against the porch post, arms crossed, looking at his watch with exaggerated irritation. "She's late," Nate muttered, checking his watch again, and Ryan didn't like how much Nate still cared. Jennifer rolled her eyes. "It's a party, Nate. Not a time travel experiment. The space-time continuum doesn't wait for anyone, Jennifer," Nate slurred slightly, already 3 beers in. "I had a whole timeline mapped out. Arrival, setup, optimal social interaction window, then blitzed. She's thrown the entire sequence into chaos." "Nate," Jennifer said, grabbing his arm to steady him. "You're already blitzed." "I am not." Nate protested, swaying. "I am merely pre-blitzed. Preparing my liver for the temporal displacement ahead. It's called science, Jennifer. Look it up." Ryan saw George's truck first. George walked around to open her door even though she didn't need him to. Ryan's jaw tightened. He hadn't expected that either. Not the door. Not the hand at her back. Not the way she smiled up at George, soft and easy. Like she was already used to him. Then Sarah shut the door, and then... Rainbow bright. His stomach dropped. He hadn't expected that she never dressed so provocatively before. The blue skirt hit mid-thigh, showing off legs. The suspenders pulled the fabric tight across her chest. The glitter on her cheeks caught the light, making her skin glow. She looked like something out of a dream, or something we would now dream about. And he hated it. He hated how much he liked it. He hated how his body reacted before his brain could catch up. He hated that he was looking at her like she was something to consume instead of someone he'd known since they were kids. Something sharp lodged under Ryan's ribs. He finished his beer too quickly. Nate pushed himself off the porch post as Sarah approached, his drunken irritation evident in every line of his body. "You're late," he said, not bothering with a greeting. "I told you 4 o'clock. It's now 4:23. That's 23 minutes of wasted drinking time. 23 minutes that could have been spent establishing the temporal parameters of this evening's shot limits. Do you have any idea how many beers I could have consumed in 23 minutes? Sarah blinked at him. "Hi, Nate. Nice to see you too." "I'm serious, Sarah." Nate adjusted his goggles, looking at her with that particular drunk guy eye. "I had a whole timeline mapped out. You've thrown the entire sequence into chaos." "I see," she said, glancing at George. "And how many times did you watch Back to the Future to be so good at this?" Nate rolled his eyes at the snark. George offered his hand. "Hi, Nate. Nice costume." Nate ignored the hand entirely. "It's not a costume. It's a homage to scientific excellence. And you're 23 minutes late to appreciate it properly." "Nate," Jennifer said, grabbing his arm to laugh, "is 2 hours and 23 minutes ahead." "Ah," Sarah said, but she was smiling. "He is going to feel that tomorrow." The girls laughed, and Ryan was stuck looking. He couldn't stop looking. Every time she moved, the skirt swayed. Every time she laughed, the suspenders pressed tighter against her chest. Every time she glanced at George, something in Ryan's chest tightened. He wanted to look away. He needed to look away, but he couldn't. Sarah pulled George into the cabin's small kitchen, away from the noise and the fire and the tension. "Can I ruin your shirt?" she asked, her eyes bright with mischief. George had looked down at his plain white t-shirt, then back at her. "What? Your shirt?" She reached for the hem, her fingers brushing against his stomach. "Can I ruin it?" "I mean," he laughed a little. "It's just a shirt, Sarah." "Cool." She grabbed a bottle of red food coloring from the baking cabinet. "Come here." She led him to the small table to sit. "Murder victim 1, she laughed, pouring the red food coloring directly onto the white fabric. The color bloomed instantly, spreading like blood across the cotton. "Okay, that's actually kind of disturbing," George had said, but he was smiling. "It's supposed to be disturbing." She laughed, pouring more, watching the red stain grow larger, darker. Then she done it. She grabbed both sides of the stained fabric above his belt and ripped. The sound had been sharp, satisfying. The shirt tore sideways, the red-stained fabric separating into jagged edges. "There," she said, "now you're officially a murder victim." "Very authentic." She laughed, her face flushed with the fun of it, with the sheer normalcy of doing something stupid and harmless with someone who didn't make everything about him. By the time the second cooler was opened, the night had loosened. Music crackled from the house. Ice Baby. Ryan wasn't sure how he felt about it yet, but Sarah made a mocking face and sang along, so how bad could it be? Someone brought a fog machine that sputtered dramatically near the porch. Jen was already laughing too loudly. Nate was already passed out upstairs, goggles lost. Tyler was somewhere napping on a hammock because he would rally later. Ryan drank more than he meant to, because Sarah sat on the dock with her feet in the water, rainbow bright leggings getting wet just at the toes. George sat beside her at a respectful distance. Ryan watched them from the fire. He told himself he wasn't watching. But he knew exactly how many times George leaned closer to hear her. Exactly how many times she smiled. Exactly how many times she didn't look back at him. And she looked cute. Painfully attractive. The kind of cute that made him feel like he missed something obvious. He opened another beer. By the fourth, the irritation had sharpened. By the fifth, it felt personal. Boys noticed. That was the worst part. Two of Ryan's friends wandered over at one point while George was inside, grabbing more drinks. "You and George official?" one of them asked Sarah casually. She shrugged. "We're seeing where it goes." Ryan's fingers tightened around his bottle. "Seeing where it goes." That was his line. That was his tone, and now it wasn't he. When George came back outside, Ryan made sure to intercept him. "Hey, man," Ryan said, clapping him a little too hard on the shoulder. "Didn't he know you were into baking?" It was corny, but all he could think to say. George frowned slightly. "What?" "Sarah's thing," Ryan clarified. "You like that stuff?" George didn't rise to it. "I like her," he said evenly. It wasn't a challenge. It was a statement. Ryan laughed, too loudly. "Yeah? For how long?" George met his eyes. "Not as long as you." Something inside Ryan snapped just a little, and he stepped closer. "You think that's funny?" "Nope, not really," George said calmly before walking back to Sarah. Ryan had no idea why he wanted to fight so badly, but every look at Sarah ached in new ways. Later, after the fire had burned lower and the music shifted to something louder, Sarah remembered she brought a bag of candy. She meant to set it out earlier, but everything had been so chaotic. "I'll be right back," she told George, standing up from where they'd been sitting on the porch steps with Jen and Tyler, who just woken back up. "I left the candy in the room." "I'll come with you." George started to stand. "No, stay here," she said, smiling. "I'll be 2 secs. Keep my seat warm." She headed up the stairs to the second floor of the cabin. The room she always stayed in was at the end of the hall, small and cozy double bunks, with a window that looked out over the lake. Her bag was sitting on the dresser where she left it earlier. She was just reaching for the candy inside when she heard footsteps behind her. She didn't turn around. She could feel him there, could sense the familiar weight of his presence in the small room. The air between them felt charged. "Hey," he said, his voice low. "Hi," she said, grabbing the candy bag and turning to face him. Ryan was standing in the doorway, blocking her exit. His eyes were dark, swimming with alcohol and something else she couldn't quite read. Something that made her heart beat faster. That skirt, he said, and his voice cracked slightly. It's too short. Sarah stiffened. It's a costume. It's too much. He took a step into the room, closing the distance between them. You look really pretty, Sarah. Too pretty. You shouldn't look like that. She didn't know what to say to that. I'm just wearing a costume. No, he shook his head, his eyes raking over her, taking in the suspenders, the star on her chest, the glitter on her cheeks, the skirt that hit mid-thigh. You don't get it. Everyone else looking at you. Do you know that? Everyone else looking. And I hate it. I hate that they're looking at you like that. He took another step, and now he was too close. His hand came up, fingers brushing against the hem of her blue skirt where it met her striped leggings. He didn't pull down. He just touched it, his fingers lingering on the fabric, like he was testing its reality. I can't stop looking at you, he admitted, and his voice was rough with something that sounded like pain. I can't stop thinking about how you look. I can't stop wanting to. He stopped himself, but the words hung in the air between them. Sarah's breath caught. Ryan, you need to stop. I know. His hand moved from her skirt to her waist, pulling her slightly toward him. I know I need to stop. But I can't. I can't stop watching you with him. I can't stop thinking about how it should be me. How it should have always been me. And I can't stop looking at you like this and wanting to fix it. He was looking at her like she was the treat. Like she was something he wanted to consume. And beneath the alcohol and the possessiveness, she could see that he was genuinely bothered by it. He hated how sexy she looked. He hated that he noticed. He hated that he couldn't stop noticing. You're drunk, she said quietly, but her voice was shaking. I'm not drunk enough to not see what's happening. His hand tightened on her waist. You think I don't know what you're doing? You think I don't see you trying to make me crazy? I'm not trying to make you crazy, Ryan. I'm trying to move on. Move on, he laughed, bitter and sharp. From what? From us? There was never an us to move on from. You know that. You've always known that. She pushed against his chest, not hard, just enough to create space. You need to stop. I can't. His hand tightened on her waist. It should have always been me. Ryan. Hey. They both turned to see George standing in the doorway, his jaw set, his hands clenched at his sides. Ryan didn't let go of her waist. If anything, his grip tightened. Problem? Ryan asked, his voice challenging. George took a step forward. Sarah, you good? Sarah pulled away completely, moving toward George. I'm fine. You don't look fine, George said, his eyes on Ryan. I'm fine, she insisted, but her voice was shaking. Ryan watched them together, watched the way George automatically positioned himself between her and Ryan, watched the way she leaned toward him like he was something solid in a world that kept tilting. He hated it. He hated all of it. Great, Ryan said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You here because you saw an opening? Because you saw she was vulnerable, alone in a room, and you decided to slide in? The irony there was thick, but he couldn't see it. That's enough. Sarah snapped, and it was the first time Ryan had seen Sarah actually seem upset by all this. Ryan looked at her. You told me you didn't want to look stupid, he said, voice soaked with beer. Guess that didn't last long. George stepped forward. Hey. Sarah grabbed George's wrist gently. I've got it. She turned to Ryan fully. What's your problem? Ryan laughed, humorless. My problem? He gestured vaguely between her and George. You're acting like this was some big heartbreak thing when you couldn't even wait. Her face went still. Wait for what? For me. The words fell heavy. Ugly. You should have waited, he continued, reckless now, you knew what we had. Her pulse roared in her ears. You had a girlfriend. That wasn't real. But this is, she scoffed. He ran a hand through his hair. You knew it wasn't going to be serious with her. That's comforting. He stepped closer. You knew I wasn't done with you. Her breath left her slowly. Done with you. Like she'd been a project or a possession. You don't get to be dick to me, she said quietly. I'm not a dick. You're drunk. He laughed again. At least I didn't run to someone else the second things got hard. Something snapped inside her then. Not loudly, but ever so cleanly. Excuse me, she said. That is literally what you did. Ryan scoffed. Yeah, well, at least you have George, who is too nice to ever hurt you, right? You give it up, and I guarantee he will dump you. George stiffened. Sarah turned on Ryan, eyes blazing now. You don't get to talk about him like that. Oh, come on, Ryan said, voice rising. You really think he s with you for anything other than the fact you finally decided to give someone a shot? The insult hovered. Not explicit. But close enough. Her stomach turned. You know what, he continued, leaning in too close. I only dated Stephanie because she put out. I knew you wouldn't. I knew you'd make it complicated. The world went silent. George took a step forward, fury written plainly across his face. Sarah lifted a hand slightly. Don't. She looked at Ryan. Really looked at him. At the boy she'd skipped rocks with. The boy she'd baked for. The boy she'd trusted. And she saw nothing steady there. Just a cracked ego. You knew I wouldn't, she repeated softly. He didn't answer. Because now, even through the haze of alcohol, he realized what he'd said. Her voice dropped. Too bad. He swallowed because she knew where to cut. You're turning out exactly like your father. It wasn't loud. It wasn't screamed. It was worse. Because Ryan's father was known for one thing. Drinking. Wasting away. The man who had everything and thrown it away, bottle by bottle. The insult landed with precision. Then she turned and walked away. Ryan stood awkwardly, not believing what he had just done. He told himself she'd overreacted. Told himself she'd twisted his words. Told himself she'd always been too sensitive. But beneath all that noise was something colder. Fear. He wasn't sure she would come back. Later, as the fire burned lower and conversation split into smaller groups with people leaving or passing out, Sarah found Ryan near the trees out back. He was leaning against one, a bottle dangling loosely from his fingers, staring into the dark like it might answer him. She shouldn't have gone over there. She knew that. But the alcohol had thinned her restraint, and the anger was still sitting hot in her chest from what he'd said earlier. You don't get to hurt me because you were scared, she said quietly. The words didn't shake. Ryan looked up at her, and for a second, she saw it, panic. Real panic. Sarah. No, she stepped closer. You don't get to stand there and act like this is happening to you. He swallowed. I didn't mean. You never mean it, she agreed. His jaw tightened. So, what, that's it? You're just done? Yes. She said so calmly, he felt his chest tighten. At least I'm fighting for something. He shot back suddenly, voice cracking. You won't even fight me. She blinked. What? Fight me back, he demanded, stepping toward her. Not grabbing. Not trapping. Just desperate. Fucking fight me, Sarah. Yell at me. Tell me what you really feel. The word hung between them. Her eyes flashed. No. He stared at her like she'd slapped him. No, his voice broke. No, he repeated. God damn it, Sarah, why don't you care? Why won't you fight? Because I don't want to fight with you, she said, and now her voice did shake. Just a little. We never do. He blinked. She stepped closer, tears building but not falling yet. Have you thought about that? Have you? She demanded. We don't fight. We get along. We always have. That's the one thing was ours. He looked confused, like the idea had never occurred to him. I don't want to ruin that last thing we have left, she said, and now the tears came. Not loud or dramatic, just steady. Because you were scared. He swallowed hard. I wasn't scared. Yes, you were, she said softly. You were scared, and I know why. I understand, I saw it. Ryan, I know you, and I have spent my life trying to figure you out. silence stretched between them. The fire crackled somewhere behind the trees. "You were supposed to be my friend," she said, quieter now. "That's all you ever had to be. I am your friend." "I know." Her voice gentled, but it didn't waver. She moved to step around him. He grabbed her wrist instinctively, but she pulled free. Not violently, just slowly, her eyes on his. He looked wrecked, and that almost broke her almost. Instead, she stepped forward one last time and pressed a kiss to his cheek. Soft and very final. "The kind you give someone you forgive, friends." She agreed and walked back into the cabin, away from him. He got back what he wanted, but had he really? Ryan's senior year didn't end clean. It arrived like the second half of a movie where you realize the main character already ruined what mattered, and now the plot is just consequences, and it ended, well, not so good. The Halloween party had been the final breaking point, she had said friends, but didn't seem to mean it. October had ended with silence between them, and November arrived like the morning after a storm you didn't see coming. Ryan told himself the distance would fade the way everything else did. Like bruises. Like bad games. Like the ache after you lifted too heavy and pretended it didn't hurt. Time always fixed stuff. That was what adults said. That was what his father used as a weapon when he needed Ryan to stop wanting anything he'd say, sure, one day, but not now. But time didn't fix this. Time just made it quieter. And quiet, Ryan learned, was not the same as healed. Sarah didn't invite him over on Thanksgiving Day to watch the parade before dinner. He had gone to Jent's for dinner, but the whole day he spent alone, naively waiting, hoping she would call at the last minute, he could apologize, and then he would get to eat her sweet potatoes. That didn't happen. Christmas, she didn't exchange gifts with him, but he saw everything she had given the others. Cinnamon rolls for Nate, chocolate chip cookies for Tyler, brownies for Jen, and he didn't want to know what she made for George, but Jen had made sure he knew that George had gone over to Sarah's and they made gingerbread houses, just like they used to. He couldn't stay for the end of the story, he had to get out of there. By January she and him found a rhythm that was more distance than anything. February was a whole other torment. Sarah was at school less now. She switched her free period from after lunch to last period, which meant the only class she shared with him had moved too. It wasn't intentional, at least not on paper, but it worked in her favor. She had more time to get to her internship. And less time to see Ryan. 4 months of silence. 4 months of watching her pass him in hallways like he was someone she used to know. 4 months of Jennifer giving him looks that said she understood and wouldn't push. He told himself it would pass. It didn't. It was a Tuesday when Ryan finally broke. As fate would have it, when Sarah was leaving school, Ryan was returning from a dentist appointment. He pulled into the senior parking lot just as she stepped through the front doors. Cold air hit his face when he got out. She didn't see him at first. She was moving quickly, backpack slung over one shoulder, hair shorter now. It suited her. He swallowed and called her name. "Sarah." She stopped, and turned. For half a second, she looked surprised. "Hey," she said. It wasn't warm, but it wasn't hostile either. He stepped closer, hands shoved into his jacket pockets because he didn't know what else to do with them. How's your internship?" It felt stupid the second he said it, but she didn't laugh. Her expression lit up. "It's great," she said, and this time there was something real there. "They're actually letting me stay through the spring, if I don't mess it up." He blinked. "Oh. They're going to start paying me too," she added, almost like she couldn't quite believe it herself. "Not much, but still. It's something, now I can be on the loan for the deli." That's really good." She nodded. "I've got 2 part-time jobs now, so I'm pretty busy." There was no complaint in her voice, she was excited, and even though she said she was busy, she seemed carefree. Ryan stared at her like he was seeing something new. 2 jobs, school, loans, and she wasn't even 18 yet. It struck him suddenly how abnormal that was. Most of the girls they knew were counting down to prom, senior skip day, and graduation parties. Sarah was counting hours worked, saving money, building towards something. She'd always been like that, if he was honest. Her dad ran his own place. Her mom balanced books at the kitchen table. Her grandmother still worked even when she didn't have to. She grew up in a house where people built things instead of talking about building them. She wasn't running from town, she was growing in it. And that felt powerful. He felt small next to it. Busy as good, he said finally. Yeah, she smiled faintly. It is. There was a pause. A strange, polite pause. Like two people at a bus stop who used to share secrets. So he cleared his throat. Are you doing anything for Valentine's Day? He tried to sound casual. He failed. She blinked once. Not really. The words hit him like oxygen. Not really. Not, George and I have plans. Not, how dare you even ask? Just not really. His brain did what it had been trained to do. It filled in blanks. Maybe they'd broken up. Maybe boot camp had shifted things. Maybe distance was already happening. Maybe. I'll probably be working, she added lightly. It's a Wednesday. But we will get slammed by the weekend. He didn't register that part. He only heard the first answer. Not really. Oh, he said, trying not to sound hopeful. She adjusted the strap of her backpack. I should go, she said. I have to be there in an hour. Right. Yeah. Of course. See ya, and then she walked away. Ryan stood there in the parking lot, cold air burning his lungs. She hadn't talked about George. She hadn't shut him down, and somehow, that felt like an opening. He watched her get into her car. Watched her start it. Watched her drive away. And for the first time in months, something shifted inside him that felt familiar. Because she hadn't rushed off, she hadn't told him to leave her alone. She smiled like she used to. She answered his question like they were still friends. She said she wasn't doing anything for Valentine's Day. He didn't understand that it wasn't about George. It wasn't about romance at all. It was about responsibility, something he didn't have or understand. It was about a girl who had stepped into adulthood early because she had the kind of foundation that let her. Strong parents. A house where love looked like work ethic and support instead of chaos. Ryan mistook that steadiness for space. All he knew was that Valentine's Day was 8 days away. And for the first time in a long time, he felt like maybe he could start winning her back. So, he bought flowers. Not roses, too much. Not carnations, too cheap. Just wildflowers, wrapped in paper with a ribbon that was slightly too tight. He drove to her house after school, rehearsing what he'd say. Something casual. Something that didn't sound desperate. Hey, saw these and thought of you. Just wanted to say I'm sorry. Can we talk? I don't know how to go back to being friends. I want more. I am sorry. He parked in her driveway and sat there for 5 minutes before he could make himself move. Unfortunately, her dad answered the door. Mr. Bennett had known Ryan since he was 9 years old. Had watched him grow from the kid who could catch a baseball into a teenager who couldn't catch a clue. He'd seen Ryan go through his parents' divorce, through the years when Ryan's dad was more ghost than father, through all the moments when Ryan had needed someone to notice he was struggling. Ryan, Mr. Bennett said, and his voice wasn't unfriendly, just tired. Hi, Mr. Bennett. Is Sarah home? Mr. Bennett looked at the flowers in Ryan's hands, then back at Ryan's face. She's not. She's at her internship. Ryan's stomach dropped. Oh. I didn't know she had that today. She has it every Tuesday and Thursday, but it's a busy day, so they asked her to help out. Mr. Bennett leaned against the doorframe, studying Ryan. She's good at it. She's really good at it. That's great, Ryan said, but the words felt hollow. He couldn't comprehend how a 17-year-old girl would want to work on Valentine's Day and be happy about it. Like Mr. Bennett could see into Ryan's mind, he sighed. You need to let her go, son. Ryan's throat tightened. I just wanted to. I know what you wanted. Mr. Bennett's voice was gentle but firm. I know what happened. I know you never had a good role model. Your dad wasn't around much, and when he was, well, you know. I understand that. I do. Ryan felt something sink in his chest and yet rise at the same time, like it might come back up and vomit. He hated that Mr. Bennett wasn't wrong. But Sarah isn't like everyone else, Mr. Bennett continued. She is not like other girls your age who don't know what they want. Sarah knows. She has goals, Ryan. She has dreams. She knows exactly where she is going and what she wants to do with her life. He paused. And you? You have no idea what you want. And that is not fair to her. Ryan stared at the flowers in his hands and felt like his whole argument to not be with her had flipped back on him. Because this whole time, he thought he did know what he wanted. He wanted out. He wanted the scholarship. He wanted college. He wanted distance from this town, from his father, from the smallness of it all, and all the people who knew about his family. And then what? Go pro, maybe, but that was a long shot. Be someone different some people didn't think they knew. But beyond that? He never pictured it clearly. The scholarship was a doorway. Not a destination. It guaranteed escape. It didn't guarantee direction, and that realization hit harder than expected. He had no idea what he wanted after he left. Except Sarah. That was the only thing that felt certain now, and that certainty had arrived too late. Because standing here, in her doorway, with flowers he should have brought months ago, he understood something that made his stomach drop. She had tried. All those nights down by the lake. All those conversations staring up at the stars. He could hear her voice in his head now. I'll come visit when I have time, 3 hours isn't a long drive. You'd come home for the holidays anyway. I can come stay in your dorm for a weekend. Oh, I can try to make games. You can show me your campus, and we can party. I don't want to miss out on that. She had laughed. He had laughed. He had brushed it off. He had thought that was a given, that's what friends do. He hadn't realized that she was building a future around him. She had tried to bend her world to fit his. The hindsight came sharp and ruthless. Sarah had been willing to stay friends. I've never seen my daughter so heartbroken, Mr. Bennet said, and his voice cracked slightly. And I don't plan to let you make her feel like that again. She is too mature, too busy, too kind to deal with someone who can't decide if he wants her or not. She deserves someone who knows what he wants. Someone who chooses her without having to be forced into it. You both are so young, so I can't fault you for this, but I want to let it continue. Ryan couldn't speak. Mr. Bennet softened. I'm telling you this because I care about you, Ryan. I always have. But you need to hear it. You need to let her go. Ryan nodded once, unable to find words. Let her go. He had thought letting her go meant not fighting for her. Now he understood it meant something worse. It meant admitting she was no longer his to fight for. Give me the flowers, Mr. Bennet said softly. Ryan handed them over. His fingers felt numb as he released them. Mr. Bennet took them gently. I'll tell her you stopped by. But Ryan? Don't come back until you know what you want. Ryan almost laughed at that. Because for the first time in his life, he did know. He wanted her. But wanting her now didn't undo months, years of indecision. It didn't undo the fact that he ruined her first kiss. Or slept with Steph the same night, which he didn't much remember, but the kiss he remembered. Tried to play it off, not apologizing. The CDs dumped on the passenger seat, which he regretted constantly every time he turned on the radio. So, knowing what you want only matters if you knew it when it counted. Ryan walked back to his car and drove home with the windows down. The air burned his lungs. He welcomed it. He didn't cry. He just drove, and somewhere between her house and his, with the wind loud and the town blurring past him, he understood something with a clarity that hurt. This wasn't something he could fix with flowers. It wasn't something he could fix with apologies. It wasn't something time would smooth over. This wasn't bad timing. This wasn't bad luck. This was his fault. And some things, once broken, stayed broken. Spring break returned with an empty seat at the lunch table. Sarah stopped coming to their table. The cafeteria still smelled like pizza and disinfectant, and that weird sweet plastic smell from the vending machines, but the table felt wrong without her there, wrong like walking into your house and seeing the furniture moved 2 inches to the left. Same room. Same stuff. Yet, your body still notices. Ryan didn't understand it like that, but he just knew it felt wrong. Jennifer even seemed upset by this, especially when Tyler whispered, "Where's Sarah?" after weeks of it. Like he only just noticed her absence. She's in the library, Jen said, poking at her tater tots like they offended her. With George. Ryan didn't look up, having thought it was directed at him. Okay, he muttered. Jen turned to stare at him. What? He snapped. You said it like you're fine, Jen said, mouth twisting. I am. Jen snorted. You're about as fine as my parents' marriage. Ryan's jaw clenched. Jen's parents had started talking about divorce like it was a schedule. Jen had been bouncing between houses like a dish no one wanted to return. It wasn't funny. Ryan didn't find it funny when she said it. He found it too familiar. Jen leaned in, lowering her voice. It's weird, right? The way the whole world just changes. Like one day you're eating lunch with the same people since forever, and then you are left behind. I mean, it even feels like Sarah left me, and I didn't do anything wrong. Ryan's fingers tightened around his milk carton. Stop, he muttered. Jen blinked. Ryan. I said stop. His voice came out sharper than he meant. Don't compare it. Jen's expression softened into something he hated, pity. Okay, she said quietly. I won tea. But that was the problem. He didn't want it compared. Because if it were comparable, then it meant it was real. It meant he couldn't fix it by ignoring it. The idea of divorcing Sarah made him lose his appetite. Ryan didn't go to the library. Not at first. He told himself he didn't care. He told himself he wasn't the kind of guy who went looking for a girl who didn't want to be found. Then one day, he walked past the library doors and saw them through the glass. Sarah at a table. George beside her. Her head bent over something, notes, a book, maybe one of those college pamphlets people kept shoving in your hands like salvation. George was talking, and Sarah laughed softly. Ryan kept walking. He didn't slow down. He didn't stop. But later, in math class, he couldn't remember a single equation. All he could see was that table. That laugh. The way she looked so okay, while he was hurting. She had a new place to go. A new routine, and Ryan had no access to it. It got worse when Jennifer started planning for summer, just like she always did, around March. But this time she did it loudly on purpose. Because Jennifer was petty in the way only family could be. She'd sit with Nate and Tyler at lunch and talk like Ryan wasn't right there. We should go to the point again, Jen said one afternoon, tapping her pencil against a napkin like she couldn't wait for the weather to be over 65. But actually do all the roller coasters this time instead of Sarah making us sit down because she feels nauseous. Nate grinned. That was one time. It was 2 times, Jen corrected. And the second time she made us drink water like we were children. Ryan stared at the table. Sarah said she wants to do a real road trip, Jen continued, voice too bright. To the city, then make it as far south as we can, maybe down to Nashville. She wants to see music places. I want some vintage stores. Oh, diners. The kind with the plastic menus and the pies in the spinning case. Tyler made a sound of approval. That sounds epic. Nate hawed. Jen nodded eagerly. Right? And she wants to stay in those motels with the neon signs and swimming pools. She said she will take a few weeks off for it. She is already making like a million mixes for us to listen to, and we can eat at truck stops. He wasn't even kind of included. Not a Ryan can drive at night. Not a Ryan, should we go more west or stick to major highways? Nothing. Like he was already a ghost. Jen glanced at him like she could feel the heat coming off his skin. What? Ryan snapped. Jen leaned back. Nothing. God. He hated this. He hated that life moved without him. He hated that Sarah was the one moving it. Sarah had cut her hair around the new year. Ryan heard about it before he saw it because that's how this worked now. He received pieces of her life secondhand. Sarah cut her hair shorter again, Jen announced, walking into English like it was a tragedy. Ryan didn't look up from his notebook. Okay. Jen scoffed. Okay? That's not an okay. Ryan's pencil paused. Jen dropped into the desk beside him. Girls only do that after a breakup. Ryan's throat tightened. He didn't say anything, Didn't he want his hopes to get up that she and George had broken up? Jen's eyes narrowed. You're gonna pretend you don't know what that means? Ryan finally looked at her. What do you want me to say? Jen softened, just a little. I want you to stop acting like this is all okay. She let that sit for a moment. She hadn't really ever asked Ryan why he did it, or how he felt. She wanted him to suffer, but now she wasn't so sure. Ryan stared at his paper. Jen's mouth twisted. Girls only do that after a breakup. He heard the words before he saw her, and when he looked, Sarah walked past the open door, laughing at something George said. Sarah's gaze flicked past Jen, past the door, past the classroom, and landed on Ryan for half a second, settled long enough it felt like something. Then she continued on as if nothing happened, and his whole body instantly felt hot. Jen's face went still, having seen it. I guess it's official, she said quietly. You two really broke up. Ryan sat there, staring at his notebook, feeling like someone had finally said the thing he wasn't allowed to name. Break up. Not with Stephanie. Not with a girlfriend, with Sarah. With the friend who had been there so long, she stopped feeling optional. Jen, just shut up. I can't do this here. He muttered and smothered the feelings he had. Because he never dated Sarah, she was still with George. Ryan wouldn't admit it to anyone, but he was hoping they'd break up. He hated that about himself. He hated the petty, ugly wish. But hope is a desperate thing. He'd see George in the hallway with that calm, competent way he walked. Ryan would watch Sarah actually listen, and feel something twist. He told himself, it won't last. He told himself, she'll get bored when he deploys. He told himself, she'll come back, at least a little, and see he changed or knew now. Not because he deserved it. Because he needed it to be true. Like oxygen. That Friday night, Ryan didn't expect to see her again. But when he saw Jen's blue Honda in the Blockbuster parking lot, he turned in before he could think better of it, because he knew the tradition, he knew Sarah would be with her. Inside, the fluorescent lights made everything too sharp. Too exposed. The hum of the ceiling lights, the clatter of plastic cases sliding back into place, the faint smell of buttered popcorn and carpet cleaner, all of it felt too loud for something that was supposed to be normal. Sarah was standing on her toes, reaching for a tape on the top shelf. Her hair caught the light first. It was much shorter. It framed her face differently now, brushing her jaw softly. All the way off her shoulders, it was a big chop, at least 10 inches. It made her look older. Less girl next door. More mature. He stood there longer than he should have. She felt him before she saw him. Her gaze shifted and locked with his. Half a second. His entire body tensed. Not because she smiled, and not because she frowned. Because she didn't. She just held the look. Knowing that he had been looking at her. Jen saw it, of course, she did. He cursed himself. Jen always saw it. Hey, she said too casually, sliding a copy of Child's Play 2 into her basket. Look who's stocking the new releases. Ryan forced a shrug. Just browsing. Sarah eased off her toes, the tape now in her hand. Pretty woman, she said lightly, like this was any other Friday. Horror and romance, Jen added. Perfect, because obviously Richard Gere should be followed by a possessed doll. Sarah laughed. He forgot how much he liked that sound. Jen studied him, and she saw it. The hollowed-out version of him she now recognized in herself, even if it was in a totally different way. Do you want to come over? She asked casually. Like normal. The word hit he really missed it, normal. Ryan hesitated when Sarah didn't say anything. She just shifted the tapes in her hands. Yeah, he said. Yeah, sure. Ryan nodded, eyes drifting back to her hair. The way it moved when she turned. The way it didn't fall past her shoulders anymore. It was wrong. It was pretty. But it wasn't his place to have an opinion on. Jen's basement felt smaller than it used to, or maybe he had just grown into the space differently. Jen got a phone call 5 minutes after they got home, some dramatic update involving Tyler and his cousin's truck, and disappeared upstairs, shouting, "Start without me." So, it was just the two of them. Ryan and Sarah cross-legged on the carpet in front of the Super Nintendo, the old tube television humming faintly as the Mario Kart screen blinked to life. Sarah reached over him to grab the controller, her shoulder brushing his chest lightly. It was nothing, and everything. The contact lingered half a breath too long before she straightened. Sorry, she murmured. It's fine. Her hair smelled faintly like something citrusy now. Not the strawberry shampoo she used to use. Something more subtle. More grown. He hated that he noticed. You pick first, Sarah said, handing him a controller. He glanced at her. Ladies first, but his icon had already moved to the character he always chose. She smirked. You just don't want me to pick Yoshi. Yoshi's mine. Exactly. She chose Peach like usual, but had no intention of letting this be like every other time. DK Jungle Parkway loaded first. The tropical drums kicked in, and the screen flashed green. They played the full race, and she showed no mercy. You still working at the bakery? He asked casually as he took the first turn too wide and clipped the edge. Yeah, she said, drifting cleanly past him. And the internship, how's that going? It's great. She sounded genuinely excited. They're letting me stay through the summer. They're going to pay me more if I help cater this summer. He glanced at her quickly. Seriously? Yeah. It's not much, but still. It's something. He nodded. That's impressive. I bet your baking is even better. That's what Dad says. He has gained at least 10 pounds. My mom said I can't bring home leftovers anymore. She laughed. I think I lost weight since. He couldn't finish that sentence. Thankfully, she changed the subject. I think my dad's going to let me graduate early, she added. He missed a diamond box. What? She shrugged, launching a red shell. As long as I get my diploma. Most of my friends graduate this year anyway. What is the point of staying? The question hung there heavier than it should have. What is the point of staying? Summer, parties, football games. He didn't answer. Instead, you excited for college? She asked lightly. Football star. He rolled his eyes. Yeah. But, she mused, knowing him well at his lack of enthusiasm. It's already expensive. She shot him a sideways look. Get a job. He snorted. When? Between practice and games? She laughed. Excuses. She passed him again, and he tried to make up ground. She took first, and he took second. Yoshi's Valley loaded next. The maze of cliffs and wooden fences. You've been practicing, he muttered when she got the start boost. Nope, she grinned. Since when did you get so good then? He scoffed. Who knows, she laughed as he hit a banana peel. She sailed ahead. He felt irritation flare sharper this time. Not just because she was winning, but because she wasn't cushioning him anymore. Banshee Boardwalk was next. Dark. Narrow. Bats. The music eerie and thin. You always hated this one, she said quietly. I do not. You do. She laughed. He nearly drove off the edge because he was looking at her. She crossed the finish line first again. 3 tracks. 3 losses. He dropped the controller with a huff and glanced at her as she smiled back smugly. Rainbow Road began. They bumped elbows twice in the first lap. She laughed when he tried to jump the hill at the start and fell off the edge into digital nothingness. You're off your game, she teased. Shut up. She passed him again. And again, even when he would make up ground. You're cheating. He looked at her sharply. I'm not. She looked back, and for a second, something softer flickered there. Something almost fond. Then, I used to let you win. He stared at her. You what? She shrugged, eyes back on the screen. You hated losing. Do not, his mouth tightened. She de-softened herself for him. All those years, and he thought he was just better. Okay, if you say so, she laughed and her knee brushed his when she shifted positions, and he almost moved to shift her legs over his, but stopped himself. She didn't move it immediately. Neither did he. That was the problem. It was too easy to slide back into muscle memory. Too easy to forget the space that now existed between them. When she finally pulled her leg away, it felt intentional. Like she was reminding both of them. When Pretty Woman started for 5 whole minutes, Jen sat between them. Then she got up for popcorn and got distracted by Tyler on the phone again, disappearing into the kitchen with her hand over the receiver. The couch dipped when Sarah shifted closer to the armrest. Ryan didn't move. But their legs were still almost touching. The air between them felt charged. Static under skin. Her t-shirt slipped slightly at the shoulder when she leaned forward to grab the remote. He saw the curve of her collarbone. The hollow at the base of her throat. Looked away too late, and she noticed. He could tell by the way she tucked her hair behind her ear and sat up straighter. Jen returned halfway through the introduction, dramatically plopping herself down with a bowl of popcorn beside Sarah, pushing Sarah over to sit closer to Ryan, which was not intentional. This was how they used to sit, only Sarah's or Ryan's legs would be draped over the others. I swear he is going to total another car before the end of the year, Jen muttered, but Sarah and Ryan didn't respond. They just stared at the screen, aware of how close they were again. When Julia Roberts appeared in the blonde wig, Jen gasped. Hey! That's your haircut. Sarah laughed. It is not. It kind of is, Jen insisted. Sarah tilted her head toward Ryan. Is it? He swallowed. It's similar. She nodded. It'll grow back, she said as if she could read his mind, that he didn't much care for it, but it just didn't suit her. They all checked when Vivian said a person's foot is roughly the same length as their forearm, specifically from the elbow to the wrist. Jen stretched her arm out immediately, pulling her leg up. It fits. Sarah pressed her foot against her forearm and laughed. Mine is smaller, and her body brushed his as she maneuvered next to him. Ryan checked his too. Apparently I have proportionate feet, he muttered, to which Sarah couldn't help but notice the size. That's funny, Jen grinned, tossing popcorn into her mouth. The movie continued, and he truly tried to pay attention. But he was hyper-aware of every shift. Every breath. At one point, she leaned back into the couch cushion, her knee sliding lightly against his thigh. He froze. She didn't move it for several seconds. Just enough time to make him wonder if she knew. If she was testing him. If she was remembering. He remembered. Her legs tangled with his under blankets during sleepovers that weren't really sleepovers. Her falling asleep on his shoulder during movies that neither of them watched. Her hand slipping into his without asking if the movie was scary. Now she kept her hands folded in her lap. Now she didn't lean into him. When Julia Roberts knelt down, and they talked about all she did but didn't kiss, he realized something uncomfortable in that moment. He hadn't really kissed anyone the way he kissed Sarah, not with it meaning so much. Kissing Steph had felt like something you just did. Jen suddenly turned and looked at Sarah with a mischievous grin. That was pretty accurate, she whispered during the implied spicy scene. Ryan groaned. I do not want to think about you doing that. Jen, shut up. She shot him a wicked look. Well, you have more experience than either of us combined. So? Accurate? Both girls burst out laughing. Ryan felt heat crawl up his neck. Kill me, he muttered. You walked into that one, Jen said smugly, then turned back to Sarah, who was turning red. She always did poorly during inappropriate scenes. That made Ryan feel better than he should have. In his mind, that meant Sarah was still inexperienced, and he was suddenly thankful George was nothing like him. When Julia Roberts walked out later without the wig, messy hair, and natural look, Ryan leaned over again and elbowed Sarah gently. You definitely have her hair here more, well, before. It'll grow back, she repeated. I didn't say I didn't like it, he whispered into her ear, and her body tensed. He felt it, and this time her smile lingered longer. She looked down, trying not to. He looked at her hands, her bare legs, her neck, and wanted nothing more than for Jen to leave again so he could have one moment alone with her. Then Julia said, I want the fairy tale. I want more than halfway. Ryan felt it like a punch to the chest. Halfway. That had been him. Always halfway. He didn't look at her. He didn't have to. He could feel her stillness beside him. The space between their shoulders suddenly seemed deliberate. The room shifted. Heavy. It must have been love began softly. The lyrics filled the space. It must have been love, but it's over now. His throat tightened. He wanted to say it. I love you. I messed up. I don't want you to go anywhere without me or be away from me. but now she had a boyfriend. Now it wasn't just about them. If he said it and she didn't feel the same. If she said she loved George, he would lose the last thread of normal they had just begun to rebuild. Neither of them watched the ending or how the happily ever after was achieved. They were both immersed in the moment of awareness. She could sense him, smell him, and her entire body was aware that he knew she felt him. When the credits rolled, she stood too quickly. "I'm going to bed, I have work early." "Night." Her voice calmer than she was. "Night," Jen said, waving her off as she shifted to put in Chucky. She paused halfway up the stairs. "Good night, Ryan." He swallowed. "Night." She disappeared, and he stared at the empty staircase longer than necessary. He almost followed. He actually stood, walked to the steps. Took one step up. His hand brushed the railing. He imagined knocking softly on Jen's door. Imagined saying something simple. "I miss you. I'm sorry. I don't want to go like this." He imagined her opening the door. Hair slightly messy now. Looking at him the way she used to. He imagined stepping into that room. Closing the distance, his lips on hers, getting the feeling again. That indescribable fear and soul-aching desire he was too young to understand. Then, he imagined ruining everything again. He stopped. Because if she said no, he didn't know if he could survive that. He sank back onto the couch. Jen turned to look at him with a grimace. "You look wrecked," she said flatly. He didn't answer. Upstairs, the floor creaked, and the shower ran. He imagined her taking off that oversized t-shirt. Immediately hated himself. He imagined her brushing that shorter hair and running his fingers through it. He imagined George doing it. His stomach twisted. When the movie played, and people died, he barely noticed. Jen glanced at him once and said quietly, "It almost felt like old times." He swallowed. "Why did you have to go and ruin a good thing?" she finally asked after all these months. "I regret it," he said. "More than anything I've ever done." "I am sorry," Jen whispered, glancing upstairs. "I'll try to talk to her." "Thanks," but he shook his head slightly. "I don't think it will help." And even Jen didn't argue. Upstairs, a door closed softly. And Ryan sat there in the flickering TV light, realizing that sometimes the worst mistakes weren't loud. They were silent, and they were yours to live with. Prom arrived like they were all okay with the end of high school. Everyone pretended it was magical. Everyone pretending it wasn't just a gym dressed up to look like a fairy tale, with crepe paper and dim lights and teachers standing around like bouncers. Ryan arrived with Heather, a girl from another school, blonde and tall with legs that went on forever. She wore a simple black slip dress that clung in all the right places, sexy in the way Ryan was used to. The kind that looked at you like she already knew what you wanted. Heather was nice. Sweet, even. She smiled at everything he said and touched his arm when she laughed. He had planned to make it through the night easily. Jen had taken Tyler, and he knew George and Sarah would come. He had prepared to deal with it, but then he saw her, and the air left the room. She was standing near the entrance with George and Nate, and Ryan stopped walking. Just stopped. Like someone had reached inside his chest and grabbed his lungs and squeezed. She was wearing an off-the-shoulder, form-fitting dress with a spilt that hurt to see, and the red color made her skin glow. The dress hugged every curve, the bodice fitted perfectly, showing off shoulders and a neckline that made his mouth go dry. Her shorter hair was styled curly, showing off her neck, the delicate curve he'd never been able to stop thinking about since he'd seen it during Pretty Woman. Heather touched his arm. "Ryan? You okay?" He couldn't speak. "I'll be right back," he managed, and walked away before she could ask anything else. The bathroom was empty, thank God. He stumbled to the sink and turned the cold water on full blast, splashing it onto his face, again and again, trying to wash away the way his heart was hammering against his ribs. Trying to cool down the flush that had risen to his neck the moment he saw her. This was Sarah. This was the girl who sat next to him in 7th grade science, who helped him study for every test, who worn oversized sweatshirts and shorts and ponytails for years. This was the girl he ignored and taken for granted and pretended not to want, and she looked like this. He stared at himself in the mirror, water dripping from his chin, and understood something terrible. He had never, not once, really seen her until it was too late. The theme of the last few months, and he was getting really damn tired of it. When he finally composed himself enough to go back out, Heather was waiting by the punch bowl, looking concerned. "You were gone a while." "Hot in here with the suit," he said, the lye tasting like ash in his mouth. "Just needed to cool down," stepped outside. She accepted it because that was the kind of girl she was. The kind who didn't push. Jennifer found Sarah the moment they got there and grabbed her hand like she was claiming something. Jen looked amazing too, confident in a way that made everyone notice her, but when she saw Sarah, her eyes went wide. "Oh my God," Jen breathed. "You look." "Don't," Sarah said immediately, smoothing her dress self-consciously. "Just don't." "You look like you walked out of a magazine," Jen said anyway. "Or a movie, I mean, the Red Sarah, if I weren't a girl," she laughed. Sarah shook her head, but she was smiling. "You look great, too, Jen." "I try." Jen linked arms with her. "Come on. George looks like he is afraid to touch you." George was standing nearby, his hands in his pockets, looking at Sarah like she was all he wanted, and his usual calm composure had cracked a hair. "You look," George started, then stopped, like words were failing him. "You look really beautiful, Sarah." She smiled up at him, and Ryan watched from across the room, feeling something twist in his chest. "Thanks, George. You look nice too." They took pictures. The photographer posed them, George and Sarah first, then Jen joined them for a group shot, and Ryan stayed in the background with Heather, watching Sarah tilt her head and laugh at something Jen said, watching the way George's hand settled lightly at her lower back, watching the way she leaned into him without thinking. Steph showed up with her date, a football player Ryan had seen around but never talked to, and zeroed in on Sarah immediately when she saw that she and Ryan were once again back in the same orbit. "Well," Steph said, letting her eyes rake over Sarah's dress. "Someone decided to dress up tonight." Sarah's smile didn't waver. "It's prom, Steph." Steph laughed, sharp and mean. "It is. That dress would have looked better a few months ago." The air around them went still. Ryan started to move forward. He didn't even think about it, just reacted, but Jen was faster. Jen stepped between them, her face calm. "Go throw up in the bathroom," she said, voice deadly warning. Steph's mouth dropped open. "Excuse me?" "You heard me." Jen made a gagging noise, deliberate and disgusting. "Go make yourself sick in the bathroom like you do every meal. And then stay there, because I will beat your ass if you don't." Steph stared at her, then at Sarah, then back at Jen. She didn't move. "Go." Jen took a step closer, and Steph finally backed away, grabbing her date's arm and pulling him toward the refreshment table. Jen turned to Sarah. "Are you okay?" Sarah nodded, but her hand went to her stomach self-consciously. "I know I've gained weight," she said quietly. "I can feel it. But I don't think I look bad." "You don't look bad," Jen said firmly. "You look like a woman." Which is probably why she is so threatened. George leaned down, his hand still at Sarah's lower back, and whispered something in her ear. Ryan was too far away to hear, but he saw the way Sarah's expression lit up. The way she looked up at George, eyes shining. "I have never once thought you weren't the most beautiful woman in the room," George said, just loud enough for Ryan to catch. Sarah smiled at him, really smiled, and reached up to touch his face, and then she kissed him. Not a quick peck. Not something shy. A real kiss, the kind that meant something, and Ryan watched it happen from too close and felt sick. He felt it in his stomach like nausea, felt it in his chest like something breaking. Because he de-kissed Sarah like that, once, and Sarah was doing that with someone else now. When Everybody Wants to Rule the World came on, Jen and Danny shouted like they'd been waiting for it. They dragged each other onto the dance floor and danced like prom was a concert. Sarah threw her arms up, spinning, her dress catching the colored lights from the DJ booth. She looked free. Unburdened. Like the weight she'd been carrying for months had finally slipped off her shoulders. Jen grabbed her hands, and they jumped together, laughing, singing every word at the top of their lungs. Sarah's shorter hair bounced with every movement. Her bare shoulders caught the light. She looked like someone who had finally figured out who she was without anyone else's permission. Ryan stood at the edge of the dance floor with Heather, who was swaying politely to the music, waiting for him to ask her to dance. He didn't. He couldn't. He was too busy watching Sarah. He watched the way she moved, confident, unself-conscious, completely immersed in the moment. He watched Jen spin her around. He watched her tip her head back and laugh at something Jen said. He watched the way her dress fit her, the way she filled it out, the way she looked nothing like the gangly, uncertain girl he'd grown up with. She was beautiful. Not the kind of beauty that announced itself. The kind that crept up on you when you weren't paying attention. The kind that made your chest hurt just looking at it. Sarah didn't dance much with George that night. And George seemed fine with it. He sat with his friends, relaxed, watching Sarah live her life like that didn't threaten him. He'd already had his moment. He'd already had the kiss. He didn't need to hover. Ryan watched that too. The ease. The lack of possessiveness. The quiet confidence of someone who knew what he had. He hated it. He hated George for being decent. He hated himself more for noticing the difference. Because that was the thing, wasn't it? George didn't need to hold on to Sarah because he trusted her. He didn't need to prove anything. He'd already proven it by showing up, by being the person she needed when Ryan couldn't be bothered. Ryan had spent years keeping Sarah at arm's length, treating her like she was optional, like she'd always be there waiting no matter what he did. And now she was dancing in a red dress with her best friend, while another guy sat on the sidelines, patient and content, knowing she was coming back to him. The song ended. Another started, something slower, something that made the lights dim and couples drift together. Sarah made her way off the dance floor, fanning herself, cheeks flushed from exertion. She caught Ryan's eye for just a moment across the room. She didn't smile. She didn't frown, this was the new normal. She just looked at him, the way you look at someone you used to know, and then she turned away. That small, neutral look hit him harder than any glare could have. Because it meant she'd moved past anger. Past hurt. She was in a place where he didn't affect her anymore. Or at least, that's what she wanted him to think. Ryan won prom king. He knew he was going to win, everyone knew he was going to win, but hearing his name announced still felt surreal. He smiled. He waved. He did the thing you did when people cheered your name. And then he looked out into the gym, expecting, without thinking, expecting Sarah to be there, but she wasn't. His stomach dropped. He leaned down toward Jen at the edge of the dance floor, abandoning Heather for the moment. Where's Sarah? Jen didn't miss a beat. She's over there. Ryan followed her gaze and saw Sarah standing alone near the refreshment table. George had gone to get her a drink and was stuck talking to a teacher. This was it. This was the chance he'd been waiting for. I'll be right back, he told Heather, and didn't wait for her response. He walked across the gym, his heart pounding, crown on his head, rehearsing what he'd say for the millionth time. Something simple. Something direct. You look beautiful. I've been an idiot. I miss you. I still. Sarah turned as he approached, and her expression shifted from neutral to something he couldn't quite read. Not cold. Just guarded. Hey, he said. Hey, Ryan. Her voice was calm. Too calm, he noticed it right away. You look, he started, but she cut him off. Who's your date, she asked, and he heard the irritation she couldn't quite hide. Blonde, size 2, and looks like she belongs in a magazine. It ate away at Sarah more than she wanted to admit. Ryan blinked. Her name is Heather. Of course it is. Sarah smoothed her dress. She's beautiful, good job. Sarah, I want to tell you something. He took a step closer. I've been trying to find a way to say this for a while now. She stared at him. Spit it out then. He shook his head and swallowed. His throat was so dry. I think I. And then he looked past her. George was standing at the punch table, waiting. He wasn't watching them, he was giving them space, but Ryan could see it in the set of his shoulders. The quiet confidence. The way he trusted Sarah enough to let her have this conversation. Like he wanted to see what she would choose. Ryan looked back at Sarah, and everything he'd been holding back for months came pouring out. I think I love you. The words hung in the air between them. Think, she grimaced. No, shit, I've been in love with you for years, Sarah. I think I have been since we were kids, but I was too stupid to see it. Too scared to admit it. I kept pushing you away because I didn't know what to do with how much I needed you. He took another step closer, desperation rising in his chest. I'll do whatever it takes to get you back. I'll spend every day for the rest of my life making it up to you. Just please, please give me a chance. One chance to be the guy you deserve. He waited. He waited for shock. For tears. For something that showed this mattered to her as much as it mattered to him. But Sarah didn't look shocked. She looked calm, resolved, like she'd been expecting this. It's good that you finally admitted it, she said quietly. Really, Ryan? It is. But? She shook her head slightly. There's no but. It's good that you said it changes nothing. Sarah, his chest felt like it was splitting open. I meant it when I said I was done. Her voice didn't waver. I can't take it anymore. The back and forth. The way you want me when it's convenient. The way you ignore me when it's not. I can't keep doing that to myself. I know I messed up. I know. It's not just about messing up, Ryan. She looked him in the eye, and he saw something there he hadn't expected: exhaustion. I love you too. I think I always have and always will. Ryan's breath caught. But love isn't supposed to hurt, she continued. It's not supposed to keep you up at night wondering where you stand. It's not supposed to make you feel like you're not enough, like you're waiting for someone who never quite chooses you. She took a breath. My parents are happy. They love each other. They chose each other, every single day, even when it was hard. That's what I want. That's what everyone wants. And my dad was right, we're too young to even think about a future. But I know what I don't want. I don't want to spend years waiting for someone to decide if I'm worth it. Sarah, please. I've done enough, she said, and the words cut clean. I waited for you for years, Ryan. Years. And you knew. You knew how I felt. I know you did. This feeling you have had these last few months has been my whole life. She took a step closer now, her voice dropping lower. Do you know how many nights I've cried myself to sleep since even before you kissed me? Do you know how many times I've asked myself what was wrong with me? Why I wasn't enough? Why you couldn't just choose me? Ryan couldn't speak. His throat had closed up. I've been sick over you, she said. Literally sick. And that's not right. That's not what love should feel like. You had every chance, and now her voice was rising, but she continued, every single chance to tell me this. Months ago. Before George. Before everything changed. You had so much time, Ryan. So many opportunities to say what you just said. She took a breath, steadying herself. And you picked now? Tonight? After all that time? Why did you wait? Why did you make me suffer? Why didn't you try at all? I was scared, he managed. We're all scared. Her eyes were bright now. But I tried harder when we were just friends than you did the whole time after you broke my heart. You could have been trying to fix this, but you just let the distance between us spread. You could have tried to show me you meant it, but you just got mad and made worse declarations. She looked past him toward Heather, standing alone by the dance floor. You brought her tonight. You chose her. And now you're standing here telling me you love me, and I'm supposed to what? Forget everything? Forget how much it hurt? Forget that you didn't even try? Sarah. I'm not trying to be heartless, she said, her voice softening. I'm really not. But I meant what I said. I'm done. I have to be. She reached out and touched his arm, just once, lightly, the way friends do. So, you can stop now, Ryan. Then she turned and walked away. Ryan stood there, his chest hollow, watching her walk across the gym toward George. Toward the guy who had chosen her. Who hadn't made her wait? Who hadn't made her cry herself to sleep? Closure. That's what this was supposed to be. But it didn't feel like closure. It felt like losing something he never really had. Like watching a door close and knowing he was the one who slammed it shut. Heather found him a few minutes later, looking concerned. Ryan? You sure you're okay? He looked at her, nice, sexy Heather, who looked nothing like Sarah, who was exactly the kind of girl he was supposed to want. The kind of girl who didn't make his chest hurt just by looking at him. Yeah, he said, and the lie felt heavier than it ever had before. Yeah, I'm okay. But he didn't dance at his prom, and he watched the bathroom door where Sarah had disappeared into after she spoke to George for a moment. She was in there so long he knew she was crying. He knew what he had done tonight had ruined her night. He could see it in the set from George's worried eyes. Jen hadn't noticed or gone to look for her, but when Ryan and Nate talked about college, he had tried to look unaffected. He was doing a valiant job. But Sarah, she was waiting again. Foolishly, she waited until she didn't look puffy, cleaned off her face, and then walked out to see that Ryan once again looked okay. She cried, and he sat smiling at Nate. The irrational, broken part of her had hoped that this would force Ryan to do something bold, to not let her go, to do the fighting he had begged of her, but that was foolish and wrong of her. She had told him to stop, and he did. If he had cried or taken her somewhere to tell her, if he tried at all. She didn't know what she wanted, but she just knew she was tired of feeling like she was the only one who really hurt. Ryan smiled and laughed when his date passed him a flask, and she turned and left with George. "Where's Sarah?" Nate asked, and Jen didn't miss a beat. She looked at the clock on the wall, smirking. "She left." "With George?" Nate asked. It wasn't even that late yet, so he seemed confused. Ryan's mouth went dry. "They went somewhere private," she said, and the way she said it made it a knife. Ryan felt sick. Because George was leaving soon. Because boot camp meant goodbyes. Because this was the kind of night people chose to grow up. Graduation week felt unreal. Caps and gowns hanging in closets waiting for them to step into their future. Teachers acting sentimental like they hadn't spent 4 years yelling at you to stop talking. People signing yearbooks with jokes, phone numbers, and promises you didn't believe. Ryan tried to act normal. Tried to keep the future in front of him like a shield. Then he asked Jen the question he'd been holding for weeks. "Is Sarah coming to the grad party?" Jen glanced at him like she could smell the hope. "Yeah." He tried not to get stupid about it. He failed immediately. He got ready like it mattered again. He had spent the last month thinking about what Sarah had said, how she was tired of waiting for him, and being picked last. He showered longer. Did his hair twice. Put on the shirt that made him look more fit, more mature. Like that would help. Like he could show up as a better version of himself, and the past would accept it. He told himself he just wanted one last chance. Not to beg like last time and ruin her night. Not to win her back. Just to say, "We can figure this out. At least a little, because I want to lose you as my friend as well, that would be too much." He didn't know that his father was already headed toward her like a missile the moment she arrived. The backyard was filled with people he'd known since kindergarten, people who were about to scatter across the United States with their own hopes and dreams, all except one. Sarah arrived with Jen. She was wearing a sundress that hit her mid-thigh, hair down and short, like she had cut it again. Seeing her still made his chest hurt in that specific, familiar way. Sarah mingled. She smiled at people. She didn't look sad in front of his family or sulk like an ex would have. Ryan's heart stuttered anyway. He saw her holding something. A CD case shapes present. His throat went tight. A gift. From her, the first in a year. He took one step toward her. Then stopped. He reached for a beer from the cooler by the porch instead. He needed one moment to think this through. The metal cold in his hand, grounding. He popped it open, took a drink, and let himself look. Way down yonder on the Chattahoochee. It gets hotter than a hoochie coochie. Sarah wasn't just standing there anymore. Jen had pulled her into the song, both of them laughing as they started dancing near the fire pit, boots scuffing the grass, shoulders bumping, like they'd done it 100 times before. "We laid rubber on the Georgia asphalt." Jen sang, loud and terrible. Sarah laughed and joined in anyway, spinning once when Jen tugged her hand, hair coming loose around her face, the firelight catching it gold. "Never knew how much that muddy river meant to me." Ryan leaned back against the porch railing, beer in hand, and watched. They looked happy. Like none of it had touched her. "Dude." Tyler stepped up beside him, following his gaze without asking. "You're really gonna leave it like this?" he said. Ryan didn't look at him. "She brought a gift, maybe she is over it." Tyler let out a breath. "I don't know about that." But how much worse can it get? Don't mess this up. But I learned a lot of stuff I didn't know. Ryan shook his head once. Not this time. Across the yard, Sarah laughed again, louder this time, her hand still in Jen S as the song carried on. He began to move toward her, and he felt it. It felt right, but then he stopped again, because his father was already there. Ryan's dad had a beer in hand, his face flushed from the heat and the alcohol. Not violent drunk, or rude drunk. The kind that made him think his opinions were useful. Ryan froze where he stood, half hidden behind a group of his uncles talking about work in town. He watched his father talk to Sarah, and Sarah's posture stiffened. She'd always been polite to his dad, she'd grown up with him, knew how to handle his particular brand of drunken bruteness, but this was different. Ryan couldn't hear everything over the music and the talking, but he caught enough. I know you've always loved my son, his father said, voice too loud, almost mocking. And I know you want to stay. I know you want a family, I have seen you around babies, he slurred. Sarah's face went pale, and Ryan's stomach turned. This wasn't he going to make the speech he practiced easier. His father leaned in slightly, too close, invading personal space in a way that made Ryan's own skin crawl. Ryan doesn't he want that? But he can't get over you. You need to do that for him. Ryan's hands curled into fists. He wanted to cross the yard, wanted to grab his father's arm and pull him away, wanted to shout that this wasn't his business, that Sarah didn't owe him anything. But he couldn't move. Sarah looked uncomfortable. Not offended, just trapped. Like she was trying to figure out how to escape without making a scene, without ruining the night, without being that girl who made everything about herself. Then she spoke, politely, like she was talking to someone's dad at a grocery store. You don't need to worry, she said, steady. Me and Ryan aren't even really friends anymore. Ryan felt the words like a punch to the throat. His father blinked, like the truth surprised him. Like he genuinely hadn't understood that his son had managed to ruin the one good thing he'd ever had. Sarah's eyes lifted, and for the first time since prom, she looked directly at Ryan. Full eye contact. No flinch. No softness. No apology. Just the quiet confirmation of the truth, delivered without ceremony. She wasn't trying to hurt him. She wasn't trying to prove anything. She was just stating facts. Ryan couldn't breathe. He turned away before anyone could see his face change, walking toward the edge of the yard where no one would notice that his hands were shaking. Later, when the party had thinned and people were starting to leave, Sarah found him near the edge of the yard. She didn't say anything at first. Just stood there, hands behind her back, calmly waiting for him to speak. Like she wasn't the person who had just taken a sledgehammer to his heart. She held out the CD case. This is for you, she said. For college. For the drives back and forth. Ryan took it. The cover was handmade, construction paper and markers, the way they used to make things in elementary school, back when they were too young to understand what they were building toward what they'd eventually lose. On the front, in Sarah's neat handwriting, road trip mix, high energy only. Thanks, Ryan said, and his voice cracked. Sarah nodded once. Good luck, Ryan. She walked away before he could say anything else. He stood there holding the CD like it was something fragile, something that could break if he held it too tight. The house was quiet an hour later, and he chose to not go out to a grad party. His dad had already passed out on the couch, and he looked at the CD unsure if he could take it, the familiarity he would no longer get. His room felt empty. He'd spent the last few weeks packing, boxing up his childhood, and now it was just walls and floors and space. He sat on the edge of his bed and opened the CD case. The track list was written on the back in Sarah's handwriting. He stared at the list and felt something crack in his chest. The Final Countdown Europe. Take on Me Aha. Walk Like an Egyptian The Bangles. Livin' on a Prayer Bon Jovi. The Boys of Summer Don Henley. Runnin' Down a Dream Tom Petty. Jukebox Hero Foreigner. Dancing in the Dark Bruce Springsteen. Summer of '69 Bryan Adams. Forever Young Alphaville. Sherry Sherry Lady Modern Talking. Everybody Wants to Rule the World Tears for Fears. Should I Stay or Should I Go The Clash? Footloose Kenny Loggins. Maneater Hall Oates. Rebel Yell Bill Idol. Johnny B. Good Chuck Berry. You Spin Me Round Dead or Alive. Wake me up before you go wham. You're the one that I want JTONJ. Then he noticed the second sheet of paper, tucked behind the playlist. Handwritten, in that same careful script. These aren't just songs, they're everything we used to listen to. The summer after 8th grade, when we sat on your roof and talked about running away. The night we got caught in the rain, and your mom made us hot chocolate. The morning after your junior prom, when we all went to Denny's and had a major hangover, or when we would just drive around or skate on Saturday nights. You have a whole life ahead of you with more songs to mark important moments. You were my best friend for the best years. And I wanted you to have something to listen to when you're driving down the highway, and it feels like the world is too big and you're too small, and you don't know what you're doing. You are going to do great in college, I just know it. Good luck, Ryan. Sarah. He read it 3 times. Then a 4th. Then he pressed play and let the music fill his room, loud enough that he couldn't hear himself think. The final countdown started, that synthesizer riff that everyone knew, that song they played on repeat during that summer they tried to learn how to skate and both failed miserably until something clicked. The summer she fallen and scraped her knee, and he carried her home, her arm around his shoulder, neither of them willing to admit how much they liked it. He thought about that night. Thought about all the nights. All the moments they never talked about. He thought admitting his feelings at prom would fix everything. He thought if he just said the words, if he finally crossed that line, everything would snap into place. The fairy tale. The happy ending. But he been wrong. Love wasn't about saying the right thing at the right time. It was about showing up. It was about choosing someone over and over again. It was about being the person Sarah needed when it mattered, and he hadn't been that person. Ryan stared at the ceiling, listening to the songs that were supposed to be high energy, supposed to make him feel something, anything, but all he felt was hollow. Like someone had reached inside him and pulled out everything important. Because the truth was, he was leaving. Tomorrow morning, he packed the rest of his things into his car. He drive away from the town where he spent his entire life, away from the house where he grown up, away from the girl who had been his constant for longer than he could remember. He wouldn't see her every day even if they didn't talk. Wouldn't hear her laugh. Wouldn't catch her looking at him across a room. She'd be here, living her life, moving forward. And he'd be somewhere else, starting over, trying to figure out who he was without her. That was the thing he never understood until now. He wasn't losing her. He'd already lost her. Months ago. At Halloween. When he pushed too hard, and she finally said enough. He was just finally accepting it. The morning came too fast. Sunlight through the blinds, the house already stirring. His dad was in the kitchen, making coffee and pretending last night hadn't happened, like he hadn't passed out on the couch and stayed over when he shouldn't have. His mom was folding laundry, already crying because that's what moms did when their babies left. Ryan packed the last of his boxes. The CD went into the console, right beside the empty spot where the others used to be. He stood in the driveway, key in hand, and looked at the house he was leaving. It looked the same as it always had. Same front door. Same windows. Same garage, but it felt different. Like he was seeing it for the first time. Like he was seeing everything for the first time. His dad came out, coffee mug in hand, and clapped him on the shoulder. "You gonna come back for Thanksgiving?" "Maybe," Ryan said. "Probably. Christmas?" "Maybe." His dad nodded. Don't let it show. Don't let it matter. That was the lesson. Keep it all inside where no one can see it. The drive to campus was 4 hours. 4 hours of highway and farmland, and the CD playing on repeat. 4 hours of thinking about everything he never said. 4 hours of wondering if there was a version of this life where he made different choices. Where he been braver. Where he been better. The town grew smaller in the rearview mirror. The landmarks he known his whole life, the water tower, the deli, the stretch of road where they learned to drive, the bridge over the creek where they fished, they all faded into the distance. He didn't stop driving until the campus gates came into view. The dorm room was already occupied by a guy named Chris from Chicago who had too many posters and an encyclopedic knowledge of 90s grunge bands. They shook hands. They exchanged names. They pretended they weren't both scared. That night, when Chris went out to meet friends, Ryan lay on his bed and listened to the CD again. Summer of '69 started playing. Bryan Adams singing about the best days of his life, the ones that felt like they'd never end, the ones that turned into memories before you were ready. And Ryan understood something else. Those years he'd had with Sarah, the years before it all went wrong, those were the best years. The ones that mattered. The ones he'd carry with him no matter where he went. He could have had more. And now he was here. Alone. With a CD of songs that reminded him of everything he'd lost and a future he wasn't sure he wanted without the person who'd made him want it in the first place. He stared at the ceiling and listened to foreigners singing Gina Works the Diner all day, thought about the way Sarah had looked at him the night of the grad party, that final, calm acceptance of what they'd become. She wasn't waiting for him to come back. She wasn't waiting for him to figure it out. She was already on to her life. And somewhere, in a town he'd left behind, she was probably listening to her own music. Probably dancing in her room like she used to. Probably smiling at some joke George had made. Probably not thinking about him at all. Ryan closed his eyes and let the music wash over him. This was it. This was the start, and somehow, in that moment, it felt more like an ending than anything else. Ryan didn't go home for Thanksgiving. He told his mom it was practice. That it was too much driving for just 4 days. That he'd be home for Christmas. He wasn't. The truth was simpler. Jen's parents were going to Florida. Jen was staying at Sarah's, and that meant if he went home, he would see her, and he couldn't stomach the possibility of her being fine. Of her smiling at him politely. Of her looking through him. So he stayed on campus. He told himself it was independence, but it was avoidance. There was always music. Always beer. Always someone yelling. Ryan leaned into it. Frat houses. Tailgates. Parties that blurred into morning. He learned how to shotgun a beer in under 5 seconds. He learned how to laugh at jokes that weren't funny. He learned how to pretend that chaos meant freedom. He hooked up. He didn't kiss. Not really. Not like that. Girls would climb into his lap. Hands would slide under shirts. He would let it happen. He would perform the part. Confident. Desired. Wanted. He never stayed the night. He never called after. He never learned anyone's middle name. When someone asked him once if he had a girl back home, he said, "Not anymore." And he said it like it didn't matter. He didn't go home again. This time he said it was too expensive. Brakes. Gas. Weather. Whatever excuse fit. His mom sounded disappointed but tried not to. "You'll come for spring break?" Yeah. He didn't. Instead he went to Panama City with guys from his frat. There were girls in neon bikinis. There were cheap hotel rooms. There were nights he couldn't remember. Jen called sometimes. He didn't ask about Sarah. Jen told him anyway. She finalized buying the deli on her birthday. Ryan had been sitting on the edge of his dorm bed when she said it. What? She bought it. It's hers. Wow. I know, right? He didn't know one person his age who even owned their own car. Not really. Everything was their mom and dad's. Including his, but Sarah owned a business at 18. That's insane, he muttered. It's totally impressive, Jen corrected. He swallowed something sharp in his throat. She and George still together? He asked before he could stop himself. Yeah. Pause. But she doesn't talk about him much. What does that mean? I don't know. It's just she doesn't. Which is weird. Ryan didn't know if that made him feel better or worse. She graduated early, now technically class of '93, like you, Jen added. She'll walk at the normal grad, but she's done. He leaned back against the cinderblock wall of his dorm room and stared at the ceiling. Sarah was living her dream. He was what? Drinking. Scoring touchdowns. Blacking out. Jen, he said finally. Can you stop telling me stuff about her? Silence. Okay, she said softly. He tried harder after that. If forgetting her was a task, he attacked it like one. More parties. More girls. More missed phone calls. He'd wake up with bruises he didn't remember earning. Once he woke up on a couch in a house he didn't recognize, a girl asleep with her head on his chest, and for half a second he thought it was Sarah. It was the hair. Which made no sense, but his stomach still dropped when it wasn't he. He slipped out before she woke up. He started to full out ignore calls from home. At first it was accidental. Missed them during practice. Missed them during class. Then it deliberate, deleting messages without listening. He didn't want to hear about town. Didn't he want to hear about the deli renovations? Didn't he want to hear about new paint colors or if she was happy? Didn't he want to hear about George leaving or coming back? Or anything in between? But, as curiosity would have it, he drunk dialed once. On his 20th birthday. He was 4 beers and 2 shots in when he stepped outside the frat house and leaned against the wall in the laundry room. The air was cool, quieter than anywhere else. He turned and saw the phone on the wall and stared at it. He told himself it wasn't a big deal. Just to hear her voice. He dialed the number. It rang once. Twice. 3 times. His heart pounded so hard the song echoed in his ears. Hello? It wasn't her, it was her mom, and he couldn't speak. George? His throat closed. He hung up immediately and stared at the phone as it had betrayed him. He didn't call back. He went back to the party, took another shot. Laughed too loudly at something someone said. Forgot he tried to call by morning. Time moved. Football season came and went. He played well. He didn't love it the way he thought he would. The scholarship had been the goal. Not the game. He realized too late that Nate would have loved this more than him. He tried dating someone seriously. A sophomore named Kayla. She liked him. He liked that she liked him. She often told him he was hard to read, and he didn't argue. He broke up with her before Thanksgiving, when things were getting too real, but he didn't feel the same way she did. He wasn't good at being known. He had that once, and he fumbled it. It had been over a year since he went home. In quiet moments, like in the shower or before bed. Or walking back from practice at dusk, he thought of it. It had been a year and a half since he'd seen the lake. Since he'd driven down Main Street to go to the deli at the end of the road. Since Sarah. Sometimes, lying awake in his dorm room while his roommate snored, he would think. What if she never comes back into my life? It wasn't really dramatic, just a fact. She owned the deli now and had renovated it. She's amazing, Ryan, Jen had said once. I know, he'd replied. And that was the problem. He knew. He always had. One night sophomore year, at a party so loud the walls vibrated, he found himself in the snowy backyard, sitting on a plastic lawn chair while someone passed around a bottle of cheap whiskey. Someone asked him what he was going to do after college. Business? Someone suggested. He shrugged. Maybe. Because he now knew the real world didn't care about kids with no idea of their futures. What you don't know? He laughed. Didn't he answer? Because that question felt too close to the one Mr. Bennett had asked him without asking it. You have no idea what you want. He thought he had wanted out, but out had come and gone. And he was still restless. Still hollow. Still thinking about a girl with short hair and steady eyes who had once said she didn't want halfway. He took another drink. The second Thanksgiving, he didn't go home. His mom stopped trying to hide the disappointment. We miss you, she said gently on the phone. I know. Sarah's mom asked about you at church. His grip tightened. Oh. She said the deli looks much better. He didn't respond. He changed the subject. Hung up quickly. Sat on his dorm bed afterward and stared at nothing, wondering if she still had short hair. If it had grown back. If George was still nice to her. He wondered if she ever thought about him, and then he hated himself for hoping she did. All was well until he returned home for Christmas 1994. Thanksgiving had come and gone 2 weeks earlier, and the quiet that followed it hadn't settled properly. The air outside looked thin and colorless, the trees were bare except for the occasional stubborn leaf rattling in the wind. Sarah hadn't told anyone yet. Not about the conversation she'd rehearsed in her head. Not about how she wasn't sure she could build a future that required leaving. George had come home for Thanksgiving, but didn't he get to stay long? The uniform had changed him. Not dramatically, not in the way movies made soldiers look older overnight. But there was a serious steadiness in him now that hadn't been there before. A more careful patience. A calm that made people listen when he spoke. They had taken a walk after dinner. Past the lake where everyone in town eventually ended up when conversations got too heavy for kitchens. The water had been dark and flat, the docks already pulled in for winter. George had shoved his hands into his jacket pockets. "I'm thinking of making this a career," he said eventually. Sarah had known it was coming. He had talked about it for months in pieces. About promotions. About the idea of staying in longer. About the sense of purpose he had found there. "A career," she repeated softly. "Yeah. And that means moving. Probably. Different bases. Different states. Different countries. A life that packed itself into boxes every few years." She kicked a loose stone down the path. "I don't think I can leave here," she said quietly. George stopped walking, and sighed, "I kind of thought you might say that." The lake water slapped softly against the rocks. "I love this town," she said. "My parents. My grandma, my whole life is here." "I know. And I know you love what you're doing." "I do." They stood there in the cold dusk, both understanding something that had been approaching for months. "You deserve someone who can go with you," she said finally. Neither of them cried or shouted. Just two people standing by the water, recognizing the shape of the future. "Are we calling it off?" George asked quietly. She nodded. "Mutually." "Mutually," he agreed. The word sounded neat and cleaner than the truth. They walked back toward town slowly. Later that night, when he walked her to her car outside the bakery, neither of them wanted the evening to end quite yet. Not with the understanding hanging between them like a closing door. They kissed. Longer than they had in months, and when he followed her to the small room at the back of the bakery, neither of them stopped. Not because they were pretending the conversation hadn't happened, but because endings are rarely clean. Sometimes they are warm and human and tangled. Afterward, they lay quietly beside each other, staring at the ceiling. "Still friends?" he asked eventually. "Of course," she said. Neither of them knew that night would be the last time they saw each other alive. November ended cold and quiet. Sarah graduated mid-year, class of '94, a semester early. She pushed through the last credits over summer school and independent study, wanting to be done. Wanting to move forward. The bakery was hers now, officially, and she had plans for it that didn't involve homework or hall passes. George called once in a while. Short conversations. Friendly. The kind you have with someone you used to know how to hold. He was deployed somewhere she couldn't quite track. Time zones and mission briefings and the vagueness of military life. She didn't tell him about the nausea that had crept in over the past few weeks. Didn't tell him about the test she bought at the drugstore 2 towns over, afraid someone would recognize her name. 2 lines. She sat on the edge of her bed and stared at it. Did the math. Thanksgiving. That last night. 8 weeks. She was pregnant. George's baby. And she hadn't even figured out how to tell him yet when the knock came. The knock came in early March. Her father opened the door. Sarah didn't see the men clearly, just the way her father's shoulders changed. The house fell silent in a way it never did. Not even at night. She stepped into the hallway. The uniforms told her everything before the words did. George Miller had died in service. There were phrases about honor, country, and sacrifice. She had still been a point of contact, and she realized he must have hoped to ask her to marry him before they had broken up. They floated past her, but all she could think was, I didn't say goodbye properly, we broke up. I'm pregnant. He's never going to know. The town grieved loudly, and Sarah worked herself to the bone at the bakery to get rid of the guilt. She couldn't look his mother in the face and tell her what they had done. Casseroles lined her mother's countertops. Churchwomen pressed tissues into her hands. His mother clung to her like she was the last thread tying him to earth. You were supposed to be family, his mother sobbed, and she didn't have the here to tell her that they had ended things. Sarah held her, one hand resting protectively over the curve that was beginning to show beneath her sweater, and died a bit inside. She didn't correct her. Because once upon a time, she had been. And maybe it was enough. She told his parents about the baby when they were alone. She had come by with a cake and a casserole. She didn't want to hit the baby like it was some great tragedy. His mother covered her mouth with both hands and sobbed again, but this time, joy threaded through it. She clung to Sarah as if this was the only joy she had since she lost her son. "Thank you," she whispered, as if it was all planned. "A piece of him." Sarah nodded. But she knew the truth was more complicated than that. More military documents and sworn statements that the baby was George's, so she could get the benefit he was promised for enlisting. His mother headed that up. It gave her something to do, to help her feel connected to George, and sometimes Sarah wondered if God had given her this child to heal his family. Sarah had painted the nursery herself a soft yellow in the small white house she bought with the benefits money, 2 streets from the bakery. The floors creaked. The porch sagged slightly. The paint needed touching up, but it was perfect. The day the moving truck pulled up to the little white house, Paulette Briggs brought over a lemon cake and a card that said, "Welcome to the neighborhood," in handwriting so neat it looked like it had been practiced. Connie brought a pitcher of tea and a look that said, "I know what you're going through and I'm not going to say it out loud." Sarah accepted both, standing in the doorway in a paint-stained t-shirt, her belly just beginning to show, and she looked at these 2 women she'd never met and said, "Thank you," in a voice that was steadier than it should have been. The baby was born that summer, on a warm evening in late June. She chose the name Georgia before she knew for certain it was a girl. She didn't do it to stay tied to him. She did it because you can honor someone without living in their shadow. At night, she lay in her new bedroom, one hand resting over her sleeping baby's back, and whispered softly into the quiet, "I loved him." And she had. Just not in the way that would have lasted forever. The dorm room smelled like stale pizza and the kind of cheap laundry detergent that never quite got the smell out of anything. Ryan lay on his bed, one arm thrown over his eyes, the other dangling off the edge, fingers brushing the cement tile floor. His roommate was gone for the weekend. Something about a girl in Delaware. Ryan hadn't been listening when he explained it, had just nodded and said, "Yeah, man, have fun," and then watched the door close and felt the silence settle in like a second person in the room. The radio on his desk was playing something he didn't recognize. Some grunge thing. All the stations up here played grunge now, like the whole world had decided to get moody at the same time. He missed happy music, the truck, the lake. He missed the song changed. The opening riff hit like a kick to the knees. "Well, I'm gonna raise a fuss, I'm gonna raise a holler." Ryan shot upright so fast his head spun. The song had just come out before summer. He heard it at a party last week, some girl's dorm room, and he had to leave halfway through because he felt sick and he couldn't explain why. Now, alone in his room, he didn't have to leave. He sat on the edge of the bed and let it wash over him. Working all summer to try to earn $1. And suddenly he wasn't in a dorm room anymore. He was 15. He was in Jennifer's backyard, the summer before everything got complicated, and Sarah was standing in front of him in a white tank top and cutoffs, and he had the hose in his hand. She'd been sunbathing. Or trying to. She laid out a towel on the grass and closed her eyes like she was just going to bake there peacefully, and Ryan had looked at her from across the yard and thought, "Oh yeah, I'm going to ruin that." He turned the hose on her without warning. She screamed. Actually screamed, loud enough that Jennifer had come running out of the house thinking something was wrong, and Sarah had lain there soaked through, her white tank top clinging to her in a way that had made Ryan's mouth go dry, and she looked up at him with murder in her eyes. "You're dead," she said. "You are actually dead." He laughed. Couldn't he help it? She looked so furious, so genuinely outraged, and also, underneath the fury, completely beautiful. The water had dripped from her hair onto her shoulders, and her skin had been warm and golden from the sun, and he wanted to put his mouth on her skin and see if she tasted like summer. He'd been 15. He hadn't known truly what to do with that wanting. So, he just laughed harder, and she chased him around the yard until she finally tackled him into the grass and sat on his chest, both of them breathless, both of them laughing, and he thought, "Stay there, stay right there, don't move, don't ever move." The song played on. "Sometimes I wonder what I'm gonna do." He thought about the summer after that. 16. He and all his friends had gotten his license. They'd driven up to the lake every weekend, the three of them, him, Sarah, Jen, Nate, Tyler and any girls they brought on the way home. Sarah would always fall asleep in the back of the truck bed. He'd lay back there with her sometimes, when Jen rode up front with whoever was driving, and Sarah would curl into him without waking, her head on his chest, her breath warm through his t-shirt. He'd lain there in the dark, staring up at the stars, feeling her heartbeat against his ribs, and he'd thought about kissing her. He'd thought about it constantly. Every time she fell asleep on him. Every time she looked at him with that particular expression she only ever gave him. Every time she laughed at something he said like it was the funniest thing she'd ever heard. He should have done it. He should have turned his head, just slightly, and pressed his mouth to hers while no one watched and the truck carried them home. He hadn't. He'd been a coward. And now he was lying in a dorm room 3 states away, listening to a song about summertime blues, and the ache in his chest was so sharp he thought it might actually kill him. There ain't no cure for the summertime blues. He pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes. He thought about her constantly. Not in a healthy way. Not in a way that would make anyone proud. He thought about her in class, during meals, in the middle of conversations with other people. He thought about her when he should have been studying. He thought about her when he was trying to fall asleep. He thought about her when he woke up. He thought about her whenever music played, and he wondered if she liked this song or when he knew she loved it or hated it. He thought about the way she used to bite her lip when she was concentrating. The way she'd tuck her hair behind her ear when she was working. The way she'd look at him sometimes, quick and almost accidentally, like she couldn't help it. He thought about the time they'd gone fishing at the lake, just the two of them, and she'd caught absolutely nothing while he'd reeled in 4 bass in a row. She'd been so annoyed. So genuinely, personally offended by the fish's refusal to cooperate. She'd sat on the bank with her arms crossed, watching him cast, and she'd said, "I hate you. I actually hate you." He'd laughed. "You don't hate me. I hate you so much right now. You want me to show you how to cast properly?" "I know how to cast properly." "Then why aren't the fish biting?" "Because they're stupid and they hate me." He'd sat down next to her on the bank, close enough that their shoulders touched. He'd been aware of her in that hyper-focused way he was always aware of her, the warmth of her skin, the smell of her shampoo, the particular rhythm of her breathing. "Here," he'd said, and he'd put his hands over hers on the rod, showing her how to adjust her grip, and she'd gone very still. She hadn't pulled away. He hadn't let go. They'd sat there for a moment that felt like it meant something, his hands over hers, the lake quiet in front of them, the summer air thick and golden around them. Then a fish had pulled on the line, her line, and she'd yelped and nearly dropped the rod, and the moment had broken. But he'd thought about it for months afterwards. He thought about it now. He thought about all the moments he'd wasted. All the chances he'd let slip past. All the times he could have said something, done something, been brave enough to reach for what he actually wanted. The song ended. The radio moved on to something else. Ryan lay back down on his bed and stared at the ceiling and wondered if she ever thought about him. Georgia was asleep on her chest. It was the only time Sarah ever really stopped moving. When Georgia slept, when her small warm weight pressed down on Sarah's sternum, when her tiny breaths came soft and even against her collarbone, that was when Sarah let herself be still. The radio in the kitchen was playing something old. One of the stations that played classics, the kind her grandmother liked. Sarah could hear it faintly through the walls, just enough to make out the melody. She shifted slightly, careful not to wake the baby, and looked down at Georgia's face. The radio shifted, and a new song started. She knew the opening riff before the vocals even started. She'd heard it 100 times, on the radio at the deli, on the radio in her own car. She couldn't escape it this summer. She closed her eyes. "Well, I'm gonna raise a fuss, I'm gonna raise a holler. About workin' all summer just to try and earn $1. And suddenly she wasn't in her cottage anymore. She was 17. She was in the backseat of Ryan's car, and it was late, and they were driving back from the lake, and she was pretending to read. She'd had a flashlight balanced on her knee, a paperback spread open in her lap, but she wasn't really reading. She was too aware of him. Too aware of the way he kept glancing at her. Too aware of the way his hands moved on the back of the seat behind her head, the casual confidence of his closeness. "Watcha reading," he leaned in. None of your business. Come on. Let me see. She sighed, dramatically, like it was such an inconvenience, and then she angled the book so he could see the cover. He made a face. That looks boring. It's not boring. It's Lord of the Flies. It's boring. You should read something with explosions. It's got kids murdering each other. What? Yeah, it was mandatory reading last year. How did you get out of it? I have my ways. He grinned at her, that grin that gave her butterflies. Sarah had rolled her eyes. You're ridiculous. You like it. She hadn't answered that. He moved in close enough that their shoulders touched, and he leaned over to look at her book. Read to me. What? Read to me. I want to hear about the kids murdering. You're going to make fun of it. I want to make fun of it. I don't believe you. He looked at her then, in the dim light from the street lamp outside, and his expression had been unexpectedly soft. I want tea, he said quietly. I promise. So, she read to him quietly, not to disrupt Nate and Jen in the front, disguising Tyler's new girlfriend. His head slid onto her shoulder, his breath warm against her neck, his body gradually relaxing against hers as the miles rolled past outside the windows. She felt it then. He wanted her. She known it. She wasn't crazy. She felt it in the way he leaned into her, in the weight of his head on her shoulder, in the way his hand had eventually found leg in the dark between them. He wanted her. And she wanted him back. And neither of them had said anything. The song played on. Well, I didn't go to work, told the boss I was sick. Now you can't use the car 'cause you didn't work a lick. Georgia stirred slightly, made a small sound, and settled back into sleep. Sarah opened her eyes. She thought about the first time they'd gotten in trouble together. She'd been 13, so close to 14 she could taste the freedom of going to high school with them. They'd been at Jennifer's cabin for the weekend, just the three of them and Jen's parents, and he found beer in the garage fridge. It had been left over from the previous summer, Jen's cousin's contribution to a party that had apparently been legendary. Ryan had found it while they'd been looking for fishing gear, and he looked at Sarah with that particular expression he got when he was about to do something stupid. Want one? No, Sarah had not hesitated. You'll get in trouble. Only if I get caught. She looked at him. 14 years old, already a foot taller than her, already handsome in that easy way he didn't seem to have to work for. His hair had been lighter then, bleached by the sun, and his eyes had been bright with the thrill of potential trouble. Fine, she said. But only one. He had two. They sat on the floor of the cabin's living room, watching MTV on the ancient television Jen's parents had brought up for the weekend. Ryan had been laughing at everything, his whole body loose in a way she rarely saw. At some point, they migrated to the couch. At some point, they lain down, and his body leaned on her, until she held all his weight. She woken up in the middle of the night with his arm draped over her waist, pressed against her back, his breath slow and even against her hair. She wasn't naive, she knew what she felt behind her. And she lain there, frozen, not sure whether to move or stay still or pretend she was still asleep, and her heart had been pounding so hard she was sure he could feel it. He shifted slightly. His face had pressed into her neck. Sarah, he mumbled, half asleep, you always smell so good. And then he passed out again. She lain there until morning. She hadn't moved an inch. Her whole body had been tense and buzzing and so aware of him that she thought she might combust. That had been the first time she really understood that he might want her. That he might look at her and see something other than just his best friend. That all those glances, all those touches, all those moments that felt like they meant something might actually mean something. His mom had woken them up screaming about distance, and not okay anymore because they weren't little anymore. Ryan had said it really wasn't anything, and Sarah had nodded along with an excitement in her heart that said otherwise. But then, 2 weeks later, he started dating Christ. He had already told her, but seeing it was different than knowing. Sarah had watched him kiss Christ by the tilt-a-whirl at the county fair, and she felt like someone had reached into her chest and pulled her lungs out. She wanted to throw up. She wanted to cry. She wanted to walk over there and yank him away from her and say, "He's mine, he just doesn't know it yet." Instead, she pasted on a smile and agreed to ride the zipper with him after, and she screamed on every rotation and pretended her heart wasn't breaking with every turn. That was the year his parents had divorced. That was the year everything had cracked open. She helped him pack his room while Jen sat in front of the TV and refused to participate, and Sarah had watched him fold his clothes into boxes with a kind of numb determination that made her chest ache. He looked broken. He looked like someone who was trying very hard not to feel anything. She wondered, later, if that was when it had started, his need for attention, his performance, his desperate grasping for approval from anyone who would give it. She wondered if watching his family fall apart had taught him that nothing was permanent, that love was something you had to chase and catch and hold on to with both hands. She wondered if that was why he could never quite choose her. Because choosing her would mean keeping her, and keeping her would mean risk. No, there ain't no cure for the summertime blues. The song ended. Sarah opened her eyes. Georgia was still asleep, warm and heavy against her chest. Ryan was states away. And she lay there in the quiet dark of her cottage and wondered if he ever thought about her. Wondered if he ever lay awake at night, listening to songs that reminded him of summer, and wished he'd chosen differently. Wondered if he even knew what he'd lost. The radio played on. In a dorm room, a boy lay on his bed and stared at the ceiling and thought about the girl he couldn't stop wanting. In a cottage in his hometown, a girl lay on her couch with her baby on her chest and thought about the boy who'd never quite chosen her. They were both thinking the same thing. They were both wishing the same thing. But the distance between them was more than miles. It was all the words they never said. All the chances they never taken. All the summers they wasted, pretending they were just friends, pretending they didn't want more, pretending that whatever was between them would be enough. It hadn't been enough. And now they were both lying in the dark, listening to the same song, thinking about each other, and neither of them knew. There ain't no cure for the summertime blues. Tch. Ryan rang in the New Year-themed party with a girl whose last name he didn't remember. Her name was maybe Lisa. Or Lauren. He knew she had red nails and a laugh that sounded like claws down your spine. It wasn't technically New Year's yet. It was the last party before everyone scattered home for Christmas break, but the frat house had leaned into the theme anyway. Paper clocks hung crooked on the walls, counting down to midnight. Someone had hung a glittery banner that read Happy New Year, even though it was still December 22nd. Half the campus would be gone by morning. That was the point. One last loud night before winter break. The house was too warm, the music too loud. Cheap beer stacked in a bathtub full of melting ice. Someone had taped streamers to the ceiling fan, and it kept smacking against the blades every time it spun. It was loud enough that he didn't have to think. Which was the point. He'd gotten good at not thinking. Sophomore year had been easier once he stopped caring about home. He wasn't that guy. He was doing fine. He had classes. He had girls. He had freedom. The countdown started somewhere near the kitchen. 10. He pulled Lisa or Lauren closer, already smiling. 9. Someone spilled something behind him. 8. He thought briefly of fireworks over the lake. 7. Sarah standing on the dock that last night. 6. You don't get to ruin me because you were scared. 5. He swallowed. 4. The memory dissolved under noise. He now had to kiss another woman. 3. 2. 1. Cheers exploded around him. The girl kissed him first. He kissed back automatically. It tasted like beer and something artificial. It didn't feel like anything. He went home 2 days later, when he had had no intention of doing so before, but when he woke up, the song on the radio was Hold the Line by Toto, and the last time he had heard that song, Sarah had looked him in the eye and basically called him a coward. In one look, he knew she had been begging him to do the right thing then. For just a moment, he let himself rewrite that moment. It's not in the words that you told me. The song played, and he watched her round the corner. It's not in the way you say you're mine, ooh. He would drop Stephanie's hand. It's not in the way that you came back to me. Walk right out there to where she skated and pick her in front of everyone, and he knew with perfect clarity that she would have kissed him back. It's not in the way that your love set me free. Fuck, he cursed, turning off the radio, and got up, going home for the first time after much too long. Christmas lights lined the highway exits. Every mile closer to town felt like driving backward through time. Same gas station. Same diner. Same crooked stop sign by the river. His mother hugged him too long when he walked in the door. She had practically screamed his name, then went right back to normal. "You look thin," she said. "I'm not." She stepped back, studying him. "You sleeping?" "Mom." She smiled but didn't push because he suddenly saw something like sadness in her eyes. He mistakenly thought it was her missing him, not that she had to find a way to tell him what had happened while he was gone. But the house smelled like roast and cinnamon, so for a few minutes, it felt normal until the cars started arriving. The family dinner had been someone's optimistic idea of trying for a blended family dinner. Ryan's parents had been divorced for years, but the holidays always made people sentimental. His mom had invited his dad anyway. Jennifer's parents were both invited, too, also divorced. Which meant two couples who didn't like each other sitting across the same table, trying to pretend they were functional adults. By the time Ryan's father walked in, already smelling faintly like whiskey, the room had that fragile tension that meant something was going to break. Jennifer showed up last. She hugged Ryan more tightly than expected and felt a heaviness in the room that he did not yet understand. "You actually came home," she said. "Don't make it weird." "Too late." She tried for a smile, but her eyes looked ringed and red. He didn't ask, just assumed it was from seeing her parents pretend to like each other. Dinner started awkwardly. Everyone talking a little too loudly. Ryan's uncle, Jen's dad asking about football or trying to steer the conversation towards safe topics like the weather and taxes. Ryan's father poured himself another drink when he thought no one noticed. His aunt brought it up casually, and all eyes landed on him. "Have you seen Sarah lately?" The fork paused halfway to his mouth, and his mother shifted uncomfortably. "No." Well. That word. Well, he didn't like the hesitation behind it. "Mom, stop." Jen snapped, and Ryan didn't like how pissed Jen got from just the topic of Sarah. "What?" Ryan asked as his mother shot his aunt a look. "It's not gossip," his aunt defended. "Everyone knows." "Knows what?" His father cleared his throat. "It's a shame about George." "Did they break up?" Ryan asked, trying to sound like he didn't care. "No," Jen said, and Ryan saw a tear roll down her cheek, instantly making his chest tighten with fear. "He died in combat, a while back." Ryan felt the pain in the room instantly given a name that weirdness had been death, and Sarah had gone through such a loss, and he didn't know. Had kept deleting messages without listening to them, and his mother assumed he knew and just didn't Car and Jen she had no desire to talk about it with anyone, least of all Ryan, since he had cut himself off completely from town and all his friends becoming a recluse. He stood up before he knew why, and then Jen reached out to grab his arm. "Don't, she really can't take surprises," Jen whispered, pleading for him not to go do something foolish like run to Sarah to be a shoulder to cry on and then get what he always wanted. Sarah back. "More surprises, is that what you're calling that?" his father scoffed, and the way he spoke made Ryan's blood boil. "Stop," Jen snapped at Ryan's father, who just rolled his eyes and took another drink of his non-plain Coke. "You don't get to be like that about Sarah." "Like what?" Ryan demanded. "She had a baby," his aunt said gently. The room shifted under him. He could have been knocked over. "What?" he shouted. His mother reached for her water glass. "A little girl," she said quietly. "Born back in June. Georgia." The words didn't make sense at first. "Baby little girl. Sarah George's baby." He felt like someone had tilted the room sideways and someone was trying to rip the rug out from under him. "A baby," he repeated, his voice strange in his own ears. 6 months old now, Jen said softly. "She's beautiful, Ryan. Looks just like him." Ryan stared at his plate. 6 months old. He had probably been at some bar near campus. Drunk, complaining about a professor. She had been home, raising a child. Building a life. The jealousy came first, hot. Instant and unreasonable. "She bought a little house with the benefits," his aunt continued. "Running the bakery on her own. A house. A baby. A business. A life." He was living in a rented apartment with 3 roommates and a sink that leaked. He felt suddenly hollow. His father snorted, loud and drunk. Well, he muttered, pouring another drink. I told you that girl was a problem from the start. Getting herself knocked up at 18, what was she thinking? The room went silent. Ryan's head snapped up. What? His father didn't even look at him, just kept talking like he'd been waiting his whole life to say this. You don't get pregnant in high school and have it turn out well. She made her bed, now she's got to lie in it. Poor George and his parents must be humiliated. She wasn't still in high school. She graduated to run a business. Sure, whatever you say. His father laughed, ugly. Shut up, Ryan said, his voice low. It's the truth, son. That girl made choices. Bad ones. Got herself pregnant, and now she's stuck raising a kid alone. He took another drink. Thank God it wasn't you. Could be been you trapped in that mess. Ryan stood so fast his chair tipped over. Take that back. His father shrugged lazily. Sweet girl, sure. But let us be honest, she knew exactly what she was doing. Got herself a house out of it, didn't she? Benefits from a dead soldier. Hell of a deal. Jennifer slammed her glass down. That's not what happened. His father waved a dismissive hand. Oh, come on. Sarah's just like everyone else. Good for her, I guess. Got a house, and a baby, the town crying over her, so business is booming. While George is in the ground. Ryan felt something snap in his chest. You don't get to talk about her like that. His father looked at him, really looked at him, and for a moment he almost seemed surprised. What did you say? You heard me. Ryan's hands were clenched at his sides. You don't know anything about what happened. You weren't there. She didn't trap anyone. Jen snarled. She got pregnant at 18. His father shouted back. Now she's stuck raising a kid alone because she couldn't keep her legs closed or at least be smart about it. Stop it. Jen shouted, slamming her hands down on the table. George loved her. She didn't. Sure, she didn't, his father sneered. Played her cards just right, didn't she? A free house. Shut the hell up, Ryan said, and swung. The punch landed before he even realized he'd moved. His father staggered back, crashing into the table. Glasses shattered. Jen shouted for them to stop, but his father swung back, slower but heavier. The fist caught Ryan across the cheek. His mother screamed as Jennifer's dad pulled them apart. Ryan shoved free, breathing hard, chest heaving. Don't talk about her like that, he said hoarsely. His father wiped blood from his lip. Look at you, he sneered. Still chasing that girl who didn't want you. Ryan grabbed his coat. Where are you going? His mother cried. Back to school. He drove past the river. Past the school. Past Sarah's house. He didn't stop. He didn't go near the bakery. He told himself he didn't need to see her because he still foolishly had always assumed she would wait. Not actively. Just exist in the space he left behind. And she hadn't. Now there would be a child of Sarah's in the world who would call someone else father. Not him. He rested his forehead against the steering wheel. Ryan went back to campus with something lodged under his ribs. Not quite heartbreak or grief. Something closer to humiliation. He hadn't come home for George's funeral because he didn't know. But he did now. He hadn't called Sarah. He hadn't done anything at all. And now she is a mom. He tried not to picture it but didn't always succeed. For a long time afterward, the memory of the fight sat in his chest like a bruise that refused to fade. His father's voice, thick with whiskey, replayed whenever Ryan let his guard slip. I told you that girl was going to trap a boy eventually. He told himself he punched his father because the comment was cruel. Because it was disrespectful. Because George was dead. But if he was honest, painfully honest, it had also been because the words carried a poison he couldn't swallow. Because a small, shameful part of him had once imagined that future himself. He had just always assumed it would somehow still circle back to him. That assumption died in his parents' dining room. Campus felt louder when he returned. Like everything had been turned up half a notch too high. Music thumped through thin apartment walls. Beer cans cracked open before noon. Someone was always laughing too hard at something not that funny. He leaned into it. Played hard, made coach proud until he got slower, too many hits, broken ribs, he started to stay out later. Drank more. Let girls climb into his lap like it meant something. It was easier when they didn't ask questions. Easier when they liked him for being charming rather than being a horrible friend. He was good at charming. He'd been practicing since he was 12. There was a girl named Tina who wore oversized sweaters and liked to pretend she didn't care about anything. "You're too serious sometimes," she told him one night, straddling his lap at a party. "I'm not serious." "You get this look," she said, touching his jaw. "Like you're somewhere else." He smiled automatically. "Maybe I am." She kissed him like it was a competition. He kissed back like he was winning. It didn't feel like anything. Classes slipped. Not failing. Just sliding, having to retake courses he needed because he didn't retain what he should have. He'd chosen a business degree because it sounded respectable. He didn't love it. Didn't hate it. He was good at numbers, so he passed, but he didn't plan for anything. He told himself there was time. There was always time. But sometimes, late at night when the apartment finally went quiet, he found himself staring at the ceiling and thinking about a girl who had never wasted time. Sarah had always been moving towards something. Even when they were kids. Even when they were 16 and baking birthday cakes in her parents' kitchen. She had never drifted. Ryan had made an art of it. At the end of March, Jennifer called. He almost didn't answer, but he had been expecting it for his birthday. The phone rang 3 times before he picked it up. "Hello?" "She didn't trap him," Jennifer said without preamble. His chest tightened. "And the baby is a little girl," she added in case he didn't catch it during the fighting. "What's her name?" "Georgia." He went quiet, of course she would. "She was 8 pounds, Jennifer continued softly. "I got to be in the room." Sarah was tired but good. She cussed a lot. "Sarah cussed?" Ryan asked. "Oh, yeah, it was bad but it looked so painful. I am not sure I will ever want kids." Ryan had to close his eyes. He never liked when Sarah got hurt, and if she was cussing, it must have been horrible. He looked at his car keys and wallet, and almost reached for them to go back, to go right to Sarah, but then Jen said. "But she is good." Cool. That was all his brain could supply as he now envisioned Sarah having her baby alone. "Ryan," she whispered in a way he couldn't deal with right now. "What?" "You don't have to pretend with me." "I'm not pretending." She sighed. "You loved her." "I know." The admission surprised them both. Jennifer was quiet for a long moment. "She's happy," she said gently. "Or at least she's cared for." Cared for. That felt like an accusation. "Okay," he said, and hung up first. She didn't even get to say happy birthday. The night of August 8th, fair week back home, he went out, not because he wanted to celebrate. Because he didn't know what else to do. The bar near campus was dim and sticky and smelled like cheap cleaner. "Hey Scotty," a girl mused as she leaned into him. "You look like you need a distraction," she said. It was just like a line in a movie, like she was playing around, but meant it. He laughed and played along. "Is that what you are?" She grinned. "I can be." He let her. Because distraction was easier than imagining Sarah in a children's room holding a child that would never be his. He drank until the noise blurred. He told a story about high school that made people laugh. He felt powerful for about 10 minutes. Then he felt empty again. He started avoiding quiet. No more walking home alone. No more late nights without background sound. When silence crept in, it brought images with it. Sarah on the dock. Sarah in the hallway. Sarah handing another boy a birthday cake. Sarah living a life that didn't include him. He hated the jealousy most. It felt petty. She had lost someone. She had built something and held it together. And he was angry because he wasn't part of it. What kind of man did that make him? Finals week came and went. Summer internships were discussed. Friends talked about career paths. "I might go into finance," someone said. "I'm thinking law school," another chimed in. Ryan shrugged when asked. Tax, maybe. My uncle does it. You want to do tax? Tara laughed. It pays. That was as far as his vision extended. It pays. Not, it matters. It just exists. One night in early April, before everyone came back from break, the apartment was too quiet. No music. No girls. No drinking. He lay on the couch staring at the ceiling fan. And for the first time in months, he wondered, not for the first time, what would have happened if he had stayed with her on that dock. If he had said, I'm scared. Instead of, don't make it weird. He rolled onto his side and covered his face with his arm. There was no dramatic revelation. No vow to change. Just a slow, uncomfortable awareness settling into him. The version of himself he'd been coasting on wasn't impressive. It wasn't even interesting. It was hollow, and somewhere in a small town 4 hours away, Sarah Bennett was holding a child and not thinking about Ryan. He had nothing to show for the same amount of time. Nothing but stories, charm, and regret. So, he decided to go home, back to the cabin. What a mistake that would turn out to be. He wasn't supposed to see her like that. Not under fluorescent lights. Not between stacks of apples and discount cereal. Ryan had moved home after spring grad, and on a cold day in May with no real plan other than to restock his parents' fridge with beer and maybe call up some old friends, he finally saw Sarah again. The grocery store hadn't changed. Same squeaky cartwheels. Same faded sale signs. Same smell of overripe bananas and pine floor cleaner. Even the bell above the sliding doors still rang a second too late when someone walked through. He grabbed a case of cheap beer from the back cooler, balancing it on his hip, and turned toward the registers, and stopped. She was in the produce aisle. Her back to him at first. Hair longer than he remembered. Pulled into a low, messy knot that had clearly been done one-handed. And there, strapped against her chest in a soft blue carrier, was a baby. One small fist wrapped into the collar of her shirt, her baby. The realization hit him with a strange certainty, like recognizing a song before the lyrics even started. Sarah swayed slightly as she inspected a bunch of bananas, humming under her breath, just like she used to. Then the grocery store speakers crackled. The old ceiling system buzzed for a second, like it was deciding whether it wanted to cooperate. And a country melody spilled through the store. No chains, no strings, no fences, no wall. No net, just you to catch me when I fall. Look heart, no hands, she sang. Ryan went completely still. Sarah laughed softly under her breath, like she'd been caught off guard by, and shifted the baby higher on her chest. Okay, she murmured to Georgia, and then she sang, so softly. Just enough to keep the rhythm while she moved down the aisle. It doesn't take much, just a smile or a touch. And I'm a kid again. Her voice was soft, a little amused at herself, but steady. She even swayed a little during the chorus. Like she used to in the passenger seat of his car. And suddenly he wasn't in a grocery store anymore. He was 17. Windows down. Mountain road curling through pine trees. Sarah's bare legs stretched across his bench seat because the truck didn't have much room. She had worn cut-off shorts and a white tank top that smelled faintly of vanilla and laundry soap. He could still remember it. He could remember everything about that day in pieces so clear it almost hurt. They had driven up into the hills just because they could. No destination. No money, just the On the Other Hand by Randy Travis on the radio, the Billboard Hot Country. Just gas in the tank and a radio that sometimes lost signal when the road dipped too low. She turned it up immediately. Oh my God, I love this one. You love all of them. She stuck her hand out the window and let the wind catch her fingers. So many lover-s games I'd love to play with you. On the other hand there's no reason why it's wrong. Then she sung along, off-key in parts, grinning at him like the whole world was simple. Like nothing was waiting for them beyond that road. Later, they stopped at that tiny diner tucked between the trees. Shared a basket of fries. Shared a root beer with 2 straws because that's all they could afford. He remembered the smell of her shampoo. The way her hair stuck to her lip gloss. The way she had looked at him like he was already something worth building around. He had never told her how much that look scared him. Back in the grocery store, she reached for a bag of flour. Then sugar, then a basket of strawberries. Georgia made a small sound against her chest. Sarah adjusted her automatically, pressing a kiss into the baby's hair without breaking the song. She looked happy. Not pretending. Not surviving. Happy. He felt it like a bruise, because she wasn't haunted by the song. She wasn't avoiding it. She wasn't freezing in memory. She was singing it like it was just music. Like it belonged to her, not to them. An older man near her struggled with his cart, one wheel bent sideways. Sarah noticed instantly. "Here, I'll take that for you," she said, stepping forward. She balanced Georgia with one hand and steered the cart with the other, walking it back toward the corral without hesitation. The man thanked her, and she smiled sweetly. Ryan realized, with a quiet sinking certainty, that she had always been this way. He had just mistaken it for devotion to him. He looked down at the case of beer in his hands. Cold and cheap. He set it carefully on the floor beside the freezers. He couldn't stand there another second. He walked out without looking back. That was look hard, no hands, to help kick off this hour of Randy Travis. Let's dive right back in. Ryan's radio blared when he turned over the car. He sat in his car in the parking lot. Windows rolled up, and waited. He didn't know why. Maybe to prove something. Maybe to punish himself. Maybe to confirm she was real and not just some strange hallucination brought on by nostalgia and guilt. But you're not just time that I'm killin'. I'm no longer one of those guys. As sure as I live, this love that I give is gonna be yours until the day that I die. Ryan glared at the radio as the late afternoon cold pressed into the car. Carts rattled across the pavement. Someone's truck stereo thumped faintly from the other side of the lot. He sat there, hands resting loosely on the wheel as he listened to Randy Travis mock him. Then she came out, balancing grocery bags against her hip. The baby now awake, wide-eyed, watching everything. Sarah loaded the bags into the back seat of the same car she bought in high school. The paint had faded slightly on the hood, but it was well kept. Carefully maintained. Like everything else in her life. She buckled Georgia in gently, brushing her fingers across her cheek before closing the door. She returned the cart, of course, she did. And not just her own. She grabbed another one someone had abandoned near the curb and pushed that back too. Then she slid into the driver's seat, adjusted the mirror, and turned the key. The radio came on immediately, too faint for him to hear from his car. I'm gonna love you forever and ever, amen. I'm gonna love you forever and ever and ever, forever and ever, amen. She smiled at whatever song was playing, looked down at his own radio, and wondered if it was the same song, but then she drove away. Ryan sat there long after her car disappeared. Hollow a feeling he was getting familiar with. He stayed until the song ended, thinking about how beautiful she still was. Then he went back inside. Picked up the same case of beer. Paid for it. And drove home. The songs from earlier still echoing somewhere in his head. I swear, look heart, no hands. He gripped the steering wheel tighter. Now it was just a memory, and he was alone in it. His mother was in the kitchen when he got back. Did you get the? I'm not coming back again. She stopped. Turned. What? Ryan stood in the doorway, his keys still in his hand, his chest so tight he could barely breathe. Now and after graduation. I'm not coming home. I don't know if I'm coming back at all. His mother's face shifted. He watched her take it in, his expression, his posture, the barely contained something cracking open in his voice. Ryan? Why didn't you tell me? He could have cried. Tell you what? About Sarah. His voice cracked. About the baby, the way I found out. His mother's expression changed again. Something complicated moved through it, surprise, then understanding, then something harder like she was upset. I didn't know if you knew. You didn't know if I knew, he laughed, but there was no humor in it. Mom, I didn't I had no idea and she was there, with the baby. I called you, she said quietly. I called you at least 20 times. I left messages. I don't listen to your messages. I know you don't. Her voice was still quiet, but there was an edge to it now. You don't listen to anyone's messages. You don't come home. You don't call. You've made it very clear that you don't want to be here. That's not. It is. She crossed her arms. You're angry at your father. You're angry at me. You're angry at the whole town. And maybe some of that is justified. But you don't get to disappear for months and then come back and act like everyone should have kept you informed about things you clearly didn't want to know about. Ryan stared at her. She was my best friend. Was she? His mother's voice was gentle now, but it cut anyway. Because from what I can tell, you haven't spoken to her since you left. You haven't called her. You haven't written. You made a choice, Ryan. You chose to leave and not even try to really apologize. I am not dumb to what happened. Jen has a loudmouth, and I am not proud of how you treated that girl. Choosing some other girl just because Sarah wouldn't sleep with you. I didn't. You did. She stepped closer. And maybe that baby isn't yours, and that is what is eating you up. But either way, you don't get to stand in my kitchen and act like you were wronged. You made choices. Now you have to live with them. Ryan's jaw tightened. I reached out to, his mother continued. Told her that if she needed anything at all, she could call. I told her I was sorry for how things ended, and that I hoped she was okay. I did my job. Your job? He wanted to vomit. His mother had never been so honest before. My job as her mother too. Her voice cracked slightly. Because she was like a daughter to me. 4 years. And I know you broke her heart. I know you did. And I don't know the whole story, but I know enough to know that you don't get to walk in here and act surprised. Ryan didn't say anything. He couldn't. His mother looked at him for a long moment. Then she said, grow up, Ryan. You're not a kid anymore. You're an adult. And adults don't get from run their problems. They face them, unless you want to end up bitter. You know what that looks like all too well. She turned back to the counter. If you want to know about Sarah's life, ask her. But don't stand there and act like the rest of us failed you. Ryan stood in the doorway. His keys dug into his palm. His mother started chopping vegetables. Neither of them said anything else. He drove back to school the next morning. He didn't call Sarah. He just drove. Time did not rush. It didn't ask permission, it simply moved. Georgia learned to walk in the bakery. Not at home. Not in the nursery with the soft yellow walls. On the worn wooden floors between the prep table and the glass display case. Sarah had been kneading dough when she heard it, the soft thump of 2 uncertain steps followed by a surprised squeal. She turned just in time to see Georgia wobble forward, arms wide, determined and furious about gravity. Well, Sarah laughed, flour on her cheek, there you go. Customers clapped, and Georgia fell onto her padded diaper, looking personally offended. Sarah scooped her up, kissed her forehead, and kept working. The bakery expanded slowly. A second oven. A fresh coat of paint. A chalkboard sign outside that read, Bennett bakes fresh daily. People began placing special orders. Birthday cakes. Wedding pies. Graduation cookies. Sarah hired a high school girl who was a freshman when she graduated to do part-time work. She stopped wearing her hair up all the time. Learned how to balance invoices while bouncing a toddler on her hip. At night, she paid bills at her kitchen table after Georgia fell asleep. The house creaked in familiar ways. Georgia's parents visited often. They never made her feel watched, only supported in the same calm way George had. They brought Georgia books. Took her for afternoons at the park. Loved her without condition. Sarah kept a framed photo of George on a low shelf, and she spoke about him simply. He was brave, and would have loved you very much. That was enough. So, Ryan graduated with a degree he had never felt passionate about. Business administration. He smiled for photos when his mother threw a party. College had not made him who he thought it would. It hadn't refined him. It hadn't broken him. It had simply delayed him. He took a job at a tax firm 2 towns over, from a friend of his uncle's, and moved into a small apartment on the north side of town. Temporary, he told himself, just until he figured something out. He learned how to file returns quickly. How to make small talk with clients twice his age. How to avoid conversations about long-term plans. He avoided that side of town, but when he did, he timed it carefully. Avoiding the bakery. Avoiding grocery stores. Avoiding the chance of accidental collision but small towns don't allow permanent avoidance. He would hear about her in fragments from Jen or his mother. She catered the fall festival. Georgia is starting preschool soon, letting her enroll early because she is potty trained. She bought new display cases. She is doing well. That word again. Well. It bothered him less each month. Not because it stopped mattering. Because he started to understand it. Well, didn't he mean lucky? It meant steady effort. Georgia went to school at age 3. The bakery smelled permanently of cinnamon and sugar. Sarah learned how to fix a leaky sink herself. Learned how to file her own taxes. Learned that exhaustion was now her new normal. Some nights, after Georgia fell asleep, she'd sit on the porch and let quiet wrap around her. Sometimes a song would come on the radio and she'd smile faintly. Memory without ache, and she had to admit to herself that she was starting to miss him, even to wonder what he was doing now that he had graduated. He stopped buying cheap beer, stopped staying out until 2 a.m. He paid off a chunk of his student loans. Started saving. His first job after college had been in a town 2 over. He hated it. The hours were long. The work dull. The apartment smelled vaguely of mildew and burnt coffee no matter how much he cleaned it. He told himself he was paying dues. That everyone hated their first job. So, he stayed. A year and 3 months of bad coffee, fluorescent lights, and pretending he wasn't checking every familiar truck when he drove home to visit his mother. Then his uncle called. Offered him a better position. Better money. The closer to home was the problem. Too good to turn down. So, Ryan moved back. Not fully back. Just close enough to orbit the edges of the life he once had. He saw Tyler and Nate off and on in those first months. Grabbed beers once in a while. Helped Tyler move apartments. Sat through football games neither of them really cared about anymore, now that they weren't playing. No one talked about Sarah. Least of all Nate. Which somehow hurt worse. Like they silently agreed she belonged to another life now. A topic too dangerous to touch. Ryan never brought her up either. Didn't he ask? Didn't he want to know? Didn't he think he deserved to? He hadn't told many people he moved back. Hadn't he really wanted anyone to know? But small towns had a way of finding things out. Someone saw his truck. Someone mentioned it to someone else. Then suddenly people started saying, "Heard you're back." Like he never really left. Except he had. And somehow, so had everyone else. Nate stopped showing up as much after a while. Always busy. Working on something. Never explained much beyond that. Tyler had gone back to school, chasing another degree with a new determination he brought to everything. And Jen. Jen never really came around. Didn't he call much either. Not after the first year. Life happened, people drifted. For almost 3 years, Ryan lived in and around town like a ghost haunting somewhere he no longer belonged. Looked at the town differently when he came to see his mother. Less like an escape. He drove past the bakery once after closing. Just once. The windows were warm. Lights glowing against the dusk. He saw her silhouette moving behind the counter. Georgia sitting on a stool with crayons. He didn't go in. He didn't see the woman in the window, but Paulette Briggs watched the truck slow as it passed, watched it not stop, and she said nothing, because there was nothing to say about a man driving past his own life. He sat at the red light a little too long. Then drove on. The years had passed without confrontation. Without apology. Without true closure. They existed in the same town on different sides, like parallel lines. Close enough to intersect. Choosing not to. Until the day that would change. Ryan knew it was her birthday. He told himself he didn't. But he did. He had known it since they were kids, September 17th. The same week, the leaves started to look less green. He used to mark it without meaning to. Not on a calendar or with a reminder. Just in his body. Like muscle memory. Like the way your hands know the shape of a doorknob in the dark. When they were kids, it had been simple. Her mom would bring cupcakes to school. Jennifer would sing loudly at the lunch table. Sarah would pretend to be embarrassed while secretly loving it. Ryan would sit there, watching her cheeks go pink when everyone sang too loudly. watching the way she tried to blow out the candles fast so no one could see her close her eyes. Because she always did. Every time. Eyes closed. Lips moving silently. A wish. The first time he asked her about it after lunch. He tried to sound casual, like he hadn't been paying attention. Good wish? Sarah had smiled in that private way she had back then, like she wasn't sure if she wanted to let him into the answer. He leaned in a little anyway. He always did. She shrugged. I can't tell. I'm not asking you to tell, he said, already grinning. Just asking if it's the same. What same? She glared at him, already expecting it. Sean Astin again? She shoved him. Hard enough, he almost tripped over his own shoelaces. Oh my god, shut up. It had turned it into a joke they carried for years. He hadn't even known who Sean Astin was until she made him watch the Goonies at Jen S. house, the one with the tracking that went fuzzy during the good parts. Sarah had been 13 and deeply serious about it, sitting cross-legged on the carpet like it was church. Jen had been just as excited the first time, but Sarah had been watching it on repeat. Ryan had acted like he didn't care. But Sarah had leaned forward every time Sean Astin came on screen, eyes wide and helplessly smitten. Afterward, she sighed dramatically and said, I'm going to marry him. Ryan had laughed until she threw a pillow at his head. Then, a month later, she told them there was going to be a fan signing at the mall. Sean Astin was going to be there. For real. In person. Like he was a mythical creature that had somehow wandered too close to their boring little town. She made it sound like destiny. She stood in her kitchen stirring cookie dough and said, I'm going to meet him. I just know it. Ryan had tagged along. Of course he had. Him, Jen, and Sarah packed into her dad's truck before sunrise because apparently celebrities required unreasonable levels of commitment. The line had been ridiculous. Wrapped halfway through the mall like everyone in northern Michigan had collectively decided this was the most important event of the decade. Sarah had bounced on the balls of her feet the whole time, rambling nervously about what she was going to say. What if she embarrassed herself? What if he was rude? What if he was nice? What if he remembered her somehow? Ryan had teased her mercilessly for that one. Yeah, he said, grinning. He's definitely gonna remember the 13-year-old from nowhere, Michigan. She elbowed him hard enough to make him stumble. But when they finally got close enough to see him, like really see him, the line got worse. Crowded. Chaotic. Security rushing people through. Sarah never made it up to talk to him, not really. Just saw him from farther back than she wanted. A wave. A smile she swore was directed at her, and then it was over. She'd been quiet the ride home. Disappointed in that way she tried not to let people see. Ryan remembered secretly feeling relieved. Because some stupid, childish part of him had worried, what if Sean Astin liked her back? As if movie stars just packed girls into their luggage and disappeared to jet off around the world together. As if Sarah would leave town to be on set while he filmed Whitewater Summer, and Ryan smiled at her. God. What a ridiculous thing to have worried about. But when you were 13, love made idiots out of people. And Sarah had always been easy to imagine someone stealing. Then, when she blew out her candles that year, Ryan watched her close her eyes and knew exactly what she was wishing for. So, after that, every year, every cake, every candle, he'd ask the same thing. Sean Astin again? Sometimes she'd roll her eyes. Sometimes she'd laugh. Sometimes she'd glare at him like she wanted to kill him, but she always did it anyway. Closed her eyes, made a wish. And he always asked after. Like it was theirs. Now, years later, he still knew the date, and he hated himself for it. He'd been invited out by Melissa Grant, a girl he'd gone to high school with, who now worked at a salon she believed in horoscopes. He almost said no, then he thought about the date. Then he thought about the only fancy restaurant. Then he thought about how small towns circulate people on predictable orbits. You can stay away for months and still end up face to face in the cereal aisle like the universe is bored and wants to stir the pot. And somewhere beneath the logic was something uglier. What if she is there? And something worse, what if she isn't? That would be better, more plausible. It was a sick feeling. He went anyway. He told himself it was because Melissa was easy. Familiar. Low risk. A harmless Thursday night with someone who didn't know him well enough to ask the questions he didn't want to answer. But the truth was, he wanted to test how much it still hurt. He wanted proof that time had done something. The restaurant glowed warm under string lights. It was louder than usual for Thursday. Plates clinked. People laughed too hard. He already had a beer at home before picking Melissa up. Then one at the bar while they waited for a table. He pretended it was for confidence. It wasn't he had a prickling feeling as they waited to be seated. Because the second they rounded the corner to the dining area, he saw her. Not her face, but her back. She wore a dark green dress. Hair loose, longer again, falling down between her shoulder blades to hit her lower back, as if it had decided to return to the version of her he used to think belonged to him. She was laughing. Head tipped slightly. Hand touching the table. 3 women who looked vaguely familiar were sitting around her. He squinted. One had dark hair. The other 2 were blonde. He knew he should know them. Girls from high school. Or maybe friends of friends. Cheerleading? Band? Someone who used to sit 3 rows over in English. He tried to place names and came up empty. Which felt strange. When had Sarah become friends with them? Had they always been around? Or had life simply kept happening while he was gone? He found he didn't care enough to figure it out. Not really. Because all he could think was Sarah looked happy. And somehow, that felt worse than if she looked miserable. His stomach dropped when she shifted her hair off her neck, a loose strand she tucked behind her ear. She looked perfect, and he couldn't look away. Melissa tugged his sleeve. Is this okay? He nodded, feeling like he was staying too close to a fire, warmth creeping up his back. The hostess then led them directly in front of her table. Of course. Of course. Of course. His mind cursed as his throat tightened. He sat down slowly. Close enough to hear her voice. Close enough to smell her perfume when she shifted in her chair. Vanilla. It wasn't the same exact scent, he knew that. This one was softer, warmer, like something she chose for herself now, rather than something she and Jen could afford in high school. But it hit him the same. He kept his eyes on the menu and didn't breathe too deeply. Didn't turn until he did. And she was already looking at him. Slightly startled, and perfectly still. The eye contact stretched too long. Years inside of it. He felt it hit his chest like a fist. All the moments he tried to bury Rose up like they'd been waiting for an excuse, her on the dock in his arms. Her in Jen's basement in short shorts. Her in the grocery store with Georgia on her chest. She broke first. Looked down at her wine. Said something to her friend. Pretended he wasn't there, and he did the same. Melissa was talking, but he didn't hear a word. All he could see was the slight flush in Sarah's cheeks. The way she held her shoulders a little tighter, like she put on a second layer of composure. The way she didn't look at him again or maybe couldn't. The waitress brought out a small cake. Her friend sang loudly and off-key. Ryan stared at his beer so he wouldn't watch. Until she leaned forward and blew out the candles, and he watched her close her eyes. Just like she always did. A wish. And something inside him snapped. Not in the dramatic way he used to imagine. Not a movie moment. Just a quiet, ugly crack, because he remembered every time before. Her 14th birthday at Jen's house, candles stuck into a sheet cake from the grocery store. Her lips moving silently. Ryan leaning in afterward, whispering, Sean Astin again, while she laughed and shoved him. Her 15th birthday at the lake, her mom bringing a homemade pie because she didn't have time to bake a cake. Sarah closing her eyes anyway, even though it wasn't cake, even though it was just 2 little flames. Ryan asking afterward, Sean Astin, and Sarah rolling her eyes and saying, no, idiot. Her 16th birthday, the first year they felt old, like everything was changing, Sarah making a wish so intensely her brow furrowed. Ryan asking afterward, trying to make it light, trying not to sound like he cared too much. Sean Astin again? And she looked at him for a beat and said, no. Something in her voice had been different. Quiet. Serious. Like she wanted to tell him and didn't. He'd been scared of the real answer. Now, watching her blow out candles in a restaurant without him, he realized he was watching the ghost of a tradition he'd helped build. Except this time, he wasn't part of it. Melissa followed his gaze. "Oh," she said softly. "That one syllable. Understanding. That's her." He didn't deny it. "Your high school thing." He swallowed. "Yeah. She's pretty." "Yes." He hadn't meant to say it out loud. It came out too quickly, too honest. Like his mouth hadn't gotten the memo that he was supposed to be detached. Melissa studied him. "You okay?" "Fine." He took another drink. Too much. Too fast, and the room tilted slightly. Her friend stood to hug her. She stood too, and when she did, she finally looked at him again. This time, there was no pretending. Shock had faded. Now there was something else, memory. It hit both of them at once. He stood before he could talk himself out of it. Melissa didn't stop him. She just watched, expression unreadable in that way girls get when they can tell they've wandered into someone else's story. Sarah. Her name left his mouth like it hadn't aged. Like it still fit. She turned fully now. "You look drunk," she said evenly. "Just tipsy." Her mouth tightened. Not a smile. "Not really." Her friends exchanged glances. "We're going to the bar," one of them announced, bright and careful. "You coming?" Sarah hesitated, then looked at Ryan again. "No, I am calling it a night. I work early." They left with worried glances back at Sarah. Everyone knew about her and Ryan, and now everyone was waiting to see how this would play out. Melissa was already standing when he turned back. "I'm going home," she said gently. "Don't waste fate." He blinked. "What?" She smiled knowingly. "You were never on this date." And walked away. Ryan watched her go with a flicker of gratitude he didn't deserve. She'd given him an exit without making him explain himself. He turned back. They stood there alone. Noise around them. Time folding in. He leaned in to close his breath warm on her ear and asked. "So, Sean Astin?" She exhaled a small laugh. It wasn't unkind or warm either, more irritated than he wished. "You look good," he said, eyes tracking down her dress, at the shape of her now. A shape he no longer knew but wished to. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Don't what? Look at me like that." "Like what?" "Hungry. Regretful. Greedy. Like you wanted to take something that wasn't his anymore and pretend he could hold it gently this time." He didn't know how to stop. She grabbed her purse. "I'm going home. It was nice to see you. I'll walk you to your car," he offered, throwing too much cash on the table, which she noticed with a grimace. "No, I walked here." "Come on, Sarah. Then let me walk you home." "I don't need an escort." He stepped closer anyway. "I'm not letting you walk alone." She scoffed. "You don't get to decide that." That again. That tone. He'd heard it 100 times now, and it still hit him like a correction. He softened slightly. "Please, let me." She rolled her eyes. "You're not coming in." The walk was quiet. Streetlights casting long shadows on the pavement. The air was crisp enough to make him aware of his breath, of the faint chill at his knuckles. Early fall, pretending it wasn't going to turn brutal soon. He stayed half a step behind her as her heels clicked. Like he wasn't sure where he belonged. The view wasn't bad, in fact, the view was almost too hard to look at. After a minute, she sighed. "Ryan." "Walk beside me." He blinked. "What?" She gestured vaguely behind her without looking. "You're hovering." "I'm not hovering." "You're lurking." He almost laughed. "Lurking?" "Yes, and I can feel you staring at my back." Ryan opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. "I wasn't staring at your ass for the last 5 minutes." Sarah stopped walking. Actually, stopped and slowly turned to look at him. Her face was pure offense. "What?" He immediately knew he'd said the wrong thing. "No," he said quickly, holding up a hand. "No, that came out wrong." "You think?" "I was looking at your legs." She stared. Then scoffed and started walking again. Oh, wow, she muttered. Much better. I mean, he caught up quickly. You just look really good. Another scoff. Sharper this time. Like she was actively offended by the compliment. He frowned. What? Nothing. That sounded like something, he challenged. It's just she waved him off. Forget it. No, tell me. Sarah laughed once, humorless. You always did that. Did what? Talk like you only noticed me when I looked hot. That hit harder than he expected. His mouth opened. Closed again. Because no. That wasn't fair. Was it? He wanted to argue. Wanted to tell her she was wrong. That he noticed everything. Her laugh. How she cried when movies got too emotional but pretended she had allergies. The weird way she ate frosting before cake. But standing here, after years, the first thing out of his mouth had been, "You look good." Twice. And before that? Her legs. Jesus Christ. I didn't mean it like that, he muttered. He rubbed the back of his neck. Desperate to redirect. So he said too casually. How is business at the deli? Sarah's nose wrinkled instantly. The bakery. He blinked. Right. It's been a bakery for years. I know. He shoved his hands into his pockets. It's just hard separating the two in my head. Her expression tightened. That wrinkle in her nose deepened. People had been saying things like that for years. Miss the deli. Too bad you changed it. Like the thing she built somehow mattered less than what came before it. Like she was playing dress up in someone else's legacy. Right, she said flatly. He grimaced. Strike 2. Maybe 3. He moved faster until he was finally beside her, and immediately regretted it, because now he could smell her. Vanilla. Something warm underneath. Wine, and Sarah. Exactly how she used to smell when she leaned over the center console stealing fries from him. His chest tightened. He cleared his throat. How is your grandma? Sarah kept walking. Alive and kicking. That's good. She still boss everybody around? Yes. Still scary? Yes. He glanced at her. You're giving really short answers. She finally looked over. I've had 2 glasses of wine, Ryan. He waited. That means? That means I genuinely don't know what to do with, she gestured vaguely between them, this right now. That shut him up. For a whole 30 seconds. Georgia with your mom? Sarah sighed toward the sky like God himself was testing her patience. Yeah, at home, she said without looking at him. He nodded. He hadn't asked before, but he was glad she said it. It felt like proof she wasn't hiding. Like she knew that he knew about everything and never reached out. Like she wasn't afraid he'd use it against her. He shoved his hands into his pockets. So he glanced at her. You do this a lot? She looked over slowly. Do what? Go out. The second the words left his mouth, he watched her posture change. Subtle, but immediate. Her shoulders stiffened. Her jaw tightened, her mouth opened like she was going to yell at him, her tongue pressed behind her teeth. No, she said shortly. Then, before he could even respond, not that it matters. Ryan frowned. I didn't say it mattered. I never go out, she said, voice sharper now. Like ever. He blinked. Sarah. I don't really drink, and I'm allowed to do that on my birthday. Whoa. He held up both hands. I never said you couldn't. Her cheeks were pink now. Not just from the wine. Flushed. Annoyed. Embarrassed maybe. I literally walked, she said quickly, defensive in a way that made him feel like he accidentally stepped on something fragile. Because I knew I was going to drink, so I don't need your judgment. His stomach dropped. Sarah. His voice softened immediately. I wasn't judging you. She looked away. Scoffed quietly. Well, it sounded like you were. He rubbed a hand down his face. Great. Another thing ruined. I just exhaled. I don't know. I guess I'm surprised. That made her look at him again. Why? Because in his head she still existed frozen somewhere around 17. Because he'd spent years imagining versions of her and none of them included seeing her slightly tipsy in heels after dinner while somebody watched her kid at home. Because somehow she looked older and softer and sadder and happier all at once. Because she felt real again. Instead, he said, I don't know. She narrowed her eyes like she didn't buy it. Then kept walking. They reached her house, and the porch light was on, lighting up the swing. A little plastic toy was abandoned near the steps, which she bent to grab on the way up. Evidence everywhere that a child lived here. A life lived here. Her mother opened the door before she even knocked. Honey, it's early. Why are you, she started, then saw him. Ryan Walker. Her tone carried years of context. Evening, Mrs. Bennet. He said just like he had a million times before. Well, how unexpected. Want you come? Sarah stiffened. Mom. He hated how upset she looked from his intrusion. Oh, don't be rude. It's cold. So, Ryan stepped inside. The house smelled like clean laundry and garlic from whatever they had for dinner, and something else. Home, he noticed instantly. He watched Sarah move through it easily. She felt different here. Not 17. Not flustered. Just herself. His eyes lingered too long on her legs as she bent to take off her heels. She noticed, of course, she did. And something flickered across her face. Calculation, and he didn't know what to think about that. Then she disappeared down the hallway. He heard drawers open. Water running. A cabinet closing with a soft click. He stood in the entryway like he didn't know where to put his hands. Her mother looked him over like she was measuring time against him. Been a while, she said. Yes, Ma, I am. Working? Yes. She nodded. And you're home now? He hesitated. For a bit. For a bit, she repeated, like she didn't like temporary things being around her daughter. He felt like a teenager again, under adult eyes, being silently judged. When Sarah came back, she had changed. Soft cotton pajama pants, an oversized sweatshirt, and hair pulled into a messy knot. He understood immediately. She was removing the possibility of fantasy. Her mother looked between them and leaned in to kiss Sarah's cheek. Happy birthday, I'll see you tomorrow, love, she said, then turned towards the door to leave, grabbing her jacket, eyes on Ryan. Nice to see you, Ryan. Have a nice evening. Then left. Sarah didn't offer him a drink or tell him to take off his shoes or get comfortable. She walked to the kitchen, poured herself a glass of wine, and turned to look at him as if waiting. Her eyes said, well, what do you want? Why are you here? And when he didn't she said. I don't sleep around, she said leaning against the wall, putting up a very firm boundary. I will not sleep with Ryan Walker. I didn't expect that, he said, and swallowed. And I'm not that guy anymore. She tilted her head. You told me once you dated a girl because she put out. So, why are you here and not back on your date? The words hung heavy. He felt the shame heat in his gut. I was a kid. You were old enough. He didn't argue. I wanted to talk to you. She was just some woman we went to school with. I helped her do her taxes, we aren't dating, he said, wanting to clear up whatever she thought was happening. I'm not sleeping with you, she said plainly. I didn't You're not going to look at me like that and think I don't know what it means. I am not some lovesick girl anymore. Her restraint cracked just slightly. He stared, unsure what this was, how to talk to her, or what to say. How should I look at you then, he asked, and it sounded too much like a line that made Sarah grimace. I want to be some girl you circle back to because you're bored, now that you are home. I'm not bored. No, she said softly. You're lonely. The accuracy hit. He didn't deny it. A long silence stretched between them. Fuck, Sarah, I get it. I was too late to figure it out, but I just want my friend back. You weren't too late, she said finally. His heart jumped, stupidly, like it still believed in chances. Then she finished, you were just Ryan, and I expected too much. He didn't like how she said his name, like that itself was a description, in and of itself. but the word sliced and settled. Like a truth he had avoided for years. "I'm trying to be different," he said quietly. "I have a lot to apologize for." She studied him. Not convinced, but not dismissing him either. "We'll see," she said, and that was worse than a no. Because it meant there was still a space where he could disappoint her again. "I am tired of having the same fight with you. It's been too long to still let it hurt me." "Welcome home, Ryan," she said, motioning toward the door, and he felt like she was backing him out. "I'll see you around," she said when he walked out and stood on her porch. "I'll come by the bakery, I want to see it," he said as she was closing the door. "Okay, night." "Night, Sarah," he said just as the door shut on him. He stood there for a moment too long, long enough to hear her slide to the floor, long enough to hear that she was crying again. Long enough to hear her scream, even though muffled. Damn it, into her knees. He left quickly so she wouldn't know he had heard and spent the rest of the night drowning his sorrows on his father's couch. Yes, he sure has grown. Ryan woke up on his dad's couch with his mouth dry and shame sitting squarely on his chest. He hadn't even drunk enough to have a hangover. That he was used to this was something else. An emotional hangover of sorts. The television was still on, muted, flickering blue light across the ceiling. He stared at it without blinking. Memory returned in pieces. Her eyes, that green dress. The walk. Her house. He dragged a hand down his face. He had followed her home. Drunk on her birthday. He rolled onto his side and groaned softly. He hadn't been rude or crossed a line. But he had shown up exactly how she expected him to. Reckless and unsteady. The worst part was that she had seen it coming before he even opened his mouth. That quiet, measuring look she'd given him at the restaurant, the one that said she already knew what version of him had arrived. Not the boy she believed in. Not the man he pretended to be. Just the same old Ryan, hiding behind a drink and hoping confidence would pass for courage. He sat up slowly. The house was quiet, just how it always was. His father's empty coffee mug sat in the sink from last night. The faint smell of stale beer lingered from when he'd come in. He hated the comparison she'd drawn years ago. "You're turning out like your father." He had told himself he wasn't. But last night? Last night looked too familiar. Not because he hit anyone. Not because he had been cruel, because he'd used alcohol like a backbone. He never would have spoken to her like that if he hadn't been tipsy. Because it made him brave in all the wrong ways. Because it made him say things he meant without having to own them fully. That was the part he hated. He stood, grabbed his keys, and left without eating. On the drive, the morning light made everything look too honest. It washed the town clean in that pale early glow where every cracked sidewalk and faded storefront looked sharper than usual. He passed the grocery store. Past the road that led toward the bakery. He kept going. But in his head, he saw her eyes closing with a wish he used to tease her about. And now he couldn't stop wondering what she wished for last night. Not the childish things. Not the movie star fantasy, but the adult kind. The kind that came true because you made it true. He didn't deserve to know. But the not knowing sat under his ribs like something that would never dissolve. And Ryan Walker didn't feel heartbreak once again, he felt the clean weight of consequence. The kind you can't charm your way out of. The kind you have to live with, and he finally understood, wishes weren't magic. But they could have been after every time Sarah had wished that Ryan would love her back as much as she loved him. He could have fulfilled her wish at 16, or well before. Sarah had slept badly. Not because she wanted to, because memory had crept in uninvited. She'd lain in bed replaying the exact cadence of his voice. The way it dropped on her name. Her body remembered before her mind approved. That irritated her more than anything. She felt like she was 13 again, sick after seeing Ryan on his first real date with Rebecca Tyler. She and Jen had stayed up all night, waiting for Ryan to call and tell them how it had gone. It was an uncanny feeling she had hoped she was long over, apparently not. By morning, she had tied her hair up tightly and opened the bakery 10 minutes early. Work helped. She couldn't think of the way he had looked her up and down. Measuring helped. She couldn't picture how handsome he still was. Precision helped, nothing. It all helped nothing. Georgia was sitting at a table eating a ham and cheese bun for breakfast, as Sarah was absolutely not thinking about Ryan while starting her sourdough for the day. Her mother had come to get Georgia at 7:45 and take her to school with a curious smile and a pointed, "You okay?" "I'm fine." She wasn't. She was unsettled. It was the eye contact that had done it. Too long, too loaded. She'd seen something in him that hadn't been there before. Something closer to regret. She didn't trust it. She slid a tray of muffins into the oven and exhaled slowly. The stereo hummed quietly behind the counter as the morning local news ended. She crossed to the old CD rack she kept tucked beside the register, fingers skimming over cracked jewel cases and faded Sharpie labels. Most of them were bakery safe. Her hand paused on one she hadn't played in a while. A road mix for a trip they had taken to go to the state fair. One of the old ones. Not his. Not after he had dumped them in her car. It was a collection of songs from that time: summer drives, open windows, the kind of music that used to live in the background of everything before life got sharp. She slid it into the player before she could think too hard about it. The opening track filled the bakery softly, more comforting than loud, all familiar rhythm and memory worn smooth by time. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers' "I Want Tea Back Down." Immediately, she regretted it. Not enough to turn it off. Just enough to glance toward the door like she'd been caught doing something private. So, she kept moving and pushed the thought away. Checked the timer. Adjusted the tray. Acted like the music was only music. Even though somewhere under her ribs, she knew better, and the longer she listened, the more she dreaded the next song. She reached for a sack of flour and nearly dropped it when the bell above the door chimed. She didn't look up immediately. "Be right with you," she called automatically. "Hey, baby. There ain't no easy way out. I want tea back down. Hey, I will stand my ground. I want tea back down. And I want tea back down. I want tea back down. No, I want tea back down." Then Sarah? She could have screamed, cursed, and threw something at the stereo. Her hand stilled as "She Drives Me Crazy" came on. Of course she closed her eyes briefly before turning. He stood just inside the door. Not drunk. Not disheveled. Jeans, a clean shirt, hair combed nicely, and sober. "I can't stop. The way I feel. Things you do. Don't seem real." For a moment, she simply stared at him. Not because she hadn't expected to see him again. Because she hadn't expected to see him like this after last night. Put together, and clear-eyed. She turned to glare at the speaker as if it were the one to do this to her. "Tell you what you've got in mind. 'Cause we're running out of time. Want you ever set me free? This waitin' round's killin' me." "What are you doing here?" she asked evenly, and with his heart pounding so hard he hadn't yet noticed the song. He stepped forward slowly, like he was approaching something that would bite. "I owe you an apology." She didn't answer. "She drives me crazy, oh. Like no one else, oh." Customers were seated near the window, a couple in their 60s sipping coffee. A college kid with headphones halfway off his ears. All of them were very clearly pretending not to listen. She moved around the counter deliberately, wiping her hands on a towel. "For which decade?" she asked. He almost smiled. "Luckily didn't he? Last night, mainly, but we can circle back to the 80 seconds later." She held his gaze. "You had no right." "I know," he agreed. "You followed me home." Her hand moved to her hip in a scolding way, a mother does. He almost smiled again, until he finally heard the song. "What I had for you was true. Things go wrong, they always do." His head tilted slightly toward the stereo. Recognition flickered across his face for half a second, but he didn't say anything as she pursed her lips, still hoping he didn't notice. "I know. What were you thinking? I mean, you show up when it's convenient for you." He swallowed. "I don't want to be that guy anymore." That's a nice sentence. "I mean it." She crossed her arms. "You've meant things before." He nodded slowly. "I know." That caught her slightly off guard. "I'm sorry, for everything," he finally said. Her throat tightened at that. The words were simple, and he looked it. She studied him carefully. "What do you want from me?" she asked quietly, so the people watching couldn't hear. He hesitated because honesty felt dangerous. I don't know yet, he admitted. But I know I don't want you thinking I showed up because I was bored or lonely. She looked away briefly because that had been her assumption. And why did you? She asked. He exhaled. Fate, and I miss you. The bakery felt smaller suddenly. She didn't let the words land visibly. You missed me when I was pregnant, too, she said calmly. He flinched. Yes. You didn't show up then, after George. I didn't think I had the right. Silence stretched between them. The oven timer beeped, and she went into the kitchen to pull the muffins out. He watched her move through the space as if she belonged in it. Because she did, she always had. To Ryan, this place, even now, looking so different, still held the bones of so many memories. The way she slid the tray onto the cooling rack. The way she automatically grabbed a towel to fan it for a moment. The way the entire room seemed arranged around her rhythm. It hit him then in a way it hadn't before. She had done all this without him to witness. You can't flirt your way back in, she said over her shoulder when she thought she caught him looking at her backside, not at the way she arranged the bowls under the table. I'm not trying to. Good. She set the tray down and turned back to him. You don't get me because you remembered my birthday. I know. You don't get me because you regret what you said. I know. You don't get me because you're lonely, and like my legs all of a sudden. That one hit, but he didn't deny it. Geez, Sarah, I'm not asking to get you, he said carefully. I'm asking for the chance to get my best friend back. That made her pause. I'm trying, he said slowly. Then try sober, she said, holding his gaze. He nodded. I will. Another customer entered. The bell chimed again. The world resumed. A chair scraped softly across tile. Somebody laughed quietly at something on the TV. She moved back behind the counter to get someone a coffee. He moved out from behind the counter. I'll see you around, he said softly. She looked up at him. There was no cheek kiss this time. No goodbye disguised as affection. Just a long, steady look. Maybe, she replied, and turned back to work. Ryan stepped outside slowly, the bell chiming behind him as the door closed. The cool morning air hit his face. He stood there for a second longer than necessary. Not because he expected her to come after him. Because something about the music was still tugging at his brain. Through the glass, he could see her behind the counter again. Working. Moving like the conversation had already been filed away somewhere practical. A moment later. ABBA came through the bakery speakers. Gimme. 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 A Man After Midnight. Ryan actually laughed under his breath. Of course. That had been track 4. He remembered the argument clearly. You cannot put ABBA on a road mix, Ryan had groaned. Tyler was in the car with them, so Ryan was putting on a macho show. You absolutely can, Sarah snipped when he went to eject it. It's embarrassing, he muttered when she slapped his hand away. It's dancing music, Jen said from the back seat. We're driving, Tyler added, just because. You can dance while driving, Sarah said with a smug grin. You're going to kill us, Tyler muttered, but was distracted when Jen pointed out a massive hole in the road that Ryan barely missed. Sarah D won that one. She always did when it came to music. Ryan shook his head, stepping down off the curb. He didn't need to stay to know what came next, but he couldn't quite leave yet. He had no idea why he couldn't move. He had memorized that mix years ago. The bakery door opened again as a customer left, and the next track started. Blondie slipped through the door. Color me your color, baby. The first beat dropped. Ryan couldn't stop the smile that crept across his face. Because he knew every song. Every order, and every memory tied to it. And if she still had that CD, if she still liked to listen to those songs. Maybe. Call me anytime. Call me, I'll arrive. You can call me any day or night. Call me. Just maybe. He still had a chance.